The sky was on fire that night. Stars shimmered with unnatural brilliance, and the horizon glowed with a light that wasn't the sun. The air crackled, heavy with something unspoken, as if the world itself was holding its breath. By the banks of the river, a group of wanderers stood in silence, their eyes fixed on the heavens. They had been traveling for months, seeking a place where their children could grow strong, where their songs could fill the air without fear. But tonight, they felt more like witnesses than seekers, caught between the earth and the sky. Among them was a woman with hair like the river at dusk, streaked with silver though she was not yet old. Her name was Shari, and her people said she could hear the voice of the wind. That night, the voice was louder than ever, carrying with it a name she didn't recognize but could not ignore. Mohenjo. It swept through her like a song half remembered, pulling her toward the water. She knelt at the edge of the river, her fingers brushing the cool surface. Her heart thundered as the current seemed to respond, swirling in patterns too precise to be natural. Shari whispered a prayer, not to any god she knew, but to the force she felt in the river. She begged for a sign, a promise that this was the place where they could finally rest. The water stilled for a moment, impossibly calm. And then, from the depths, something rose. It wasn't a fish or a piece of driftwood, it was a stone, smooth and dark, glistening in the moonlight. Shari picked it up, her hands trembling. Carved into its surface was a symbol, one she didn't recognize but instinctively understood. It was the mark of life, of beginnings. She held it up for her people to see, and they knelt in unison, their voices rising in a chant that echoed across the plains. The next morning, they began to build. The river seemed to guide them, its whispers shaping their plans. They started with small shelters, but soon their work became something greater, something none of them could explain. Their hands moved as if directed by unseen forces, crafting walls that stood against the strongest winds, streets that aligned with the stars. The stone Shari had found became the heart of the settlement, placed in a sacred circle where the people gathered each night to give thanks. They called the place Mohenjo Daro, the Mound of Mohenjo. But the river was not their only guide. There were stories, passed down from the elders, of figures who walked the land long before their time. They were neither gods nor men, but something in between. They called them the Lumina, beings of light who shaped the world in its infancy. It was said that the Lumina had left their mark on certain places, and those who listened closely could still hear their voices. The people believed Mohenjo Daro was one of these places, chosen not by chance but by destiny. As the years passed, the settlement grew. The people learned to work with the earth, planting fields that yielded abundantly, crafting tools and ornaments that seemed to carry the river's energy. But with their prosperity came whispers of shadows. Some nights, figures would appear by the water, their forms shimmering like heat waves. They did not speak, but their presence was undeniable. The children called them the River Watchers, spirits sent to protect the city. Others feared they were something darker, reminders that the land did not truly belong to them. One night, a storm unlike any they had seen descended on the city. The winds howled, tearing through the streets, and the river swelled with a fury that threatened to engulf everything. The people gathered in the sacred circle, clutching the stone Shari had found so many years before. They prayed, their voices rising above the storm, and Shari herself stood at the edge of the water, defiant. She spoke to the river as she had done on that first night, her words calm and unwavering. As the storm reached its peak, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was taller than any man, its body glowing faintly, as if it had stepped out of the stars. The people fell silent, their fear giving way to awe. The figure raised its hand, and the storm began to subside. The winds calmed, the river receded, and the city stood untouched. The figure turned to Shari, its face unreadable but its presence warm, almost comforting. Without a word, it placed its hand on her shoulder, and then it was gone. From that day, the people believed they were watched over by more than just the river. They worked with renewed vigor, building not just for themselves but for something greater. They carved symbols into their walls and pottery, marks they said came to them in dreams. They didn't know their meanings, but they trusted them, believing they were gifts from the unseen. Generations passed, and the city became a beacon of life and order. Travelers came from distant lands, marveling at its beauty, its harmony. Yet, for all its prosperity, the people never forgot their origins. They told their children the story of Shari, of the storm, and of the figure who had saved them. They spoke of the river's whispers, the stone that had guided their hands, and the lumina who had walked the land before them. But the river is a fickle guardian, and the whispers that had once guided them began to fade. Some said the people had grown too proud, forgetting the balance that had once defined their lives. Others believed the river had chosen to test them, to see if they could thrive without its guidance. Whatever the reason, the city began to change. The streets grew quieter, the fields less abundant. The watchers stopped appearing by the water, their shimmering forms replaced by an uneasy silence. And yet, the stone remained, its symbol still as vivid as the day Shari had found it. It stood in the heart of the city, a silent reminder of the people who had built it, the river that had guided them, and the mysteries that had shaped their lives. Even as the city faded, its spirit endured, carried in the hearts of those who remembered. The first time they saw it, the river was just a trickle, a soft murmuring of water winding its way through the earth. It was nothing grand, nothing majestic, but it had a pull, an energy that felt more alive than anything else in the land. For the first settlers of the city, it was a companion, a lifeline. They drank from it, bathed in it, washed their clothes in it, and watched it twist and bend through the earth, as though it had a mind of its own. But they did not yet know what it would become, or how it would shape their world. The river was patient, as it always had been. It flowed quietly for years, carving valleys, nurturing the land, and bringing with it the promise of abundance. The settlers built their homes beside it, for they knew the river would bring crops, would carry trade, would make the earth rich with life. But the river did not just bring physical sustenance, it gave something deeper. It began to speak in ways the people could not yet understand, but that they felt in their hearts. They watched the way it swelled and withdrew, how it responded to the rains, and how it could be calm or angry, merciful or fierce. It was the life of the land and the heart of the city. There were times when the river's presence was a gentle caress, its waters cool and refreshing, the sound like the hum of a lullaby. The people built their homes and their lives with the belief that the river was a benevolent spirit, watching over them with a quiet grace. But there were other times when the river would rise up, its waters surging in a violent rush, sweeping away what the people had so carefully constructed. In those moments, fear would grip their hearts, and they would huddle together in the shadow of the river, praying for mercy. One such time, during the height of summer, when the earth baked under a relentless sun, the river began to change. The sky had been a deep, cloudless blue for days, and the earth had cracked under the heat, its thirst never fully quenched. The people, desperate for rain, turned their faces to the heavens and offered up their prayers, but it was not the rain that came. Instead, it was the river itself, swollen and heavy, murmuring low to itself, as though something ancient had awakened within it. The waters rose slowly at first, then quickly, as if the river could no longer hold back its fury. The people watched in horror, knowing what was to come. But as the water reached its highest point, something miraculous happened. A woman, old and wise, stepped forward from the crowd, her feet bare against the wet earth. She was a healer, known to have an understanding of the forces of nature, and she had often whispered to the river, speaking words no one else could hear. With steady hands, she dipped her fingers into the swirling waters, and as she did, the river seemed to pause, the water stilled in mid-movement. The storm was no longer violent, it had become calm, as though the river had chosen to listen, to bend to the will of the woman. The people held their breath as they watched, awestruck. The waters, once surging and wild, became gentle, lapping against the banks with a soft and peaceful rhythm. It was as if the river had heard the woman's call, had understood that it was no longer an angry force, but a presence to be respected. And from that moment on, the people began to see the river not just as a source of life, but as something more, a spirit, a divine entity that held the power to give and to take, to bless and to destroy. The river had a will of its own, and they were now its humble children. The woman, her name lost to time, became a legend in the city. The elders would speak of her as the voice of the river, the one who had bridged the divide between earth and water. It was said that she had been chosen, marked by the river itself, and that her words held the power to calm even the fiercest storms. Her descendants would carry the teachings of the river, passing them down through the generations. As the years passed, the river continued to shape the city. The people, now deeply attuned to its moods, began to honor it in ways they had never imagined. They built shrines along its banks, crafted offerings from their harvest, and dedicated their most important rituals to its waters. They believed that the river could hear them, that it could feel their gratitude and their sorrow, their hopes and their fears. In return, the river seemed to respond, its waters ever present, always flowing, always giving. On the days when the sun burned hot and the earth thirsted, the river would rise, its waters bringing life to the crops, to the people, to everything it touched. On the days when the sky was dark and heavy, when the winds howled and the earth trembled, the river would quiet itself, as if to remind them of its power, of the delicate balance that existed between the land and the water. And always, it watched, as it had since the beginning, guiding the city's growth, shaping its future. There were whispers among the people, stories passed in hushed tones, of those who had ventured too far into the river's embrace. It was said that the river could grant visions, show glimpses of things to come, but it could also take away those who were not worthy, those who did not respect its will. The river was a protector, a giver of life, but also a punisher, a force that demanded reverence and obedience. And yet, the people could not imagine a life without the river. Its blessing was their blessing. It gave them everything: food, water, protection, and purpose. It was their mother, their guide, their protector. Without it, they knew they would be nothing, their city nothing more than dust and memory. The river had chosen them, had blessed them, and in return, they would honor it forever. Through seasons of plenty and seasons of hardship, the river remained their constant, its waters flowing like the pulse of the earth itself. And in its quiet whispers, in the gentle rush of its current, they heard the voice of a God, one that had always been with them, guiding them, shaping them. The river was not just a part of the land, it was the land. It was their soul. And they, its children, were bound to it forever. There was a time when the earth trembled with uncertainty, when the sky seemed too wide, and the land too vast for any one soul to grasp. It was in these moments of chaos that a man, with hands that could shape the heavens, appeared. His name was Arohan, though he was known by another title, the Great Architect. He was not born from royalty, nor was he marked by the gods, yet his vision was greater than anything the people had ever seen. It started with a dream. The wind carried whispers, soft like the first breath of dawn, telling him of a city that would rise from the earth itself. A place where the heart of the land would beat in perfect harmony with the pulse of the people. The dream was vivid, a grand vision painted with sweeping lines and perfect angles. Streets, wide and strong, ran alongside waterways that sparkled in the moonlight. Homes, built with care, stretched toward the horizon, organized in harmony, each one placed with purpose. The river, too, would play its part, guiding the life of the city as the sun guided the stars. When Arohan awoke, the dream was still fresh, still alive. He knew, without question, that this was his calling. But the task was not simple. The land was vast, the challenges many. There were rivers to cross, mountains to climb, and an unbroken wilderness to tame. But Arohan was not afraid. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, the rhythm of the world itself, and he knew it was calling him to build something unlike any other. He spoke of his vision to the elders, to the people who had lived for generations in the shadow of the river. They listened in silence, unsure of what to make of his words. How could one man, with no royal lineage, no divine blessing, create such a masterpiece? They had seen architects before, men who built houses and bridges, but nothing like what Arohan described. They doubted him, but something in his eyes, a quiet certainty, held them in place. The elders gave him their blessing, though hesitant. They offered their lands, their labor, and their trust. And so, with a heart full of dreams and hands ready to work, Arohan began. The first task was the layout, the heart of his vision. He stood at the highest point, overlooking the land where the river met the plains, and in that moment, he understood. The city would not sprawl haphazardly, as many other settlements did. No, this city would breathe with purpose. Every street would align with the stars, every building would have its place, its reason for being. Nothing would be left to chance. With his mind sharp and clear, Arohan began to draw. His sketches were more than mere lines on paper. They were whispers of the future, speaking of balance and order, of spaces and gaps, of life flowing in a perfect rhythm. It was as if the city itself began to take shape in his mind, urging him to make it real. As Arohan worked, the people gathered. They watched in awe as he marked out the grid, long streets that crossed at perfect angles, dividing the land into neat, manageable sections. There was no confusion here, no chaos. Each street had its purpose, each building its space. And, in the heart of it all, a central square, where life would pulse, where the city's heartbeat would echo. As the city grew, so did the legend of Arohan. The people marveled at the way the buildings rose, stone by stone, as though the very earth conspired to make them perfect. The streets, wide and straight, connected homes and marketplaces, places of worship and learning, all in a delicate balance. Every step, every decision, seemed to have been made by a force beyond their understanding. It was not just an architect's design, it was as if the city itself had been born from the earth's deepest desire for order. Yet, for all the beauty of his work, Arohan was not content. He saw the perfection of the streets, the symmetry of the buildings, the way the sun and moon both seemed to dance across the rooftops at just the right time, but there was something missing, a spark, a breath of life that could not be captured in stone and wood alone. He felt it in his bones, a nagging feeling that something greater still was needed to complete his vision. It was on a quiet evening, when the stars glittered above and the city below hummed with the life of its people, that the answer came to him. The city needed the river. Not just as a source of water or trade, but as a sacred thread that would tie the city together. The river would guide the people, not just physically, but spiritually, as it had always guided their ancestors. It would flow through the heart of the city, as though it was a vein in the body of the land itself. So Arohan set to work once more, carving a path for the river through the city center, ensuring that its waters would be felt by every home, every person. The people watched in awe as the great architect's plan unfolded, as the river, once wild and untamed, was coaxed into the very soul of the city. And from that moment on, the city was alive, not just in its stone and wood, but in its very spirit. But the river was not the only thing Arohan shaped. There was the Great Bath, a vast, open space where the people could gather, not just to cleanse their bodies, but to cleanse their spirits. There was the marketplace, where goods and ideas flowed as freely as the river itself. There was the temple, where the people could offer their thanks to the gods, and in return, feel the pulse of the earth under their feet, knowing that they were part of something greater than themselves. As the years passed, the city grew, and Arohan's name became legend. The streets, as he had designed them, stood strong, their perfection untouched by time. The river continued to flow through the city, its waters calm and steady, always a reminder of the man who had shaped not just the land, but the very heart of the people. And though Arohan himself had long since passed, his work lived on in every corner of the city, in every stone, every street, every building. His vision had come to life, and it was perfect, just as he had dreamed. They say that in the quiet hours, when the sun dips below the horizon and the stars begin their watch, you can still hear the whispers of the great architect. They float on the wind, carried across the land, a reminder that perfection is not found in what we build, but in how we shape the world around us, with purpose, with vision, and with the heart of the earth in our hands. The water was always still, calm as a sleeping child. The Great Bath, a massive pool carved with a precision that seemed impossible, sat at the heart of the city. Its surface shimmered in the soft glow of the sun, like a mirror reflecting not just the sky, but the very soul of the city itself. To the people who lived there, the bath was more than just a place of cleansing. It was a doorway to something greater, something sacred. The first time they bathed in its waters, they felt it, a quiet pull, as if the water was calling to them, urging them to surrender their worries, their fears. It was not a feeling they could easily explain, but they knew it was real. The great bath had a way of making them feel lighter, as though their burdens had been washed away, leaving them pure, renewed, and whole. But the water wasn't just for the body. It was for the spirit, too. The legend of the bath began long before it was built, and the whispers of the elders passed down through generations. They spoke of the sacred wells, hidden deep beneath the earth, where the water came from. They said that the waters were touched by the gods themselves, imbued with a power that could heal the sick, ease the suffering, and bring clarity to the mind. But it wasn't just the physical healing that drew the people to the water, it was the way it connected them to the divine. Every year, during the height of summer when the sun beat down mercilessly on the land, the people gathered around the bath to celebrate the great blessing the river had given them. It was said that the waters of the bath held the essence of life itself, that within them was the power to see the past, the present, and even the future. And so, the most revered priestesses of the city, the keepers of the sacred rites, would gather around the bath, dressed in flowing robes of gold and silver, their voices soft as they murmured prayers to the gods. On these days, the great bath became something more. It was no longer just a place for purification, but a place where the veil between the mortal world and the divine world grew thin. The people who bathed in its waters did so with a sense of reverence, knowing that they were not just cleansing their bodies, but opening themselves to something far greater. One such day, a young girl named Isla arrived at the bath, her heart full of hope and fear in equal measure. She had heard the stories, of course, stories of the visions that came to those who bathed in the sacred waters, of the answers to questions they had long held in their hearts. Isla had lost her mother when she was just a child, and for years she had carried the ache of that loss with her. She had come to the bath seeking something, though she didn't yet know what. As she stood before the pool, her heart raced. She had heard the whispers of the elders, who spoke of the water's power to grant visions, to bring peace to the restless. Could it be true? Could this water really carry her mother's spirit? She stepped forward, hesitating for a moment before slowly lowering herself into the water. The moment her skin touched the surface, a shiver ran through her, and for a brief moment, the world around her seemed to fade. The water was cool at first, but as she sank deeper, it grew warmer, as if it were wrapping her in a comforting embrace. She closed her eyes and let herself float, allowing the water to carry her, to cleanse her, to calm the storm within her heart. The soft murmur of prayers from the priestesses filled the air, mixing with the quiet ripple of the water. The bath was alive with a hum, a gentle energy that seemed to reach into her very being. And then, it happened. She saw it, her mother, standing at the edge of the water, a smile on her face, as if she had never left. Isla's heart surged, and for a moment, she thought she might drown in the overwhelming flood of emotion. Her mother's voice, soft and clear, whispered through the water, carrying words that Isla had longed to hear. "My dear child," her mother's voice echoed. "I am with you, always. You are never alone." Tears streamed down Isla's face, but they were not tears of sorrow. They were tears of relief, of a weight being lifted from her chest. She reached out, as if to touch her mother, but when her fingers brushed the water, the vision faded. For a long moment, Isla sat in the water, stunned, her heart racing with a mixture of grief and joy. The world felt different now, lighter, clearer. When she finally emerged from the water, the sun had begun to set, casting a soft golden light across the city. Isla walked back through the streets, her mind alive with the experience, with the undeniable knowledge that something had shifted within her. The bath had not just purified her body, it had healed a wound in her soul, one that had been there for as long as she could remember. But Isla's vision was not the only one. Over the years, many came to the great bath seeking answers, seeking healing. There were stories of the sick who were cured, of those with broken hearts who found peace, of those who had lost their way and found a new path. The bath was not just a place of water, it was a place of transformation, a place where the spirit could be cleansed, reborn. The city's spiritual life revolved around the bath, and the sacred wells from which the water sprang were regarded with the utmost reverence. It was said that the wells were guarded by ancient spirits, who would only allow the water to flow when the city was in harmony. The priests and priestesses spoke of these spirits in hushed tones, for they were believed to be the keepers of the city's soul, ensuring that the balance between earth and water, between the divine and the mortal, was never broken. The people built their lives around the water. They bathed in it not just for cleanliness, but for connection to the earth, to each other, and to the divine. And in the stillness of the great bath, where the waters remained calm and untouched by time, they found the peace that had always eluded them. It was said that if you listened closely, you could hear the voices of those who had come before, those whose spirits had been carried away by the water. And in those moments, when the world grew quiet and the moonlight reflected off the water's surface, the people knew they were not just part of the city, they were part of something much larger, something that had existed long before them and would continue long after they were gone. The marketplace of Mohenjo Daro was not just a place to buy and sell. It was a living pulse, beating with the rhythm of the world. The air was thick with the scent of spices, fruits, and earth, a blend of sweet and salty, warm and cold. Above it all, the cries of the merchants filled the space as they beckoned passers-by with bright smiles and promises of treasures. It was here that the city's true magic lay, the power of trade, and the reach of Mohenjo Daro's influence, stretching far beyond the city's borders. The people of Mohenjo Daro had an unspoken understanding of something that set them apart from other cities. They knew that their fate was tied to the flow of goods and ideas. It was as if the very lifeblood of the city ran through the threads of commerce, weaving a network that spanned across continents. Silk from the Far East, spices from the south, lapis lazuli from the mountains, and cotton from the fields, all of it arrived in Mohenjo Daro, carried by the hands of merchants who knew no limits. And they came from everywhere. The traders arrived in the city by land, by river, by sea. Some were familiar faces, the same men and women who had walked the streets for years, bringing their wares and stories. But others were strangers, their clothes strange, their tongues foreign. From Mesopotamia to the distant lands of the Indus Valley, these merchants carried more than goods. They brought with them tales of faraway lands, of empires that rose and fell, of places that shimmered with mystery and wealth. One such merchant was Aftab, a man whose name was known in every corner of the city. He had come from a distant land, across the great desert, his journey long and fraught with dangers. But Aftab was not afraid. He had seen the way Mohenjo Daro's streets buzzed with life, the way its markets thrived with a vibrancy unmatched anywhere else. He knew there was no better place to bring his treasures. On his first visit to the city, Aftab had nothing but a small cart laden with dried dates and jars of honey, his homeland's finest offerings. But when he stepped into the grand market square, where rows of stalls stretched toward the horizon, his heart raced. The air hummed with possibility. Here, people didn't just trade goods, they exchanged dreams, ambitions, and whispers of the future. The city seemed alive with promise, and Aftab was determined to claim his place within it. As he set up his stall, his goods were immediately noticed by a young boy named Arif. Arif had grown up in the city, surrounded by the rich smells and sounds of trade, and he had learned the ways of the market early on. He had seen everything, merchants from the furthest reaches of the earth, with exotic perfumes and rare fabrics that could make a king's heart race. But there was something about Aftab that stood out. It wasn't just his wares, it was the way he carried himself, the quiet confidence in his eyes, the way he spoke of the places he had seen. Arif, curious and eager to learn, approached Aftab's stall. The two exchanged greetings, and Aftab shared stories of the great cities he had visited, the rivers that wound like serpents through the land, the mountains that kissed the sky, the palaces of kings who ruled with iron fists. But Aftab spoke not only of places, but of people, the laughter of children in distant villages, the kindness of strangers in the most unlikely corners of the world. "You see, young one," Aftab said, his voice soft, "trade is not just about goods. It is about connections, about weaving together the threads of humanity. We are all linked by the things we share, by the things we give." Arif's eyes widened. He had always thought of trade as simple exchange, goods for gold, spices for cloth. But now, he began to see it as something deeper, something more. Mohenjo Daro was not just a city, it was a hub, a place where the pulse of the world beat strongest. And Aftab was a part of that rhythm, a man who carried more than just dates and honey, he carried the world. As days passed, Aftab's stall became one of the busiest in the market. People flocked to see the foreign merchant, to touch the exotic goods he had brought from his faraway lands. But it was not just his goods that fascinated them, it was the way he spoke, the way he made them feel as though they were standing not in a marketplace, but at the crossroads of the world, where all things met and mingled. The influence of Mohenjo Daro stretched far beyond its walls. Goods flowed through the city as if the earth itself had opened its veins, carrying treasures from the farthest reaches of the known world. The people of Mohenjo Daro did not just trade in materials, they traded in stories, in knowledge, in dreams. They listened to the tales of merchants like Aftab and understood that their city was not just a collection of buildings and streets, it was a bridge connecting distant lands, different cultures, and diverse peoples. On one particular evening, as the sun began to set and cast a golden glow over the city, a caravan arrived, its arrival marking the end of a long and arduous journey. The merchants who disembarked were unlike any the people of Mohenjo Daro had seen before. They wore bright, vibrant robes, and their carts were laden with strange, beautiful objects, intricately carved ivory figurines, fine pottery, and silk cloths that shimmered like moonlight. There was a murmur of excitement in the market as the goods were unloaded, each item sparking awe and wonder. But it wasn't just the items that fascinated the people, it was the stories that came with them. The merchants spoke of lands where the sun blazed hotter than the flames of the forge, where the people spoke in strange tongues and danced beneath the stars. They spoke of the mountains where the snow never melted, of rivers that flowed backward, of kingdoms that stretched beyond the horizon. For the people of Mohenjo Daro, these tales were not just stories, they were the lifeblood of the city, the fuel that kept the fires of ambition burning. Every merchant, whether from the distant shores of Mesopotamia or the jungles of the south, added a piece to the puzzle of the world. And the city grew richer, not just in gold and silver, but in knowledge, in connection, in the understanding that the world was vast, and yet, in this moment, they were all part of something greater. The merchants of Mohenjo Daro carried with them the weight of the world, and in return, they took with them the spirit of the city, the spirit of connection, of exchange, of unity. And so, the marketplace remained a living, breathing thing, forever connected to the farthest corners of the earth, its influence stretching as far as the eye could see. The sound of hammers striking metal echoed through the air, sharp and rhythmic, like the heartbeat of the city itself. In the heart of Mohenjo Daro, hidden behind walls of stone and intricate carvings, lay a secret known only to a select few, the 7 guilds, the guardians of knowledge and craftsmanship. Each guild was a silent force, shaping the city's destiny, and though their hands were busy, their minds carried ancient wisdom that was passed down through generations, as old as the land itself. At the break of dawn, the city's artisans gathered in their workshops, the flicker of torches illuminating their faces, casting long shadows on the walls. They were not mere workers, they were chosen. Only the most skilled, the most dedicated, could belong to one of the 7 guilds. These guilds were more than just craftspeople, they were the keepers of sacred knowledge, bound by oaths and rituals older than the city. It was said that within their ranks, the true soul of Mohenjo Daro could be found. The guilds had been created long ago, during the founding of the city. They arose not just from necessity, but from a belief that certain crafts, certain ways of shaping the world, carried within them a deeper truth. The 7 guilds were established to protect and pass on this knowledge, to ensure that it would never be lost. Each guild had its own craft: blacksmithing, pottery, weaving, stone carving, beadwork, herbalism, and metalwork. But their true purpose was not merely to create, but to create in a way that honored the gods, the land, and the people. The blacksmiths, with their iron and fire, shaped tools, weapons, and everyday items, but their work was seen as a reflection of the eternal struggle between creation and destruction. The Pottery Guild, with their delicate hands, molded clay into vessels of beauty, each piece telling a story, carrying the essence of the earth within it. The Weavers, with their threads and looms, wove not just cloth, but patterns that mirrored the sky and the stars, weaving the fabric of the universe itself. The guilds were not merely places of work. They were sanctuaries of knowledge, where secrets were kept safe and passed down with reverence. The members of each guild wore symbols of their craft, etched into their skin, their clothing, and the walls of their workshops. These symbols were not just decorative, they were sacred, representing the deep connection between the guilds and the divine forces that governed the world. The rituals that marked the beginning of each guild's workday were not just formalities. They were invocations, prayers whispered to the gods, asking for their blessings, for the strength to carry out their work with honor and precision. The masters of each guild were not just teachers, they were spiritual guides, entrusted with the sacred knowledge that had been passed down through generations. Only those who were deemed worthy could enter the inner circle of each guild, where the true mysteries were revealed. It was in the quiet of the workshops, as the day unfolded, that the true magic of the guilds was felt. The artisans, their faces glowing with sweat and concentration, seemed to be in a trance, their hands moving with such precision that it was as if they were guided by an unseen force. They were not just creating for the sake of creation, they were channeling the very essence of life itself. Every bead strung, every clay pot shaped, every stone chiseled carried with it the weight of the city's history and the promise of its future. There was one particular day that would forever change the course of the city's destiny. A young girl named Lila, born into a family of weavers, had always dreamed of joining the Guild of Weavers, a place reserved for only the most skilled and dedicated. She had grown up watching her mother weave intricate patterns, her fingers moving with such grace that it seemed as though the very fabric of the universe was unfolding in her hands. But despite her best efforts, Lila had been unable to master the craft. The patterns eluded her, the threads slipped through her fingers like water. She was talented, yes, but there was something missing, something she couldn't quite grasp. One day, in the early hours of the morning, Lila's mother took her aside and spoke words that would change everything. "Lila," her mother said, her voice gentle but firm, "the patterns you seek are not meant to be controlled. They are meant to be understood. The weaving is a reflection of life itself, chaotic, beautiful, and sometimes beyond our grasp. But when you let go of the need to control, you will find that the threads will guide you." Those words stayed with Lila. It wasn't about trying to perfect the craft, it was about letting the craft guide her. It was about surrendering herself to the ancient wisdom of the guild, to the sacred patterns that had been passed down through generations. And so, she returned to the loom, not with the intention to control, but with the intent to listen. Days turned into weeks, and slowly, the patterns began to take shape. Lila's hands moved with the rhythm of the loom, her mind no longer consumed with doubt. The threads, once stubborn and unyielding, now danced beneath her fingers, weaving together a tapestry that seemed to tell a story of its own, a story of the gods, of the city, of the earth itself. When the guildmasters saw her work, she was astonished. The tapestry Lila had woven was unlike anything anyone had ever seen before. It was as if the very essence of the city's spirit had been captured within its threads. The guildmaster, her eyes wide with wonder, declared that Lila was ready. She had unlocked the sacred knowledge of the guild, and her work would be honored for generations to come. From that moment on, Lila became a master weaver, her hands guiding the loom with a grace and skill that seemed to transcend the boundaries of human ability. Her tapestries told stories, not with words, but with threads, stories that carried the weight of the past, the promise of the future, and the boundless beauty of the present. She became a symbol of the guild's sacred knowledge, and her work was sought after by kings and commoners alike. In the quiet moments, as Lila sat by her loom, she would think back to her mother's words, the words that had unlocked the true magic of the guilds. She realized that the 7 guilds were not just about craftsmanship, they were about understanding the flow of the world, about surrendering to the rhythm of life, and about honoring the ancient wisdom that had been passed down through the ages. The guilds were the keepers of the city's soul, and they held within them the keys to something far greater than mere creation. They held the power to shape the world itself. It was said that the Temple of the Sun stood at the very heart of Mohenjo Daro, hidden beneath layers of stone and time, a place where only the bravest or the most desperate would dare to tread. And yet, no one truly knew where it was, for the temple was a myth as much as it was a reality, woven into the whispers of the city's people. Some believed it was a place of immense power, a shrine to the gods that once walked among them, guarding treasures beyond imagination. Others spoke of it as a tomb, a final resting place for kings and queens who had ruled the city in its golden age. On nights when the moon was full and the wind was still, the elders gathered in the corners of the city's great market, speaking in hushed tones of the temple's legend. They said it was a place that could not be found by the map or by the eye, but only by the heart. A temple where the light of the sun itself would guide you through the dark labyrinth of the earth to the very center of Mohenjo Daro's soul. Lolita, a young woman from one of the city's humble families, had heard the stories since childhood. Her grandmother, a woman with eyes that seemed to carry the weight of centuries, had told her tales of the Temple of the Sun. But it was not the treasures or the gods that caught Lolita's attention, it was the light. Her grandmother spoke of a light that could heal broken hearts, calm restless souls, and bring peace to the most troubled of minds. A light so pure that it could only come from the sun itself. As a child, Lolita had dismissed these stories as little more than fantasy, tales meant to comfort in times of hardship. But as she grew older, something inside her began to change. She could feel the weight of the city upon her shoulders, the unspoken struggles that lurked behind the walls of every home. People whispered of the darkness that had begun to creep into Mohenjo Daro, of a time when the sun's light no longer seemed to shine as brightly as it once had. The crops were failing, the waters of the river were running low, and even the once vibrant marketplace seemed to hum with a quiet sorrow. Lolita could not ignore the pull any longer. It was as though the very earth itself was calling to her, urging her to find the temple, to uncover whatever it was that had been hidden away for so long. And so, one cold morning, just as the sun began to rise, she set out on a journey that would change everything. The path to the temple, if it even existed, was not one that could be found on any map. It was a place that refused to reveal itself to the unworthy. But Lolita was determined. She knew that she was not the first to seek the temple, but she was willing to bet that she was the first to truly believe in it, not just as a place of gold and jewels, but as something more profound, more deeply intertwined with the city's spirit. As she wandered through the familiar streets of Mohenjo Daro, something felt different. The air was thick with expectation, as though the city itself was holding its breath. The marketplace, usually so full of life, was eerily quiet, the merchants watching her with strange eyes as she passed by. It was as if they knew what she was searching for. Some spoke in whispers, others simply stared, and yet no one dared to stop her. Days turned into weeks, and Lolita's search seemed to lead her nowhere. She wandered the outskirts of the city, past the familiar homes and bustling streets, into the wild, untamed land that lay beyond. The earth beneath her feet grew uneven, and the silence around her became oppressive, as though the very air was holding its secrets close. Just when she had begun to lose hope, she came upon a strange clearing. It was unlike any place she had ever seen. The ground here was smooth, as if it had been carved by hand, and at the center of the clearing stood a single stone pillar, worn by time but still standing tall, reaching upward toward the heavens. It was as though the pillar had been placed there by some unseen hand, a marker to guide those who dared to search. Lolita approached the pillar, her heart pounding in her chest, knowing that she had found something important, something she could not yet fully understand. The pillar was engraved with symbols she could not read, but they seemed familiar, as though they were calling to her. She touched the stone, and in that instant, something shifted. The ground beneath her feet trembled ever so slightly, and the air seemed to hum with energy. It was as though the world itself had awakened. And then, she saw it. The sun, at its zenith in the sky, cast its light upon the stone pillar, and for the briefest moment, the earth seemed to open up before her. In that moment of perfect alignment, a hidden entrance revealed itself, a narrow passageway, barely wide enough for a single person to slip through, hidden beneath the roots of an ancient tree. Lolita's breath caught in her throat, and without hesitation, she stepped forward. The passage was narrow and winding, the walls slick with moisture. The air was thick with the scent of earth and stone. As she moved deeper, the light of the sun seemed to fade, swallowed by the darkness of the underground world. But Lolita pressed on, her heart beating faster with every step. She knew she was close. Finally, After what seemed like an eternity, the passage opened up into a vast chamber. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. The walls were covered in intricate carvings, depicting scenes of the sun rising over the city, of gods walking among men, and of treasures so rich and vibrant that they seemed to pulse with life. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and in the center of the room, upon a raised altar, lay a golden bowl. Inside the bowl, something shimmered, a light so pure that it could not be described, as though the very essence of the sun itself had been captured within. Lolita approached the altar slowly, reverently, as if she was stepping into the presence of something sacred. She knelt before the bowl, her fingers brushing the surface of the light, and in that moment, a wave of peace washed over her. It was as though the weight of the world had been lifted from her shoulders, and for the first time in her life, she felt a profound connection to the city and to the earth beneath her feet. She did not need to understand everything at that moment. She did not need to know what treasures lay hidden here, or what secrets the temple held. She only knew that the light of the sun, shining in its purest form, was all that mattered. And as she knelt there, bathed in that light, she realized that the true treasure of Mohenjo Daro was not gold or jewels, it was the spirit of the city, alive and eternal, waiting to be discovered by those who truly believed. The drums began in the distance, slow and steady, like the heartbeat of the city itself. As the sound grew louder, it seemed to ripple through every corner of Mohenjo Daro, touching every stone and every soul. The people, busy with their daily tasks, paused for a moment, their eyes lighting up with anticipation. It was a sound that told them the time had come again, the time for the festival. Mohenjo Daro was no stranger to celebrations. In fact, the very rhythm of the city seemed to pulse with the anticipation of the 12 festivals, each one marking a moment in the cycle of the sun, the earth, and the gods. The festivals were more than just events, they were the lifeblood of the city, a thread that wove together its people, its traditions, and its divine connection. Each festival had its own unique purpose, its own energy. Some honored the sun, some the river, others the harvest, or the changing of the seasons. And while every festival was different, they all shared a common theme, unity. The 12 festivals were the beating heart of Mohenjo Daro, a time when all of its people, young and old, rich and poor, came together in joy and reverence. They were not just celebrations, they were rituals, sacred acts that bound the people together, bringing them closer to each other and to the gods. When the first drums of the festival season began, the streets came alive with color. The city's artisans, having spent weeks preparing their finest creations, set up their stalls along the marketplace. The air was filled with the scent of incense, flowers, and the sizzling aroma of food being prepared in large pots over open flames. The people adorned themselves in their brightest clothing, the fabrics shimmering in the sunlight, their faces painted with intricate patterns. There was laughter, music, and a joy that seemed to spread like wildfire. But the festival wasn't just about the revelry, it was about giving. Each person had a role to play, whether they were offering food to the gods, dancing in the great courtyard, or lighting the sacred fires that burned throughout the night. The unity of the people was evident in every act, every smile exchanged, every word of thanks whispered to the gods. The first festival, called the Festival of the Sun, marked the beginning of the year. The people gathered in the great open spaces of the city, standing in awe as the sun rose over the horizon, casting a golden glow on the earth. The priests, adorned in their finest robes, led prayers of gratitude for the warmth and light the sun provided. The entire city, from the humblest homes to the grandest temples, joined in unison, their voices rising together in a song of praise. The sun, the giver of life, was honored as the source of all prosperity, and for that day, no one went hungry. Food was shared freely, with baskets of bread, fruits, and meats being passed from hand to hand, filling the hearts of all with a sense of abundance. The next festival, the Festival of the River, was equally as grand, though it carried a different energy. This was a time to honor the Indus, the lifeblood of the city. The river provided water for the crops, the fish for the people, and the very foundation upon which the city stood. On the day of the festival, the people would gather along the banks of the river, offering flowers, incense, and songs. Some would wade into the water, their faces lifted to the sky, feeling the cool touch of the river as it flowed around them. Children would float small boats made of leaves and flowers, watching as they drifted downstream, symbolizing their wishes for a fruitful year ahead. The Festival of the Harvest, which followed soon after, was a celebration of gratitude for the earth's abundance. The fields, full of grain and fruits, were gathered by the community, and the city's farmers would bring their first crops to the central marketplace. Here, the people would give thanks for the bounty they had received, sharing food, drink, and stories. It was a time of generosity, of remembering that all things, good or bad, came from the earth. As night fell, fires were lit, and the people would dance around them, their bodies moving to the rhythm of the drums, their spirits lifted in joyous celebration. As the seasons changed, so too did the festivals. The Festival of the Full Moon was a time for quiet reflection, a sacred night when the city would come together to gaze upon the heavens. The full moon, bathed in silver light, was believed to carry the blessings of the gods. Candles and lamps were lit, and the streets were filled with soft, golden light. People would gather in their homes, offering prayers of thanks for the past year and asking for protection in the months to come. It was a time for families to come together, to reflect on their lives, and to share moments of peace. The Festival of the New Year, perhaps the most anticipated of them all, marked the renewal of life. This festival was a time of new beginnings, of letting go of old wounds and embracing the possibilities of the future. The city would be painted in vibrant colors, with banners hanging from every corner and the streets lined with flowers. The great temple would be filled with offerings, and the people would gather in the central square to exchange gifts, share meals, and dance late into the night. The air would be thick with the scent of sweet perfumes and the sound of laughter. But it wasn't just the festivals themselves that brought the city together. It was the preparation, the weeks of anticipation before each celebration. The entire community came together to prepare for the festivals, working side by side to create decorations, prepare food, and build the sacred fires. Even the children, their faces alight with excitement, would help in small ways, collecting flowers or setting up the marketplace. It was this collective effort, this shared sense of purpose, that made the festivals so powerful. No one was left behind. Every person, no matter their station, had a part to play. For those who couldn't take part in the celebrations, whether because of age, illness, or other misfortune, there were still ways to be involved. The city's elders, those wise souls who had seen so much of the world, would visit the sick and the elderly, bringing them food, stories, and companionship. The festivals were not just about the joy of the able-bodied, but about the strength of a community that cared for one another, no matter what. As the final festival of the year arrived, the people gathered once more in the great open space, their faces tired but glowing with the warmth of the season's festivities. The air was thick with incense, the drums were louder than ever, and the fires burned brightly against the night sky. And for a moment, just a fleeting moment, the city seemed to hold its breath. The 12 festivals had ended, the cycle had come to a close, and the people, united in their joy and reverence, knew that they had pleased the gods. And so, as the last echoes of the drums faded into the night, the city of Mohenjo Daro stood, as it always had, a testament to the power of unity, the strength of community, and the ever-burning light of hope. The sun had barely risen that day, casting long shadows across the city. The streets, usually filled with the soft murmurs of merchants and the laughter of children, were eerily quiet. A heavy, suffocating silence hung in the air. At the city gates, the sentries stood alert, eyes scanning the horizon, waiting for a threat they knew was coming but could not yet see. For weeks, rumors had spread, whispers of an enemy force gathering in the hills, ready to descend upon the city with fire and steel. But in the heart of the city, inside the grand palace, one man stood tall and resolute. His name was Aker, a king like no other, a ruler who had been born not just to lead, but to protect. He was not a king who sat idly by while his people faced danger. No, Aker had been forged in the flames of war, tempered by years of battle, and there was no threat he would allow to take the lives of his people without a fight. The news had come in the night. An army, vast and relentless, was marching toward Mohenjo Daro. The king's first instinct had been to send his soldiers out to meet them, to face the invaders in open battle. But he knew that a frontal attack would not work. The invaders were too many, too fierce, and the city's walls, although strong, would not be enough to withstand the weight of an entire army. So Aker made a decision, one that would forever mark him as both a hero and a legend. He gathered his council of advisors, but his mind was already made up. He knew what had to be done. The city's survival depended on more than just strength. It needed strategy, cunning, and a warrior's heart. Aker was not just a king. He was a warrior king, and he understood that to protect his people, he would have to fight the battle on his own terms. As the sun climbed higher, the first signs of the enemy appeared on the horizon. The earth trembled beneath the weight of their march. The air was thick with the promise of violence, and the people of Mohenjo Daro, unaware of the battle that was soon to come, went about their lives with a quiet sense of unease. The king, though, remained calm. He had faith in his city, in the walls that had stood for generations, and the strength of his people. But it wasn't enough to rely on walls alone. Aker stood at the palace window, staring out over the city he loved. The walls were high, and the gates were strong, but he knew the true strength of Mohenjo Daro lay not in its defenses, but in the hearts of its people. The people had always come together in times of need, and today would be no different. He would not let fear rule them. With a firm resolve, Aker called for his generals. They gathered in the war room, each one a seasoned veteran, their faces lined with the marks of many battles. Aker had fought beside them, bled beside them. They trusted him, and he trusted them. Together, they would turn the tide. The plan was simple, but dangerous. Instead of waiting for the enemy to strike at the gates, they would bring the fight to them. Aker ordered his most trusted warriors to secretly slip past the enemy's forces, moving under the cover of darkness, and strike from behind. The city's defenders would hold their ground, keeping the invaders occupied long enough for the warriors to return with a surprise attack. The warriors, men and women alike, were given weapons crafted by the best blacksmiths in the city, swords that glinted in the sunlight, shields that had been tested in battle. But it wasn't the weapons that made them dangerous. It was their loyalty to their king, their courage to face the unknown. They were not just soldiers, they were the city's last hope. As the enemy drew closer, the people of Mohenjo Daro gathered at the gates, knowing the time was near. They had heard the rumors, felt the tension in the air. But when Aker himself stepped forward, his eyes steady and unwavering, something changed in the crowd. His presence brought a quiet strength, a sense of calm. They trusted him. They believed in him. And they would stand by him, no matter what. The battle began at dawn. The clash of swords and the roar of the invaders filled the air, but Aker's plan was already in motion. His warriors had slipped into the shadows, moving like ghosts through the landscape. The city's gates groaned under the weight of the enemy's assault, but they held firm. The defenders, fierce and determined, fought as though the very earth beneath them had given them strength. For hours, the battle raged. The invaders, powerful and relentless, pushed forward with every strike. But just as the enemy thought victory was within their grasp, the ground beneath them shook with the sound of 1,000 footsteps. Aker's warriors had returned, falling upon the enemy with a ferocity that surprised them. The battle was no longer one-sided. The warriors of Mohenjo Daro fought with everything they had, with the fury of a people who knew that their home, their lives, depended on the outcome. It was chaos, but in the midst of it all, Aker remained steady. His sword flashed through the air, striking down invaders left and right, his eyes fixed on the enemy commander who led the charge. The two men faced each other in the heart of the battlefield, their eyes locked in a silent understanding. This was more than just a battle for land, it was a battle for the future of Mohenjo Daro. Aker's sword met the commander's with a resounding clash. The sound of metal against metal echoed across the field as they fought, each strike fueled by the weight of 1,000 lives. The battle seemed to stretch on forever, each moment a lifetime, but Aker's determination never wavered. He fought not just for himself, but for his people, for his city. In the end, it was Aker's strength that prevailed. With a final, powerful blow, he struck down the enemy commander, his sword piercing through the air and into the heart of the invader. The battle was won. The invaders, seeing their leader fall, fled into the hills, leaving Mohenjo Daro victorious. But Aker did not celebrate. He did not raise his sword in triumph. Instead, he looked out over the battlefield, his heart heavy. He had defended his people, but at what cost? Many had fallen in the fight, brave men and women who had given their lives to protect their city. As the sun began to set, casting a soft, golden light over the land, Aker stood silently among the ruins, the weight of his actions settling on his shoulders. He had led his people to victory, but the price had been high. And yet, as he looked over the faces of the survivors, the tears in their eyes, he knew that he had done what he had to. Mohenjo Daro was safe, and it was his people's courage that had won the day. The legend of Aker, the warrior king who had defended his city against all odds, would live on for generations. His name would be spoken in reverence, his deeds immortalized in stories and songs. But for Aker, the victory was not in the battle itself. It was in the lives of the people he had sworn to protect, in the peace he had earned, and in the promise that Mohenjo Daro would stand strong, no matter what the future held. The sun was setting behind the hills, casting a long shadow over the city. The streets of Mohenjo Daro buzzed with the usual hum of life, merchants hawking their wares, children laughing and playing, and the smell of fresh bread wafting through the air. But amid the bustle, there was one figure who stood apart, moving with purpose, her eyes closed as though in another world. Her name was Asha, and though she was blind, her presence seemed to light up the very air around her. The people of Mohenjo Daro had come to regard her not just as a woman, but as a living oracle, one whose words carried the weight of prophecy, whose visions guided the city's future. She had been born without sight, but from an early age, it became clear that she saw things others could not. Asha had never spoken of how she received her gift. Some said she had been touched by the gods, others believed she had a connection to the spirits of the river that flowed so close to the city. What was known, however, was that her prophecies were never wrong. The first time the city had heard her voice was when she was a mere girl, sitting alone at the edge of the great bath. A merchant, desperate to find success after a series of failed ventures, approached her. He asked, in a voice trembling with fear, "What does the future hold for me?" Asha, with her delicate hands resting on her lap, had turned toward him, though her eyes remained shut. Without hesitation, she had told him the exact day his business would prosper. The merchant laughed, thinking her words fanciful. But on that very day, his fortunes changed. His business thrived in ways he could never have imagined, and he came back to thank her. Soon, others began to seek her out, and her reputation grew. People from all walks of life, the rich and the poor, the powerful and the humble, stood in line to hear what she had to say. Asha's words, delivered in a soft, melodic voice, held a deep, unshakable truth. Some came with questions of love, others with concerns for their families, but it was the rulers and the council that needed her most. They knew that she could shape the city's destiny. One such day, the king himself visited Asha. His name was Rajan, a ruler who was known for his strength in battle but was troubled by visions of destruction that haunted him. "I fear something terrible is coming," he confessed to her one evening as they sat by the fire. "I do not know how to stop it." Asha had been silent for a moment, her fingers tracing the outline of the stone she held in her hand. Then she spoke, her voice steady, almost serene. "The river will rise. It will take much from you, but not your spirit. It will test the city, but it will also strengthen it." Rajan, in his desperation, had not understood. But Asha's words echoed in his mind long after he left her presence. Months later, floods came, the river swelled in a way that none had expected. Houses were lost, crops destroyed, and the people cried out in fear. But through the chaos, Mohenjo Daro stood firm. The people remembered Asha's words, "It will take much from you, but not your spirit." And they rebuilt. Over time, Asha's role in the city became more than just that of a prophet. She became its heart and soul. The people would gather around her, listening intently as she spoke of visions she had seen. Often, she spoke in riddles, as if the gods themselves were testing the people's understanding. But the cryptic nature of her words only made them more powerful, more revered. One evening, as the moon rose high in the sky, Asha stood at the city's edge, her hands outstretched toward the river. The air felt thick with anticipation, and the people gathered around her, sensing that something was about to happen. Her voice broke the silence, low and gentle, but with an undeniable authority. "The time has come," she whispered. "A choice will be made. One path will lead to prosperity, the other will lead to ruin. Do not fear, for you will know the path when the time is right." The council, hearing her words, grew uneasy. They had faced many challenges over the years, but Asha's prophecy now seemed to carry an urgency that was different from before. They knew she had never spoken without reason, and they understood that whatever was coming, it was something the city would not be able to avoid. Days passed, and the city continued its usual rhythms, but the tension in the air was palpable. The people were beginning to whisper, wondering what the oracle's words truly meant. Then, a day arrived that would forever be etched into the city's history. A mighty army approached the gates of Mohenjo Daro, an enemy force unlike anything they had faced before. The city's defenses were strong, but the sheer size of the invading force was overwhelming. The council met in a panic, wondering what to do. But it was Asha, who had been silent for days, who finally spoke again. "The river does not fear the flood," she said softly, "and neither should you. The enemy will come, but the city will rise against them." The king, his face drawn with worry, had never seen her so calm in the face of such danger. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "You will see," Asha replied. "When the flood comes, it will not destroy you. It will reshape you." As the enemy army gathered outside, the people of Mohenjo Daro prepared for battle. They had faith in Asha's words, and in their hearts, they knew that she had seen something they could not. The night before the battle, the sky grew dark, and the air was thick with the smell of rain. The people gathered in the great bath, waiting for whatever was to come. And then it came. The earth trembled, and the river swelled with a force greater than anyone had anticipated. But the waters did not flood the city as the council feared. Instead, they receded, leaving behind a vast stretch of land that the invading army had not prepared for. It was here, in this open expanse, that the defenders of Mohenjo Daro launched their surprise attack, routing the invaders and saving the city. In the days that followed, the people spoke of Asha with even greater reverence. Her prophecy had saved them, just as it had saved them from the floods before. She had guided them through times of peace and times of war, and her wisdom had never faltered. But Asha never sought glory. She did not want the people to praise her. In her heart, she knew that she was merely a vessel for something greater, something divine, perhaps, or something beyond understanding. She had no need for recognition. Her purpose was clear, to guide her people, to help them see what lay ahead, even when they could not. And so, the Oracle of Mohenjo Daro continued her silent vigil, her eyes closed but her spirit ever watchful. The city, it seemed, would forever be shaped by her wisdom. The smell of herbs filled the air, mixing with the earthy scent of the river that flowed lazily just beyond the city walls. Inside the small, dimly lit chamber, the sound of water softly lapping at the banks outside could barely be heard over the rhythmic chanting of the healer. This room, tucked away in the heart of Mohenjo Daro, held secrets that few truly understood. It was here that the healers of the city practiced their sacred arts, ancient knowledge passed down through generations, knowledge that defied the logic of the outside world. They had never been afraid of the unknown, because for them, the unknown was where healing began. As the healer's hands moved in the air, it was as though she could feel the very pulse of the earth beneath her fingers. Her name was Kala, known for her skill with both herbs and the ancient art of energy work. Though she never spoke of it, there were whispers among the people that Kala could see the hidden forces within the body, forces that most people couldn't even begin to imagine. She had cured the sick, saved the dying, and eased the suffering of countless people over the years. But it was not just the herbs she used, or the bandages she applied. There was something deeper to her methods. One evening, a child was brought to her, pale and feverish, barely able to keep her eyes open. Her mother, frantic and desperate, begged Kala to save her daughter. The child had been ill for days, and no amount of medicine had helped. Kala motioned for them to wait, and without a word, she stepped into the back of the room. A soft clinking sound echoed as she moved, and the smell of burning incense thickened in the air. When she returned, she carried with her a small vial of liquid, a deep green that seemed to glow softly in the dim light. She handed it to the mother, who hesitated before taking it. Kala's voice, low and calm, broke the silence. "Trust the earth, for it has seen everything." The mother's eyes were filled with doubt, but she had no choice. She held the vial to her daughter's lips and, in a trembling hand, poured a few drops. Almost immediately, the child's body relaxed, her breathing steadied, and the fever began to break. The mother, astonished and overwhelmed, could only whisper her thanks. But Kala was already moving on, helping another soul, another person in need. Her work was never finished, never complete. Her dedication was endless. It was not just the physical that Kala treated, but the unseen wounds, the ones that no one else could see. For her, healing was a spiritual practice as much as it was a physical one. She would often sit for hours, her hands resting lightly on the patient's body, her eyes closed, not in sleep but in a deep, focused state. During these moments, she seemed to slip away from the world, her mind and spirit entwined with something greater than herself. The healers of Mohenjo Daro were known to practice a secret form of medicine, one that blended the physical with the mystical. Herbs, roots, and potions were just the beginning. Kala, like many of her peers, had learned to connect with the flow of energy that ran through all living things. This knowledge was not written down in books, nor was it taught openly. It was passed from healer to healer in whispers, and glances, and quiet rituals under the cover of night. One such healer, a man named Raj, had learned of a plant so rare that it grew only once every 7 years. The plant, known as Jivani, was said to hold the power to regenerate life itself. It was a sacred plant, one that only the highest healers could find and use, for it had the power to heal wounds that were thought to be beyond repair. When a warrior, grievously wounded in battle, was brought to Kala's chamber, the healers feared the worst. His body was broken, his spirit shattered. It was said that no man could survive the injuries he had sustained. But Kala did not hesitate. She sent her students to find the Jivani plant, and in the dead of night, they scoured the hills surrounding the city for it. By the time they returned with the plant, the warrior was barely alive. Kala worked swiftly, her hand steady and sure as she applied the healing herb. The air was thick with the scent of the plant's juice, as it began to seep into the warrior's wounds. The healing was slow, agonizingly so, but as the hours passed, the warrior's color returned, and his breath became steadier. When he awoke, he was not the same man who had been carried in. He was stronger, more alive than ever before. And Kala, as always, had never sought praise or thanks. She simply moved on to the next patient, her work continuing, her mind always focused on the healing to come. But there were darker times, too. There were moments when the healer's powers seemed to fail them, when even the most skilled could not bring back those who had fallen. These moments weighed heavily on Kala's heart. But she knew that not every wound could be healed, not every illness cured. Some things, she believed, were beyond her reach. She accepted this, just as she accepted that the knowledge she held was both a gift and a burden. One night, as a fierce storm raged outside, a man entered her chamber, desperate for help. His eyes were wild with fear, and his voice trembled as he spoke. "My daughter, she is dying. I have heard of your power, your healing touch. Please, save her." Kala's gaze softened, but there was a certain distance in her eyes, as though she knew the truth even before he spoke. She asked him to bring the child to her, and as soon as she laid eyes on the girl, she understood. The child was far beyond her help. Her illness was not of the body, but of the soul. Kala closed her eyes and placed a hand on the girl's forehead, speaking words in a language that had not been heard in centuries. The room fell silent, save for the sound of the storm outside. When she opened her eyes again, the father saw that Kala had tears in her eyes, tears for the child she could not save. "I cannot heal what has already passed," she whispered. but I can guide her spirit. It was the only thing she could offer. And though the father did not understand, he trusted her completely. As the storm raged on, Kala helped the girl's spirit find peace, easing her passing as best she could. The next morning, the storm had stopped, and the sun rose over Mohenjo Daro, casting a soft golden glow over the city. Kala remained in her chamber, quiet and still, her heart heavy but at peace. The healer's secret was not just in their knowledge of plants and potions, but in their ability to touch the very souls of those they healed. And though not every wound could be healed, the love and care they gave was always enough. Through them, the spirit of Mohenjo Daro lived on, unbroken, unbowed, and forever enduring. The night sky above Mohenjo Daro had always been a source of awe and wonder. The stars seemed to shimmer with a light all their own, casting an ethereal glow over the city. But for some, these stars were more than distant points of light. They were the eyes of beings who once walked among the people, guiding their fate, shaping their destiny. It was on one such night, when the air was thick with the heat of the day's sun and the night offered a cool, quiet reprieve, that the elders gathered in the great square. Their faces, weathered by time, held the weight of stories passed down through generations. The stars above were no longer just lights, they were memories, whispering of times long past. An old woman, her hair as white as the moon and her voice a soft tremor of age, stood in the center of the group. Her name was Amara, and she was one of the last keepers of the old stories. She looked up at the sky, as though searching for something only she could see. The people around her held their breath, waiting. "Do you ever wonder," she began, her voice thick with the weight of untold stories, "where the stars came from? Or who they really are?" A few of the younger villagers exchanged glances, unsure of what was to come. But they trusted Amara, for she had never once told them a story that wasn't true. "They are not just lights," she continued, her eyes gleaming with a knowledge that made the air around her feel charged. "The stars are the children of the sky, beings who once walked among us. It is said that they were born from the heavens themselves, sent to guide us, to protect us, and to teach us what we needed to know." A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. But Amara held up a hand, quieting them. "They were not gods," she said. "But they were something more. They were beings of light and wisdom, capable of seeing the truth in all things. They were like us in many ways, but their hearts and minds were touched by the stars. They understood the balance of life and death, of light and dark. And they shared their knowledge with us, so that we could live in harmony with the world around us." There was a silence as the villagers tried to imagine such beings among them, celestial, yet human in form. They thought of the stars above, so far away and yet so close in Amara's telling. "Do you remember the stories of the night the sky was full of fire?" Amara asked, her eyes distant as if recalling a memory from another life. "The night the heavens themselves opened up and the children of the stars came down to us, their bodies glowing like the stars they hailed from? It was said that they came to offer us a gift, knowledge, yes, but also a warning." A young man, eager to hear more, stepped forward. "What warning?" he asked, his voice full of curiosity. "The warning was this, that we must never forget our connection to the stars, that we must honor the land, the river, and the sky as though they were the very breath of our lives. If we forget the stars, they will forget us. And when they forget us, darkness will fall. The earth will grow cold, and the river will run dry." A chill ran through the crowd, as though the very air had shifted. They had always known that the stars held power. How else could they explain the seasons, the harvests, the rains? But to think that the stars themselves were once among them, living, breathing, guiding, it was a thought too large to contain. Amara's gaze softened, as though she were seeing the past in front of her. "I remember one of them," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "I remember him clearly. His name was Elian, and he had eyes like the night sky, dark, yet filled with endless light. He walked among us for many years, always teaching, always watching. He taught us the ways of the stars, how to read the movements of the sky, and how to see the signs in the winds. But he was not a man of words, no. He was a man of action. His presence alone was enough to inspire courage in those around him. People would follow him without question, because they knew that in his company, they were safe. The crowd leaned in, captivated by her words. They could almost see Elian, his figure tall and radiant, his presence more powerful than the moon itself. He had a way of looking at you, Amara continued, as if he could see right into your soul. When he spoke, it was not with the voice of a teacher, but with the voice of the stars themselves. It was said that when Elian spoke, the very earth trembled, for his words carried the weight of the heavens. A young girl, no older than 12, raised her hand timidly. Did he ever leave? The children of the stars, did they stay with us forever? Amara's expression grew sad, almost as though she could feel the weight of the loss. No, she said softly. One by one, they disappeared, returning to the sky from which they came. Some say they left because we had forgotten them. Others believe they were called back to the stars, that their work on earth was done. But no matter how they left behind something that can never be taken away. And what is that? The young girl asked. Hope, Amara said, her eyes glittering. The knowledge that we are not alone, that the stars are watching us still. And that if we live with the same wisdom and light they shared with us, we can become like them. The children of the stars did not come to live forever. They came to guide us, to show us how to live with the world, not above it. And if we listen closely, even now, we can hear their voices in the winds, their wisdom in the quiet hum of the earth. For they are always with us, even when we cannot see them. As Amara spoke, the stars above seemed to shine a little brighter, as though they were listening, too. The crowd remained silent, each person lost in their thoughts, trying to grasp the enormity of what had just been revealed to them. The stars above, once distant and cold, were no longer just lights in the sky. They were family, they were guides, and they were, in some ways, still walking among them. For those who believed, the children of the stars were more than myth. They were an eternal presence, a reminder that even in the darkest times, light was never far away. It was a quiet evening in Mohenjo Daro when the air seemed to hold its breath. A storm was brewing on the horizon, the sky thick with the promise of rain. Yet, beneath the heavy clouds, something else stirred, a whisper, soft and urgent, passed through the city like a secret. It spoke of something lost, something hidden, something that could change everything if it were ever found. The story of the lost manuscripts had been passed down through generations, a tale told in hushed voices, shared only by those who believed in the power of forbidden knowledge. Some claimed they were written long ago, by scribes who had long since vanished into time's grasp. Others believed they were etched in a language no one truly understood, with symbols that held the keys to powers far beyond human comprehension. These texts were said to contain secrets that could not be spoken aloud, knowledge so powerful that it could either save a city or destroy it. The legend began with an old scholar named Rishan, who was known for his thirst for knowledge. He spent his days in the dusty corners of Mohenjo Daro's grand library, poring over every scroll and tablet he could find. He had an obsession with the unknown, an unyielding desire to uncover what others feared to touch. But it was one particular manuscript, buried in the deepest recesses of the library, that caught his attention. Its cover was unlike any other, a deep, rich shade of gold, worn and cracked by time, with faint markings that seemed to shimmer in the torchlight. Rishan's heart raced as he carefully unwrapped the manuscript. He felt an electric pulse in the air, as though the very fabric of the universe was holding its breath. The text inside was written in an ancient script, one that Rishan had never seen before. It was strange, yet familiar, like a dream half remembered. As his fingers traced the symbols, he felt a strange pull, as though the words were alive, calling to him. He spent days deciphering the manuscript, poring over its pages, unlocking fragments of forgotten knowledge. Some of the text spoke of the stars, of celestial beings who once walked among the people, their wisdom passed down through generations. Other passages were filled with warnings of a time when the knowledge contained within the manuscript would be misused, when it would bring ruin upon the world. Rishan knew the power he held in his hands. He could feel it, like the weight of 1,000 suns pressing down on him. But what could he do with such knowledge? The manuscript promised power, yes, but it also promised danger. It warned of a price to be paid, a sacrifice that could not be undone. He made the fateful decision to hide the manuscript away, sealing it in a chamber deep beneath the city. He couldn't bear to destroy it, not when it held the answers to questions he had sought all his life. But he knew it must be kept from the world, for no one, not even the wisest of the priests, could be trusted with such knowledge. Years passed, and the city of Mohenjo Daro flourished. The people went about their lives, unaware of the dark secret that lay hidden beneath their feet. But Rishen's secret would not stay buried forever. The whispers of the lost manuscripts began to spread, carried by those who had heard the old stories. Some said they were buried with a king, others claimed they were hidden away by the gods themselves. Whatever the truth, the legend of the manuscripts burned like a fire in the hearts of those who craved power. One day, a stranger arrived in Mohenjo Daro, a man of mysterious origins, with eyes as dark as the night sky and a voice that seemed to echo with ancient knowledge. He spoke in riddles, his words wrapped in layers of meaning, and he seemed to know things about the city, things that no outsider should have known. He was drawn to the city's heart, to its library, to the place where the manuscripts had once been kept. It wasn't long before he found it, the hidden chamber beneath the city, the chamber where Rishen had sealed away the manuscripts. With a mix of fear and excitement, the stranger reached for the hidden door, and with a single, practiced motion, unlocked the ancient seal that had kept the manuscripts safe for so long. He stepped inside, his eyes gleaming with triumph as he laid his hands on the forbidden texts. As his fingers brushed the pages, something shifted in the air. The earth seemed to tremble, the walls of the chamber groaning as if protesting the intrusion. The stranger smiled, savoring the moment. He could feel the power of the manuscripts coursing through his veins, a power that would make him unstoppable. But the knowledge he sought came at a price. The air grew thick, and the temperature plummeted. The city itself seemed to shudder as if it were waking from a long slumber. The stars above, once so serene, flickered as if caught in a violent storm. The stranger's triumph quickly turned to horror as he realized the true cost of the knowledge he had awakened. The manuscripts were never meant to be read. They were never meant to be understood by mortal hands. The knowledge contained within them was too vast, too dangerous for anyone to control. It was as if the very fabric of time and space had been torn open, and the city of Mohenjo Daro had become a fragile thread, hanging by the smallest of margins. The stranger's scream echoed through the chamber, but it was swallowed by the growing darkness. In an instant, he was gone, consumed by the very power he had sought to control. The manuscripts lay there, untouched, their secrets locked away once more. But the damage had already been done. The city would never be the same. For years, the lost manuscripts were forgotten, their existence fading into myth. The library was abandoned, and the chamber sealed once more, the knowledge buried deep beneath the earth. But the whispers never stopped. Those who knew the legend would speak of it in hushed tones, their eyes filled with both fear and fascination. And so, the lost manuscripts remain, waiting. Waiting for the next fool or visionary to stumble upon them, to seek the forbidden knowledge that could either save or destroy. The texts, with their ancient power, lie hidden beneath the city, their stories untold, their dangers still very much alive. The storm outside raged on, the winds howling like ancient spirits. And in the heart of Mohenjo Daro, beneath layers of dust and stone, the lost manuscripts waited, silent, patient, and full of a knowledge that no one should ever seek. In the heart of the ancient city, beneath a moonless sky, a shadowy figure slipped through the narrow streets of Mohenjo Daro. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and jasmine, but a deeper, darker aroma seemed to linger, a faint, bitter tang that carried the weight of old stories and forgotten warnings. In his hands, the figure clutched a small clay jar, its surface painted with intricate patterns. Inside lay a single object of immeasurable beauty and unimaginable power, the black lotus. The flower was not like any other. Its petals shimmered with a deep, otherworldly black, veined with faint streaks of silver that seemed to pulse with their own light. Legend said it bloomed only once every 100 years, somewhere far beyond the known lands, in a place touched by the divine. Those who laid eyes on it described its beauty as both breathtaking and unsettling, a beauty that could command the heart yet twist the soul. The man, known only as Arvin, was no stranger to beauty. He was a wealthy merchant, his name spoken with reverence and fear across the region. But wealth had never been enough for him. He craved more: power, influence, immortality. When the whispers of the Black Lotus reached him, he had spared no expense to obtain it. Weeks of perilous travel, bribes, and broken promises had led to this moment. Now, it was his. As he reached his lavish home, Arvin sealed the door behind him and placed the jar on a table adorned with gold and gemstones. The room glowed softly in the light of oil lamps, but nothing could outshine the flower as he unveiled it. Its petals seemed to drink in the light, casting shadows that flickered and danced like restless spirits. Arvin stared, mesmerized. He could feel its energy, a low hum that resonated in his chest, his mind, his very soul. The stories had warned of the Black Lotus's dual nature, of its ability to grant incredible fortune or unleash devastation. Arvin, blinded by greed, dismissed the warnings as mere superstition. He had heard that the flower could grant eternal prosperity to the one who possessed it, and that was all he cared to believe. The days that followed were unlike any Arvin had known. His fortune soared beyond his wildest dreams. His ships returned with treasures from far-off lands, his rivals seemed to crumble before him, and his name was whispered with awe in every corner of the city. Yet, with each passing day, something strange began to happen. The air around his home grew colder, the shadows longer. His servants whispered of strange sounds in the night, of whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. Arvin paid them no mind. He was consumed by his growing power, intoxicated by the feeling that the world itself was bending to his will. But there was a cost, one he had not foreseen. The flower, which he had once admired so deeply, began to change. Its petals, once smooth and lustrous, now appeared cracked and dry, their silver veins darkening to an ominous red. The hum that had once felt so soothing now grated on his nerves, a constant, relentless buzz that filled his head. Then the dreams began. Night after night, Arvin found himself wandering through endless fields of ash, the sky above him a churning sea of black and crimson. In the distance, he would see figures, pale, ghostly forms that seemed to cry out in agony. Their voices were faint but unmistakable, filled with sorrow and rage. They reached for him, their hands clawing at the air, and he would wake drenched in sweat, his heart pounding like a war drum. As the weeks turned into months, the darkness spread. The once lush gardens surrounding Arvin's home withered and died. The servants who had remained loyal to him fell ill, their eyes sunken, their skin pale as bone. The city, too, seemed to feel the curse. The bustling streets grew quiet, the markets empty. Crops failed, and the river, which had always been the lifeblood of Mohenjo Daro, began to recede. The people whispered of the curse, of the merchant who had dared to claim what was never meant to be claimed. Fear and anger grew, and soon, they turned to action. A mob gathered outside Arvin's home, demanding he destroy the Black Lotus and end the suffering it had brought. But Arvin, now a shadow of his former self, refused. He clung to the flower, his greed and desperation blinding him to the truth. That night, the storm came. It was unlike anything the city had ever seen. The sky roared with thunder, and lightning split the heavens, casting jagged shadows across the trembling earth. The people huddled in their homes, praying to the gods for mercy. But Arvin, alone in his grand yet desolate mansion, knew there would be no mercy. The Black Lotus sat before him, its petals now blackened and shriveled, yet still pulsing with a terrible, unnatural light. Arvin reached for it, his hands trembling, his breath shallow. He thought of the warnings, of the stories he had dismissed. He thought of the people he had crushed, the lives he had destroyed in his pursuit of power. For the first time, he felt the weight of his actions, a crushing guilt that brought him to his knees. As the storm raged on, the flower began to glow brighter, its red veins pulsing like a heartbeat. The air in the room grew thick, suffocating. Arvin screamed, a raw, guttural sound that echoed through the empty halls. And then, in a blinding flash of light, the Black Lotus erupted, its energy tearing through the house like a tidal wave. When the storm passed, the people ventured out, their faces pale with fear. They found Arvin's home reduced to rubble, its walls blackened and crumbling. There was no sign of the merchant or the flower, only a faint, bitter aroma that lingered in the air. The city slowly began to heal, but the story of the Black Lotus was etched into its memory, a chilling reminder of the price of greed. The Black Lotus was never seen again, but the people of Mohenjo Daro would never forget its curse. They spoke of it in whispers, warning their children to respect the balance of the world, to never seek what was not theirs to take. The flower, they said, had been a test, a lesson from the gods about the dangers of unchecked desire. And somewhere, far beyond the known lands, in a place untouched by time, the Black Lotus bloomed once more, its petals gleaming like shadows, waiting for the next soul bold enough, or foolish enough, to claim it. The wind howled through the abandoned streets of Mohenjo Daro, as if mourning the stories that had faded into the cracks of its stone pathways. But beneath the city's surface, where the sun's rays never reached, another story waited, one whispered only in hushed voices and shrouded in unease. They called it the city beneath the city. The first hint of this hidden world came with a faint vibration underfoot. Workers digging a new well had paused, confused by the hollow echo their tools had struck. Word spread quickly, and soon a crowd gathered. The people watched, holding their breath, as the ground gave way to reveal a gaping hole. From its depths rose a chill unlike any they had felt before, carrying the unmistakable scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient, something forgotten. One man, a bold stonemason named Kieran, was the first to step forward. He lowered himself into the dark, his torch flickering against the damp walls. As his feet touched the ground, he found himself in a space so vast it seemed to stretch beyond the edges of reality. His breath caught in his throat. Carved stone columns loomed overhead, their surfaces etched with symbols no one in the city above could decipher. The air was thick, oppressive, yet alive, humming with a faint energy that seemed to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. The others followed, descending into the unknown. What they saw made them question everything they thought they knew about their city. The walls of this subterranean world were lined with what appeared to be homes, storage rooms, and even larger spaces that resembled marketplaces or gathering halls. But it was not a place for the living. Dust clung to every surface, and an eerie stillness enveloped the cavern, broken only by the occasional drip of water from unseen cracks above. In the center of this underground expanse stood a massive stone door, its surface adorned with carvings of serpents and eyes. It was unlike anything they had seen before, its artistry far more intricate, its presence both commanding and foreboding. The people hesitated to approach it, instinctively uneasy. But Kieran, driven by a mix of curiosity and a gnawing sense of destiny, stepped forward. He ran his hands over the carvings, feeling the grooves of the serpent's scales and the cold stare of the engraved eyes. "What do you think it is?" someone whispered, breaking the silence. "A gate," Kieran replied, though his voice carried more doubt than certainty. The elders of Mohenjo Daro, upon hearing of the discovery, forbade anyone from returning to the depths. They declared the place cursed, its existence a warning from the gods. But the warnings only fueled the curiosity of the young and the restless. Tales of the city beneath the city spread, growing with each retelling. Some said it was the dwelling place of spirits who had once guarded Mohenjo Daro. Others claimed it was a refuge for a forgotten race who had vanished long before the first bricks of the city above were laid. Then came the rumors of strange occurrences. Those who ventured too close to the excavation site reported hearing faint whispers, though no one was there. Tools left overnight would be found rearranged in the morning, and a faint, untraceable light was said to glow through the cracks of the earth. The most chilling accounts came from those who dared to sleep near the opening. They spoke of dreams where shadowy figures moved silently through the underground streets, their faces obscured but their eyes glowing faintly in the dark. One night, Kieran and a small group of companions resolved to uncover the truth. Armed with torches and ropes, they descended once more. The air was colder than before, the stillness more profound. Their footsteps echoed unnaturally, as if the cavern itself were alive and listening. They approached the stone door, its serpents seeming to writhe in the flickering torchlight. This time, Kieran noticed something he hadn't before, a small, circular depression at the center of the door. It appeared to be a keyhole, though no key he had ever seen would fit its strange shape. One of the companions, a woman named Asha, gasped and reached into her satchel. She pulled out a stone amulet she had found in a nearby riverbed, its shape eerily similar to the depression. "Do you think?" Asha began, but Kieran cut her off with a nod. The amulet fit perfectly. As it clicked into place, a low rumble shook the cavern. The torches flickered violently, and a gust of cold air swept past them, extinguishing the flames. In the suffocating darkness, the companions could hear the grinding of stone against stone as the door began to open. When the light returned, though none of them could say where it came from, they saw what lay beyond the gate. A vast chamber stretched before them, its walls lined with rows of what appeared to be sarcophagi, each carved with the likeness of a figure. At the center of the chamber stood an altar, atop which rested a single, enormous crystal. The crystal emitted a soft, pulsating glow that bathed the room in an unearthly light. Asha stepped forward, her eyes wide with wonder. This is not of this world." Kieran approached the altar, but as he did, the air grew heavier. The hum they had felt earlier became a deafening vibration, and the ground beneath them trembled. One by one, the sarcophagi began to crack, their lids shifting as if something within them was stirring. "Leave," a voice thundered, though it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was not a voice made for mortal ears, it resonated in their very bones, filling them with a terror they could not describe. The companions turned and ran, their torches left abandoned in the rush. The cavern seemed to close in around them, the path back to the surface stretching endlessly. When they finally emerged into the night air, gasping for breath, they found the hole had sealed itself, as if the city above had rejected the world below. Kieran never spoke of what they had seen, and neither did his companions. But the story spread nonetheless, carried by those who had seen the fear etched into their faces. The city beneath the city became a tale of caution, a reminder of the boundaries between the known and the unknown. But some, even in their fear, could not help but wonder, was the city above built as a sanctuary from the world below, or as its prison? On the edge of Mohenjo Daro's grand plaza, standing like sentinels against time, were the statues. Towering, silent, and carved from unyielding stone, they watched over the city with eyes that seemed to pierce through the veils of mortal understanding. Their expressions, half serene, half foreboding, carried an otherworldly weight, as though they knew things no human could ever comprehend. To the people of the city, they were both a comfort and a mystery. Children whispered about the statues coming to life at night, patrolling the streets to keep unseen dangers at bay. Traders passing through paused to touch their feet, hoping for safe travels. The elders spoke of them with reverence, claiming they had been placed by gods to protect the city from forces too dark to name. One particular night, when the moon hung low and heavy in the sky, a storm rolled in with a ferocity no one had expected. The wind howled, carrying with it the scent of something bitter and unnatural. As lightning lit up the plaza, the statues seemed to shift, their shadows dancing in a way that made the onlookers shiver. A young woman named Leela, tasked with keeping the temple lanterns lit through the storm, paused beneath one of the towering figures. She felt its presence more than she saw it, a hum of energy that seemed to radiate from its stone form. The air around it was charged, almost alive. She reached out hesitantly, her fingers brushing against its cold, smooth surface. The moment she touched it, a jolt shot through her, not of pain but of something ancient and raw. Her breath caught, and she stumbled back, staring up into the statue's unreadable eyes. The storm raged through the night, but the city held firm. When dawn broke, the streets were littered with debris, and the river threatened to overflow. Yet amidst the chaos, the statues stood untouched, their forms pristine against the morning light. It was as though the storm had bent around them, unwilling to challenge their silent dominion. Leela couldn't shake the feeling from the night before. She approached the elders, describing what she had felt, but they exchanged wary glances and offered no answers. Frustrated, she turned to her grandmother, a woman known for her stories of the old times. Her grandmother's face grew pale as Leela recounted her experience, and after a long silence, she spoke. "They are not just stone," the old woman said, her voice barely above a whisper. "They are watchers. Guardians. But they do not serve us alone." "What do you mean?" Leela asked, her heart quickening. "They protect the city, yes," her grandmother continued, "but they protect something else, something within. And if that balance is threatened, they will act, not out of kindness, but out of duty." The words clung to Leela's mind like a shadow. She began to observe the statues more closely, noting the strange symbols carved into their bases. Each symbol was unique, a language long forgotten, but they seemed to hum with a quiet resonance. She realized they were placed not randomly, but in a pattern, a perimeter encircling the city's most sacred places. It was not long before an event tested their purpose. A band of raiders, emboldened by tales of the city's wealth, approached under cover of darkness. Armed with fire and steel, they moved swiftly through the outskirts, expecting easy plunder. But as they neared the heart of Mohenjo Daro, something changed. The air grew thick, making it hard to breathe. Shadows stretched unnaturally long, and the raiders' torches flickered, as though afraid to burn. Then came the sound, a low, grinding rumble, like stone scraping against stone. The raiders froze, their eyes darting to the statues. One by one, the figures seemed to shift. It was subtle at first, a slight tilt of the head, a barely perceptible change in stance. Then, as the raiders' fears turned to panic, the statues stepped forward. The ground trembled with their weight, and their carved eyes glowed faintly, a light not of fire but of something far older and colder. The raiders screamed, dropping their weapons as they fled into the night. By the time the city's defenders arrived, they found only the aftermath, a scattering of abandoned gear, and the statues returned to their original positions, as if they had never moved. Word of the event spread quickly, but the people of Mohenjo Daro spoke of it in cautious tones, afraid to anger the beings who had saved them. Leela, however, could not let it rest. She sought out the oldest texts in the temple, searching for answers. What she found chilled her. The guardians, it was written, were bound to the city not by love, but by a pact. They had been called forth in a time of great need, summoned by the ancestors using a ritual that required both great sacrifice and great courage. Their charge was to protect the balance between the city and its enemies, but also between the living and something far darker. Leela's heart ached with the weight of this knowledge. The statues were not benevolent, they were bound by an unbreakable law, one that cared nothing for individuals. She wondered what would happen if the balance they guarded were ever truly threatened, if the city itself became the danger they were sworn to oppose. Her question was answered sooner than she wished. A plague swept through Mohenjo Daro, its origin unknown but its spread relentless. Desperation gripped the city as healers failed and prayers went unanswered. One night, as Leela wandered the empty streets, she found herself drawn once again to the statues. She knelt before the largest of them, tears streaming down her face. "Help us," she whispered. "Please." The air grew still, and for a moment, she thought she had imagined it. But then the statue's eyes glowed faintly, and she felt that same hum of energy, stronger this time. It filled her with a strange certainty, one that was both a comfort and a warning. The plague would end, but not without cost. The balance would be restored, but it would demand its due. True to the unspoken promise, the sickness began to fade. Those who had been on the brink of death recovered, and life returned to the city. But Leela noticed something unsettling. The statues seemed darker, their edges sharper, their presence more imposing. It was as though they had absorbed the city's suffering, and in doing so, grown closer to the edge of something unknowable. From that day on, Leela carried a quiet understanding. The guardians were protectors, but their protection came with a price. They were stone, yes, but they were also more, watchful, waiting, and ever ready to act when the fragile balance tipped. And as she walked through the city, she could not help but wonder when, or if, they might rise again. The sky was unnervingly clear, a vast expanse of deep indigo that seemed too perfect to be trusted. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the heavens in hues of gold and crimson, an unnatural stillness settled over Mohenjo Daro. Birds that usually filled the air with their evening songs were silent, their wings frozen in uneasy anticipation. Dogs whimpered and hid, their instincts keener than any humans, sensing something the people of the city could not yet see. It began with a whisper, an old man standing on the edge of the river, pointing to the eastern sky. His voice trembled as he muttered of a strange light approaching. Others turned their gaze upwards, confusion rippling through the gathering crowd. At first, it was faint, a smudge of white against the deepening night. But as minutes turned into hours, the shape sharpened, its twin tails streaking across the heavens like claws raking through velvet. Twin comets, bright and unyielding, blazing a trail of cold fire. The elders were summoned, their faces grim as they observed the celestial phenomenon. Among them was Cavalier, the oldest of the council, her once vibrant eyes clouded with years, but still sharp with knowledge. She had seen much in her time, but the sight of the twin comets made her hand tremble as she leaned on her staff. Her voice, usually steady, wavered as she spoke. "It is an omen," she declared, her words cutting through the murmurs. "A warning." The people fell silent, their hearts sinking as they looked to the elders for answers. Stories of the twin comets were whispered in old songs and half-forgotten tales. They spoke of upheaval, destruction, and the wrath of forces far beyond human control. Cavalier's warning was not a surprise, but hearing it spoken aloud made it real. That night, the city was alive with fear. Mothers clutched their children tightly, their eyes darting nervously to the sky. Merchants closed their stalls early, muttering prayers as they drew heavy bolts across their doors. Even the priests, who usually stood tall in the face of uncertainty, seemed smaller, their faith shaken by the twin streaks of light that refused to fade. But amidst the fear, there was one man who refused to cower. Ravi, a farmer known for his stubborn nature, stood in the center of the plaza, his voice ringing out defiantly. "Why do we let the sky control us?" he demanded, his fists clenched. "We are the people of Mohenjo Daro, the builders of great walls and temples. What can a pair of stars do to us?" His words stirred a flicker of hope among some, a desperate clinging to normalcy. Yet even as they tried to believe him, their eyes betrayed them, flicking back to the comets that seemed to grow brighter with each passing hour. By the third night, the mood in the city had shifted from unease to dread. The comets had not moved from their place in the sky, hovering like watchful eyes. The air felt heavier, thick with an unspoken tension. Crops in the fields began to wither inexplicably, their green leaves curling into brittle brown husks. The river, once a source of life and abundance, grew sluggish and murky, its surface reflecting the ghostly light of the twin tails above. Leela, the young temple keeper, found herself drawn to the comets, her heart heavy with questions she dared not voice. She sought out Cavalier, hoping the elder might offer solace, but instead found the old woman deep in meditation, surrounded by burning incense and symbols drawn in ash. "What do they mean?" Leela whispered, her voice trembling. "What are the comets trying to tell us?" Cavalier opened her eyes slowly, her gaze piercing despite its milky hue. "They are not messengers, child," she said. "They are harbingers. The question is not what they mean, but what they will bring." That same night, a violent wind tore through the city, ripping tiles from rooftops and snapping branches from ancient trees. Fires sparked and spread, the flames licking hungrily at the wooden beams of houses. The people scrambled to extinguish them, their cries mingling with the howling gale. And above it all, the twin comets glowed brighter, their light unflinching. In the chaos, Ravi, the defiant farmer, led a small group to the temple. "The gods have cursed us," he shouted, his face wild with desperation. "We must offer a sacrifice to appease them." His words ignited a frenzy, the crowd swelling as fear turned to hysteria. They dragged offerings of grain, livestock, and precious trinkets to the temple steps, piling them high in a makeshift altar. Flames consumed the sacrifices, but the comets remained, cold and indifferent. Leela watched from the shadows, her heart breaking at the sight of her people unraveling. She thought of the stories her grandmother had told her, of a time when the city faced calamities and stood strong. She refused to believe this was the end. There had to be something they could do. The answer came unexpectedly. A boy no older than 10 stumbled into the plaza, clutching a scroll he claimed to have found in the temple archives. The crowd fell silent as he unrolled it, revealing intricate diagrams and ancient script. Cavalier, summoned by the commotion, studied the scroll with a frown. "These are the old rites," she said slowly. "Instructions for a ritual to restore balance. But it requires unity. Every hand in the city must contribute." The task was monumental. The scroll called for the construction of a vast mandala in the center of the city, its design precise and painstaking. Offerings had to be placed at specific points, and chants sung in unison as the final symbol was drawn. It was a race against time, as the comet's light grew more oppressive with each passing moment. For days, the people of Mohenjo Daro toiled side by side. Farmers, merchants, priests, and children worked together, their fear tempered by a fragile hope. Leela guided them, her voice steady as she led the chants, her hands sure as she helped shape the mandala. As the final night approached, the city held its breath. The comets burned fiercely, their light casting eerie shadows over the completed mandala. The chants rose into the night, a haunting melody that seemed to vibrate through the very stones of the city. Then, as the final symbol was drawn and the last note sung, the comets flared blindingly bright before vanishing in an instant. The sky was left dark and empty, the oppressive weight lifting like a shroud. The city was silent, the air filled with a collective sense of awe and relief. But the people knew this was no victory. The comets had come and gone, but their message lingered, a warning of fragility, a reminder that even the greatest of cities could fall. And as they rebuilt what had been lost, they carried with them a newfound respect for the forces that lay beyond their understanding, and a solemn vow to never again ignore the signs written in the stars. The council chamber was dimly lit, the flicker of oil lamps casting long, wavering shadows on the stone walls. At the center of the room stood Aaron, his head bowed as the elders argued above him. Accusations filled the air, sharp and cutting, as the city's leaders sought to uncover the root of their recent misfortunes. Crops were failing, trade caravans were disappearing, and whispers of discontent echoed through the streets like a distant storm. Yet, amidst the chaos, Aaron's silence was louder than any word. He had once been the city's pride, a trusted commander of the guard, a man with a reputation for unshakable loyalty. His broad shoulders bore the weight of countless battles fought in defense of Mohenjo Daro, and his sharp eyes had spotted dangers before they could strike. But tonight, those same eyes were clouded, and his hands fidgeted in a way that did not go unnoticed. The elders continued to speak, their voices rising and falling in waves of frustration. Yet, beneath their words, a truth lingered, unspoken but felt. Someone within their ranks had betrayed them, someone who knew the city's strengths and its weaknesses. And though no name had been uttered, the weight of suspicion pressed heavily on Aaron's chest, constricting his breath like an invisible chain. The first signs of betrayal had been subtle, almost imperceptible. A shipment of grain, vital for the winter stores, had vanished without a trace. Patrol routes, once kept secret, seemed known to bandits who ambushed the guards with uncanny precision. At first, it was easy to blame external forces, rival cities, mercenaries, even the gods themselves. But as the incidents grew in number and severity, the pattern became undeniable. The city's enemy was not outside its walls. It was among them. Aaron's mind raced as he stood in that chamber, each word spoken by the elders slicing through his thoughts like a blade. He had not chosen this path willingly. The decision had been born out of desperation, a cruel twist of fate that left him cornered and grasping for survival. Months ago, his sister, Lena, had fallen gravely ill. The healers demanded rare herbs and costly remedies, things Aaron could not afford even with his esteemed position. He had pleaded with the council for aid, but bureaucracy and indifference had denied him. His pleas fell on deaf ears as his sister withered before his eyes. And then, like a shadow in the night, they came, the emissaries of an enemy city. They spoke with silver tongues, offering gold and medicine in exchange for information. At first, Aaron refused, his pride and honor burning too brightly to be extinguished. But as Lena's condition worsened, and her cries of pain grew louder, his resolve crumbled. The enemy's terms were simple, small details, nothing that would bring harm, at least, that's how they had framed it. But betrayal, like a crack in a dam, does not stop once it begins. The demands grew larger, the information more sensitive. Aaron found himself trapped in a web of his own making, each thread tightening until escape was impossible. He told himself it was for Lena, that her life was worth the cost of his integrity. Yet, as he stood in the council chamber, hearing the city's leaders speak of treachery and ruin, the weight of his choices pressed on him like 1,000 stones. The night the truth began to unravel was one Aaron would never forget. The enemy emissaries had demanded maps of the city's underground passages, secret routes known only to the guard. He had hesitated, torn between fear and duty, but the sight of Lena's frail body had pushed him to comply. The maps had been delivered in silence, exchanged for a bag of gold that felt heavier than it should. And then, as he returned home, a shadow emerged from the darkness. It was Syrah, a young guard with a keen sense for justice and a knack for observation. She had seen him with the emissaries, her sharp eyes missing nothing. "What have you done, Aaron?" she whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. He had tried to reason with her, to explain the impossible choices he faced, but Syrah's conviction was unyielding. "You've betrayed us," she said, her words like a dagger to his chest. "You've betrayed the city, the people who trusted you." Aaron had begged her for silence, swearing it was the last time, that no more harm would come. Syrah's face hardened, her youthful idealism clashing with the harsh reality of betrayal. She had promised to report him to the council, and in that moment, Aaron's fear overtook him. His hands moved before his mind could stop them, and the struggle was brief but violent. When it was over, Syrah lay motionless at his feet, her blood staining the ground like an accusation carved into stone. The days that followed were a blur of guilt and paranoia. Syrah's absence was noticed, and though her disappearance was blamed on the city's unrest, Aaron felt the weight of her death in every glance cast his way. The enemy's demands continued, but the gold and remedies they offered did little to ease his growing torment. The city's downfall was accelerating, its people turning against one another in a spiral of fear and suspicion. As the elders debated in the chamber, a voice rose above the rest. It was Cavalia, the elder whose wisdom was both revered and feared. She fixed her gaze on Aaron, her cloudy eyes seeming to pierce through him. "The traitor is among us," she said, her voice calm but laced with steel. "And their actions will be the city's undoing." Aaron's breath hitched, his heart pounding as if it sought to escape his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, to deny, to defend, but the words died on his tongue. The weight of his choices, of Syrah's death, of the maps he had given away, crushed him in that moment. He realized there was no escape, no redemption for what he had done. The chamber fell silent, the elders watching as Aaron sank to his knees. Tears streamed down his face, his confession spilling out in broken sobs. He spoke of Lena, of the emissaries, of the impossible decisions that had led him to this point. The room grew colder with each word, the betrayal cutting through the air like a bitter wind. The elders listened, their faces masks of shock and sorrow. Cavalia's expression softened, though her voice remained firm. "You have not only betrayed us," she said. "You have betrayed yourself." As Aaron was led away, the weight of his actions settled over the city like a shroud. The damage had been done, and though the people of Mohenjo Daro would rebuild, the scars of betrayal would remain, etched into their history like an unhealed wound. The air was thick with the promise of rain. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, their edges tinged with an eerie green glow. The people of the city paused in their daily tasks, tilting their heads skyward as the first rumble of thunder rolled through the valley. Children ran to their mothers, their laughter replaced by uneasy whispers. Merchants hurried to secure their goods, glancing nervously at the widening river below. But none could have foreseen what the river would bring. That night, as the city slept, the heavens opened. Rain fell in torrents, relentless and unyielding, drumming against rooftops and flooding the narrow streets. The river, once a lifeline of the city, began to rise. Its gentle currents turned fierce, carrying debris and uprooted trees as it swelled beyond its banks. By dawn, the water had reached the outer walls, lapping hungrily at the stone like a predator circling its prey. Panic spread faster than the floodwaters. People scrambled to save what they could, clutching children, valuables, and fragments of their lives. The elders gathered in the temple, their voices trembling as they prayed for mercy. "The gods are angry," someone whispered, the words passing from mouth to mouth until they became a collective truth. The flood was no natural disaster, they said, it was punishment, divine retribution for the city's sins. The river was merciless. Walls that had withstood countless invasions crumbled beneath its force. The market square, once bustling with life, was now a churning sea of mud and shattered stalls. Homes were swept away in moments, their timbers cracking like brittle bones. The streets echoed with cries for help, but the water swallowed them whole, leaving only silence in its wake. In the chaos, a woman named Asha fought to keep her family together. Her youngest child clung to her neck, his small arms trembling as she waded through waist-high water. Her husband, Rohan, carried their elder daughter, his face pale with fear. "Keep moving," he urged, his voice barely audible over the roar of the river. Asha nodded, her legs aching as she pushed forward. She glanced back once, just once, and saw their home vanish beneath the waves. By the time they reached higher ground, the city below was unrecognizable. Where once stood temples and towers, there was only water, a vast, endless expanse that reflected the stormy sky. Survivors huddled together, their faces drawn and hollow. Some whispered prayers, others wept openly. Asha held her children close, her heart breaking as she realized how many had been left behind. Amid the devastation, a figure appeared on the horizon. It was an old man, his hair white as the foam of the river. He walked with a staff, his movements slow but deliberate. The crowd parted as he approached, their murmurs silenced by his presence. His name was Baven, the city's eldest sage, a man said to have lived through 100 floods. "The river is alive," Baven said, his voice carrying over the gathered crowd. "It remembers. It feels. And when it is wronged, it does not forgive." His words sent a shiver through Asha. She had heard the stories, of course, the ancient tales of the river as a living spirit, a guardian of balance and justice. But those were myths, stories for children. Or so she had thought. Now, looking at the devastation, she wasn't so sure. "The river has been wronged," Baven continued. "We have taken too much, given too little. We have grown greedy, blind to the balance that sustains us. The river warned us, and we did not listen. Now it demands a reckoning." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some nodded in agreement, their faces grim with understanding. Others shook their heads, unwilling to accept such a dire explanation. Asha felt a pang of guilt. She thought of the market stalls laden with goods, the fields drained dry to feed the city's ever-growing appetite. Had they taken too much? Had they forgotten the cost? That night, as the survivors huddled on the hillside, the rain finally stopped. The clouds began to part, revealing a sky dotted with faint stars. But the river remained, its waters refusing to recede. It stood as a reminder, a monument to its own fury. In the days that followed, the city began to rebuild. Families mourned their losses, burying the dead in the muddy ground. Asha and Rohan worked tirelessly, salvaging what they could and helping those in need. The elders, led by Baven, called for a ceremony, a grand offering to appease the river and restore balance. On the appointed day, the survivors gathered at the riverbank. They brought offerings of grain, fruits, and flowers, laying them at the water's edge. Baven stood at the center, his voice steady as he chanted the ancient rites. The river seemed to listen, its surface rippling softly in the light of the setting sun. When the ceremony was over, the people waited. Minutes stretched into hours, and still the water did not recede. Asha felt a knot of fear in her chest. What if it wasn't enough? What if the river's wrath could not be soothed? And then, just as the first stars appeared, the river began to lower. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the water retreated, revealing the muddy ruins of the city. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Baven smiled, though his eyes were heavy with sadness. "The river has spared us," he said. "But let this be a lesson. We must live in harmony with the world, not against it. If we forget again, the river will remind us, and next time, it may not show mercy." Asha looked at her children, their faces smeared with mud but alight with hope. She vowed to teach them the lesson of the river, to ensure they remembered what had been lost and why. As the city began its slow, painful recovery, the survivors carried that lesson in their hearts, a reminder of the balance they must never forget. The city stood on the brink of silence. Where once the streets hummed with life, now there was only the hollow echo of abandonment. The skies were unnervingly clear, the sun's rays cold against the desolate air. No bird sang, no wind stirred. It was as though even nature itself had turned its back. The people, gaunt and desperate, gathered in the great square beneath the shadow of the temple. Their eyes betrayed no hope, only fear. For weeks, the city had suffered. The harvests had failed, the wells had run dry, and illness had swept through the population like a whispering ghost. Each day brought new tragedies, and every attempt to reverse their fortune seemed futile. Priests and elders pored over ancient texts, desperate to find a reason for their suffering, an answer to their despair. Finally, they found it, a prayer. But not just any prayer. This was the final prayer, a ritual so ancient and so sacred that it was spoken of only in the hushed tones of myth. It was said to be the last resort of a civilization on the edge of ruin, a plea not for mercy but for acknowledgement, a desperate cry to the heavens to be seen, heard, and remembered. The temple doors creaked open as the high priest emerged, his robes tattered, his steps deliberate. In his hands, he carried the relic, a golden chalice encrusted with jewels, its surface etched with glyphs so old that even the scholars could not decipher them. The crowd parted as he moved forward, every eye fixed on the object in his hands. "The gods are angry," his voice trembled, carrying across the square. "But we are not forgotten. If we offer all that we have, all that we are, they may yet turn their gaze upon us." A murmur rippled through the crowd. All that they had? All that they were? Many had already lost everything. What more could the gods demand? Asha, a young mother clutching her infant son, felt a knot tighten in her stomach. She glanced at her husband, his face pale and drawn. "What will they take from us this time?" she whispered. The priest raised the chalice high, the jewels catching the light. "We begin now," he declared, and a procession of offerings began. Farmers brought bundles of grain, their hands trembling as they laid them at the temple steps. Artisans offered their finest crafts, pieces they had worked on for years, tears streaming down their faces as they relinquished them. Families came forward with heirlooms, tokens of their ancestors' lives. But it wasn't enough. The air grew heavier, the sky darkening despite the absence of clouds. A sharp wind tore through the square, scattering petals from the ceremonial garlands. The priest faltered, his voice wavering. "It is not enough," he said, his words cutting through the gathering like a blade. The crowd fell silent. A sense of dread settled over them. They had given all they had, and still, it was not enough. Panic began to spread, hushed voices rising in intensity as people turned to one another in desperation. "What more can we give?" Asha's voice cracked as she clutched her child tighter. Her husband placed a trembling hand on her shoulder, his expression hollow. And then, from the shadows of the temple, an elder stepped forward. She was frail, her frame stooped with age, but her presence was commanding. In her hand, she carried a small, unassuming stone. "This is my heartstone," she said, her voice steady. "It was given to me by my mother and her mother before her. It is all I have left, and I give it willingly." The crowd watched in awe as the elder placed the stone in the chalice. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the chalice began to glow, its light pulsing like a heartbeat. A soft hum filled the air, growing louder until it was almost unbearable. The people shielded their eyes, the intensity of the light blinding. And then it stopped. Silence returned, heavier than before. The chalice was no longer glowing. The elder fell to her knees, her frail body trembling. The priest approached her, his face a mixture of reverence and sorrow. "It is still not enough," he whispered, barely audible. A man in the crowd stepped forward. Then another. And another. They brought what little they had left, rings, bracelets, the last scraps of food hidden in their homes. Each offering was placed into the chalice, the pile growing higher with each addition. But the oppressive weight in the air remained. It was as if the gods were watching, waiting for something more profound, something more sacred. Asha knew what they wanted. She had known it all along. Tears streamed down her face as she kissed her infant son, his tiny hands grasping at her hair. "Forgive me," she whispered, her voice breaking. She took a step toward the chalice, her legs trembling beneath her. The crowd parted, their eyes wide with horror and understanding. "No," her husband cried, grabbing her arm. "You can't. There has to be another way." "There isn't," Asha replied, her voice firm despite the quaking in her heart. "The gods demand everything." The priest looked at her, his expression unreadable. "The gods do not take children," he said softly. "They take what is given freely." Asha nodded, holding her son close one last time. She placed him gently on the steps of the temple, her sobs echoing through the square. But before she could take another step, the sky erupted in light. A blinding, golden beam shot down from the heavens, striking the chalice and engulfing it in a radiant glow. The hum returned, louder than before, vibrating through the very earth. When the light faded, the chalice was empty. The offerings were gone, consumed by the divine. The oppressive weight lifted, replaced by a quiet calm. The river began to flow again, its waters sparkling under the returning sunlight. Birds sang, their melodies filling the air. The city, though battered and broken, was still standing. The crowd fell to their knees, their hands clasped in silent prayer. Asha cradled her son, tears of relief streaming down her face. She looked to the sky, where the golden light lingered, a final reminder of the gods' presence. The final prayer had been answered. The wind whispered through the empty streets, carrying with it a fine dust that settled over everything it touched. Once vibrant with color and life, the city now seemed muted, drained of its essence. The grand market, where merchants once bartered with laughter and shouts, stood eerily silent. Stalls, long abandoned, sagged under the weight of time. The temple spires, which had once pierced the sky like proud sentinels, now seemed to bow and surrender to the encroaching desert. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. A slight shift in the air, a faint dryness that clung to the skin. The people dismissed it as a passing change in the weather, something that would soon be swept away by the seasonal rains. But the rains never came. Day after day, the sun blazed mercilessly overhead, its heat baking the earth until it cracked and crumbled like ancient parchment. Wells that had sustained generations began to run dry, their depths echoing with emptiness. The first to leave were the farmers. Their fields, once lush and green, turned to brittle stalks that disintegrated under the slightest touch. Families packed what little they could carry and set off in search of more fertile lands, their departure marked by the mournful cries of those left behind. But as the desert crept closer, swallowing the fields and villages on the city's outskirts, it became clear that there was no escape. The city's elders gathered in the central hall, their faces etched with worry. Maps and charts lay spread out before them, but no amount of planning could stop the inevitable. The desert was alive, they said, a living force that consumed all in its path. They spoke in hushed tones of ancient tales, of cities lost beneath the sands, their names forgotten and their people erased from history. "Is this our fate?" one elder whispered, his voice trembling. The others had no answer. The nights brought little relief. The air, though cooler, was thick with dust that settled over sleeping bodies like a shroud. Children coughed in their beds, their small lungs struggling against the weight of the encroaching desert. Mothers stayed awake, their hearts heavy with helplessness, listening to the distant wail of the wind as it carried away the last remnants of their hope. One night, a storm came. But it was not rain that fell from the sky, it was sand. A relentless, swirling maelstrom that battered the city with unyielding fury. Windows shattered, roofs collapsed, and the streets filled with the choking, suffocating grit. The people huddled together in their homes, their prayers drowned out by the howling wind. When the storm finally passed, the city was unrecognizable. Drifts of sand covered the streets, burying everything in a pale, lifeless blanket. Yet, the people did not give up. They dug through the sand, uncovering their homes and businesses, trying to restore some semblance of normalcy. They built barriers and dikes, hoping to hold back the relentless tide of the desert. But it was a losing battle. For every grain of sand they removed, 10 more took its place. The desert was patient, relentless. It could wait as long as it needed. In the final days, the city's great bell tolled for the last time. Its sound, once a symbol of unity and strength, now carried a note of sorrow. The few who remained gathered in the temple square, their faces hollow with exhaustion. The high priest, his once strong voice now frail, led them in a final prayer. "If the gods have chosen this path for us," he said, "then let us face it with dignity." As the sun set, casting a fiery glow over the horizon, the wind began to pick up once more. It was different this time, not the chaotic, destructive gusts of the storm, but a steady, purposeful force that carried the sands with an almost reverent grace. The people watched as the desert moved in, flowing like a golden tide, its surface shimmering in the fading light. A young girl stood at the edge of the square, clutching a small wooden toy, a gift from her father, who had left months ago in search of water and never returned. She stared at the encroaching sand, her wide eyes reflecting both fear and wonder. "Will it hurt?" she asked softly, her voice barely audible over the wind. Her mother knelt beside her, pulling her close. "No, my love," she said, though her voice cracked with the weight of her own doubt. "It will be like going to sleep." The sands reached the city's gates and flowed over them effortlessly, like water spilling into a dry basin. Walls crumbled, streets disappeared, and the city was slowly, methodically swallowed whole. The last vestiges of its grandeur, the great spires, the ornate carvings, the proud banners that once fluttered in the wind, all vanished beneath the shifting dunes. By morning, there was nothing left. The city, its people, its stories, all had been consumed. The desert stood silent, its surface unbroken and undisturbed. It was as if the city had never existed, its memory erased by the sands of time. Only the wind remained, whispering its mournful song over the endless expanse of golden dust. The stars were the only constant. In the vast emptiness of the desert, where every direction looked the same, the survivors of the city walked beneath the canopy of the night sky, their shadows long and fleeting under the pale light of the moon. They carried their world on their backs, bundles of memories wrapped in cloth, trinkets from a life that now seemed impossibly far away, and the weight of a story too heavy for words. Among them was an old man with a voice that could silence the wind. His name was forgotten to most, but his presence was a tether, holding the group together. Each night, when the chill of the desert wrapped around them, they would huddle around a fire no larger than a child's fist, its fragile warmth the only barrier against the encroaching cold. It was then that the old man would speak, his voice trembling but determined, weaving tales of their lost city. "The walls of our home were not just stone and mortar," he began one night, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "They held the laughter of children, the whispers of lovers, the prayers of the faithful. They stood tall against the winds of time, protecting us, sheltering us. And now, they are gone." His words hung in the air, heavy and unyielding, like the sand that clung to their weary bodies. A young boy, no older than 10, clutched a piece of pottery he had salvaged, a shard from what was once a great vase, its painted surface cracked, but still vibrant. "Will we ever go back?" he asked, his voice barely louder than the whispering wind. The old man looked at him, his face softening. "No," he said gently, "but the city lives on in us. As long as we carry its story, it will never truly be lost." The boy nodded, though his eyes betrayed his doubt. He stared at the shard in his hand, tracing the painted lines with his fingers, as if trying to feel the life that had once surrounded it. Days were cruel. The sun bore down on them with unrelenting ferocity, turning the sand beneath their feet into a searing expanse that seemed to stretch into eternity. Water was precious, each drop guarded like a sacred relic. They rationed it carefully, their throats parched and their lips cracked, but no one complained. They had learned that the desert did not care for their suffering. At night, the stories continued. They were not always spoken, sometimes they were sung, the melodies carrying the weight of generations. A woman with a voice like a river flowing over stones sang of the city's festivals, of lanterns glowing like stars in the streets and drums that echoed through the alleys. Her song was a balm, a reminder of beauty in a world that seemed determined to erase it. There was a man with a scar running down his face, a mark from the final days of the city. He rarely spoke, but when he did, his words were like arrows, piercing and unforgettable. "We were betrayed," he said one night, his voice as sharp as the memory. The city fell not just to the sands, but to the greed of its own. But even in betrayal, there was courage. There were those who fought, who refused to bow, even as the world crumbled around them. The children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations painting scenes of heroes and villains, of battles fought in shadow and flame. To them, the city was not just a place, it was a legend, something larger than life. They carried its essence in their hearts, even if they could not remember its streets or smell the spices that once filled its air. As they moved from one barren horizon to the next, they encountered other wanderers, tribes displaced by the same merciless desert. The tales of the city spread like wildfire, whispered from one group to another, growing with each retelling. It became a symbol of resilience, a beacon of hope for those who had lost everything. They were the city that stood against the sands, people would say. And though it fell, its spirit endures. There was a moment, during a rare and fleeting rain, when the group stopped to rest beneath a cluster of jagged rocks. The rain was gentle, barely more than a mist, but it was enough to cool their burning skin and quench their unrelenting thirst. As they sat, one of the women produced a small, battered instrument, a flute carved from bone. She played a tune that was both haunting and uplifting, a melody that seemed to capture the very essence of their journey. The old man closed his eyes, letting the music wash over him. "This is what they cannot take from us," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Not the sands, not the gods, not even time itself. We are the keepers of our story. And as long as we carry it, the city lives." The boy with the pottery shard sat beside him, holding the piece close to his chest. "Tell me about the spires again," he said, his voice small but insistent. The old man smiled, his eyes crinkling at the edges. "They reached for the heavens," he said. "Golden and gleaming, they stood as a promise, to us and to the gods, that we were meant for greatness. And even now, buried beneath the sands, they still stand. Perhaps one day, someone will uncover them and know that we were here." The boy nodded, his grip on the shard tightening. In his mind, he saw the spires piercing the clouds, shining like beacons in the endless sky. For a moment, he felt as if he could hear the distant echo of bells, their sound carried on the wind. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, the group continued their relentless march across the desert. Some fell behind, unable to go on, their bodies claimed by the unforgiving sands. But their stories, their voices, remained with the group, woven into the fabric of the city's tale. Years later, the survivors became a people without a land, a tribe defined not by borders but by their shared memory. Wherever they went, they carried the city with them, in their songs, in their stories, in the fragments of their hearts that still beat for a home long lost. And though the sands had claimed their walls and streets, they could never claim their spirit. There are times when the desert plays tricks on the eyes, and the heat dances in shimmering waves across the sand. For days, it feels like walking through an endless void, the horizon stretching like a cruel promise that never quite delivers. The sun scorches everything in its path, and the air is thick with dust, each breath a struggle, each step heavy with the weight of loss. It was on one such day, in the blistering heat of midday, that the first man saw it. At first, he thought it was a mirage, a trick of the light, a fleeting illusion of coolness, water, and shade. But as he blinked and wiped the sweat from his brow, he saw it more clearly, the outline of buildings, rising up from the sand like ancient giants stretching toward the sky. The roofs were smooth and shining, and the walls, oh, the walls, they were unlike anything he had ever seen. His heart pounded in his chest. He shouted to the others, but they were too far behind, too worn out by the desert to hear his voice above the wind. Still, he didn't wait. His legs, shaking with fatigue and hope, carried him forward. He stumbled over the sand, his feet sinking with every step, but he couldn't stop. The city was there, just ahead, like a dream waiting to be touched. As he neared, the vision became more vivid, more real. The buildings were taller now, their windows gleaming like polished stones, their doors wide open as if welcoming him home. The streets were bustling with people, their faces familiar yet strange, like echoes from another life. They moved gracefully, effortlessly, as if time itself had no hold over them. The air smelled sweet, a fragrance he hadn't known in years. He reached the first building, his hands trembling as he reached for the stone door. He pushed it open with a groan, and what he found inside took his breath away. The city was alive, pulsing with life, its colors bright and rich, its people laughing and talking, going about their daily lives as though nothing had ever changed. It was as though the city had been frozen in time, untouched by the decades of ruin and decay that had overtaken everything else. But as he stepped deeper into the streets, something felt wrong. The buildings were beautiful, but the air was too still, too silent. There were no birds, no wind rustling through the trees. It was too perfect, too peaceful. His eyes darted around, searching for any sign of life beyond the faces of the people. He saw none. The city was a painting, a scene too beautiful to be real. And then, as if the city had been holding its breath, a wind swept through the streets. It was a soft, eerie wind, carrying with it the faintest whisper, a whisper that sounded almost like a warning. The people turned, their eyes cold and unblinking. They watched him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. His pulse quickened. Something was wrong. The walls felt closer now, the air thicker. The silence became suffocating. The sounds of the city, the laughter, the chatter, faded into a haunting quiet. The people, still staring, began to fade, their forms becoming translucent, like ghosts slipping through the cracks of the world. He turned to run, but the streets twisted and changed before his eyes. The buildings melted into the sand, and the air grew heavier, suffocating him. The vision was slipping, the city disintegrating, turning to dust before his very eyes. He gasped for breath, but there was no air left. His heart raced as he stumbled, feeling the weight of the desert closing in on him. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the city was gone. The sand stretched endlessly before him, just as it had before. The buildings, the people, the laughter, all vanished, leaving only the endless desert. He stood there, breathless, his heart hammering in his chest. His hands trembled as he looked around, searching for any sign that it had been real. But there was nothing. Just the sand, the heat, and the silence. The others found him hours later, lying on the ground, his eyes wide with terror. He could barely speak, only muttering about the city, the phantom city he had seen. His words were disjointed, like fragments of a forgotten dream, and none of them could understand. They thought he had been overcome by the desert, by thirst or heat stroke. But the old man, who had traveled these lands longer than any of them, knew better. He had heard the stories. The whispers of a city lost to time, a place that had vanished from the earth, swallowed by the sands. They had always been dismissed as myths, tales told by wanderers to fill the silence of the desert. But now, hearing the man's breathless account, the old man felt a chill run down his spine. The boy who had heard the old man's tale of the lost city looked out at the horizon the next day, his young eyes full of wonder. "Do you think it's true?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. The old man didn't answer right away. He looked at the endless stretch of sand before them, his eyes narrowing. He had lived through many things, seen too much to believe in simple mirages. But there was something about the desert that made one question the limits of reality. Some nights, when the moon was full and the wind howled like a forgotten song, he too had wondered if the city might not still be out there, somewhere just beyond the reach of human understanding, appearing only for those who truly believed. There are things in this world, the old man finally said, his voice quiet but firm, that cannot be explained. The city may be gone, but its memory lingers. The desert remembers what we forget. And sometimes, just sometimes, the city comes back, if only for a moment. And so they continued, the survivors of the lost city, their stories becoming part of the desert's whispered secrets. As the sun set each night, they looked to the horizon, where the sand met the sky, wondering if tomorrow would bring another glimpse of the city that once was. No one dared to speak of it aloud. They only whispered in hushed voices, passing down tales of the land where the earth seemed to tremble with ancient sorrow. In the villages that spread like patches of green across the landscape, the elders spoke of the forbidden land with a fear that crept into their eyes, a tremor in their voices. It was a place that no one sought out, a place that the sun itself seemed to avoid, as if the very land had been cursed by forgotten gods. The first time someone set foot on the ruins, it was under the cover of darkness. No one knew why they went, but they never returned. At first, there were excuses, lost in the storm, swept away by the river, taken by the desert winds. But the truth began to surface slowly, creeping into the hearts of those who remembered the stories. The ruins were not simply abandoned. They were avoided. And there was a reason. The ground there was wrong, they said. It was too dry in some places and too wet in others, the earth never feeling like it belonged to the world of the living. The trees grew twisted and bent, their roots clawing at the soil as though trying to escape the same fate that had befallen the city. The air carried an unsettling silence, the kind of silence that presses against your chest, making it harder to breathe. It was as though the land itself had been marked, as though it had absorbed the suffering and madness of those who had lived there long ago. One evening, a young man named Kale, determined to make his own name, set out to prove the elders wrong. His friends dared him to go, their voices full of laughter and challenge. They mocked him, saying that if he went, he would find nothing more than the remains of a broken city, forgotten by time. Kale, burning with youthful arrogance, set off at dusk, thinking the land would not be so terrifying. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, Kale reached the edge of the forgotten land. The first thing he noticed was the silence. Even the birds had stopped singing. The wind no longer whispered through the trees. It was as though the world had held its breath. He could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. But he pressed on, determined to find the truth. The air grew colder as he ventured deeper into the ruins. The faint glow of the moon cast long shadows across the crumbling stones, and the architecture of the ancient city, still imposing despite its decay, loomed over him like forgotten titans. They looked like they had been there forever, standing still while everything else around them had changed. Yet something was off. The structures had no life, no spirit. The walls, though magnificent, seemed to sag under the weight of something heavy, something unspeakable. Kale reached what appeared to be the heart of the city, an ancient temple that seemed to beckon him, as though it had waited for him all this time. He stepped inside, and the air grew colder still. His breath came out in visible clouds. The walls were covered in faded carvings, but they seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them, as though they were trying to tell him something, something forbidden. His footfalls echoed in the vast, empty space. He could hear the distant rustle of what seemed like wind, but no breeze touched his face. As he walked deeper, the silence pressed harder against his chest, tightening with each step. And then he saw it. The altar. It was carved with strange symbols that Kale had never seen before, symbols that pulsed with a dark, almost hungry energy. At the center of the altar, there was a stone basin, cracked and ancient, but still standing proud. The edges were slick with something that looked like dried blood, though Kale could not tell if it was truly blood or just the stains of time. His heart hammered in his chest as his mind raced with questions he knew he wasn't ready to answer. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble. A whisper filled the air, barely audible, yet impossibly clear. Kale froze, his blood turning to ice as the voice brushed against his mind. It wasn't a voice he could hear, but one that seemed to speak directly to his soul. Leave, now, or stay forever. Kale's breath caught in his throat. His body screamed to turn around, to run back, but his feet refused to move. He was rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed on the altar, his mind clouded by the ancient power that seemed to pulse from it. The air around him seemed to distort, bending with unnatural forces, as if the very fabric of the world was twisting to keep him in place. He had heard the stories. The people who had come before him, those who had tried to claim the land for their own, had vanished without a trace. The ruins were more than just a lost city. They were a warning, a seal on a forgotten power that the world had long since forsaken. Kale had not known this truth. Now, he felt it in his bones, the weight of a curse so deep it had seeped into the very earth. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Dust rained down from the ceiling as the stones groaned under an unseen pressure. Kale stumbled backward, his heart racing as the whispering grew louder. He felt as though the very land itself was alive, and it was angry. With a great effort, Kale broke free from the temple's grip, running, stumbling over the uneven ground. His lungs burned for air, but every breath felt like an eternity. The land seemed to push against him, the shadows creeping in, pulling him back. The ruins behind him blurred, shifting and vanishing, as if the city itself didn't want him to leave. He didn't stop until he was far away, until he was back in the safety of his village. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed him, that the land had left its mark on him in ways he couldn't understand. His friends never mocked him again. The stories he had heard as a child became real, and they were darker than any of them could have imagined. The elders had always known. They had spoken of the forbidden land not because they feared the unknown, but because they understood that some places, some forces, should never be disturbed. The ruins were not just remnants of a past civilization. They were a scar on the earth, a wound that time had not healed. Those who sought the truth there found it, often too late, and in ways that broke their minds and spirits. As Kale's life continued, he became one of the elders, his once youthful arrogance replaced by a quiet wisdom. And when the younger ones asked him about the land, about the ruins, he would only look at them with sad eyes, the same eyes that had seen the truth no one should ever have to know. And with a heavy heart, he would tell them what had been passed down through the generations. Some places are meant to be forgotten. The first time they saw the city, it was shrouded in mist, as though the sands themselves were trying to protect it. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an amber glow over the ruins, but even in the light, something about it felt dark. The air was heavy with a silence that swallowed every sound, leaving only the faint crunch of boots on dry earth and the distant whistle of the wind. Among the group, Ezra was the leader, a man whose sharp eyes missed nothing. His hands were rough from years of unearthing treasures, yet even he hesitated as he stepped closer to the remains of the city. Behind him, a small band of treasure hunters whispered nervously. They had heard the stories, of course. Everyone had. But greed has a way of silencing fear. They weren't looking for answers. They didn't care about history. They were there for the gold, for the artifacts, for the promises of wealth buried beneath the ruins. But as they crossed the threshold of the city, an unease settled over them, a coldness that had nothing to do with the desert night. The first discovery came quickly, a fragment of pottery, etched with strange symbols that seemed to writhe under the light of their torches. Ezra held it up, his brow furrowed. "Looks like writing," he muttered, though none of them recognized the language. One of the younger members of the group, a boy named Finn, reached out to touch it, but Ezra pulled it away. "Don't," he said sharply. His voice carried a warning he couldn't quite explain. They moved deeper into the ruins, their lanterns casting flickering shadows on the ancient walls. The city had been grand once, that much was clear. Even in its decay, the architecture was breathtaking, massive stone pillars carved with intricate patterns, remnants of roads paved with smooth, black stones that seemed too perfect to be made by human hands. Yet something about it felt unnatural. The proportions were too precise, the angles too sharp. It was as if the city had been designed by something other than human imagination. Finn was the first to hear it, a low, rhythmic sound, like a heartbeat pulsing through the ground. He stopped in his tracks, his hand instinctively reaching for the knife at his belt. "Do you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The others paused, listening. The sound was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a steady thrum that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Just the wind," one of the men said, though his voice wavered. Ezra shook his head. "No. That's not the wind." He turned to the group, his expression hard. "Stay close. No wandering off." They pressed on, the sound growing louder with every step. It was coming from the center of the city, where a massive stone structure loomed, a ziggurat, its steps worn smooth by time. At the top, a jagged opening gaped like a mouth, beckoning them inside. Ezra hesitated at the base of the steps. "We take what we can carry and get out," he said firmly. The others nodded, though their eyes were wide with unease. As they climbed, the air grew colder, the rhythmic sound now so loud it seemed to vibrate in their bones. Inside the ziggurat, the darkness was absolute. Their lanterns barely illuminated the space, casting feeble circles of light that did little to push back the shadows. The walls were covered in more of the strange symbols, their lines almost glowing in the dim light. Finn ran his fingers over one of them, feeling the grooves. "It's warm," he whispered, pulling his hand back as though burned. At the center of the chamber, they found it, a massive stone chest, its surface covered in carvings that seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly light. Ezra approached cautiously, his hand trembling as he reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers brushed the stone, the rhythmic sound stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. And then, the chest moved. Not the lid, no, the entire structure shifted, groaning as though awakening from a long slumber. The ground beneath them trembled, and a deep, guttural sound echoed through the chamber. It was not a sound any of them could recognize, but it carried with it a weight, an ancient power that made their hearts race with primal fear. "Get back!" Ezra shouted, pulling his hand away. But it was too late. The chest split open, not with the clang of stone on stone, but with a sickening, organic sound, as though it were alive. Inside, there was no gold, no treasure, only darkness. A darkness that seemed to stretch infinitely, pulling at the edges of their vision, their thoughts. Finn screamed, the sound tearing through the silence as he stumbled backward, his torch falling to the ground. The darkness inside the chest began to spill out, not like smoke, but like liquid shadow, creeping across the floor, climbing the walls. It moved with purpose, as though it were alive. Ezra grabbed Finn by the arm, dragging him toward the entrance. "Run," he shouted, his voice filled with a terror he couldn't hide. The others didn't need to be told twice. They scrambled down the steps of the ziggurat, their footsteps echoing through the ruins. But the darkness followed. It moved faster than they could, swallowing the light of their lanterns, the sound of their footsteps, the very air they breathed. One by one, they disappeared into it, their screams cutting off abruptly as though swallowed whole. Ezra and Finn were the last. They reached the edge of the city, the sand beneath their feet shifting as they ran. But as they crossed the threshold, the darkness stopped. It recoiled as though hitting an invisible barrier, retreating back into the city. Breathing heavily, Ezra turned to look back. The ruins were still, silent once more. But he could feel the weight of the city's gaze, the ancient force that had spared them, for now. He looked at Finn, whose face was pale, his eyes wide with shock. "We're never coming back here," Ezra said, his voice trembling. "And neither is anyone else." But word of the city spread, as it always does. Other treasure hunters came, drawn by the promise of wealth and power. And though none returned, the stories persisted, growing darker with each telling. The ruins were no longer just a place, they were a warning, a reminder that some secrets are meant to stay buried. The room was dimly lit, the only sound the scratch of a pen against paper and the low hum of a distant fan. Dr. Anirudh Patel leaned over his desk, his eyes scanning a faded map spread across its surface. The edges of the map were frayed, its ink smudged, but the markings were unmistakable, an ancient city, long forgotten by time, buried beneath layers of history and sand. Mohenjo Daro. For as long as he could remember, the name had haunted him, whispered in the corners of dusty libraries, etched into the yellowed pages of ancient texts. To most, it was a relic of the past, a cautionary tale wrapped in legend. But to Anirudh, it was everything. He could feel it in his bones, the pull of something extraordinary waiting to be uncovered. The obsession had cost him. His colleagues at the university dismissed him as a dreamer, a man chasing myths instead of facts. His wife had left years ago, unable to compete with the ghost of a city. Even his mentor, the one person who had encouraged him to pursue his passion, had warned him against going too far. But the map, this fragile, priceless map, was proof. He just had to find it. The day he set out, the sun was unforgiving, the heat pressing down on him like a weight. The desert stretched endlessly, a sea of golden sand shifting under the wind. He had hired a small team, local guides who knew the terrain, a few students eager for adventure, and a cameraman to document what they found. If they found anything. The first few days passed in frustration. The coordinates on the map led to nothing but more sand, more heat, more disappointment. The students grew restless, the guides exchanged uneasy glances, and the cameraman started filming tumbleweeds for lack of better footage. But Anirudh refused to give up. Every night, he stayed awake, poring over the map, recalculating distances, tracing lines with trembling fingers. On the fifth day, they stumbled upon it. At first, it seemed like nothing, just a patch of sand darker than the rest, its surface unusually smooth. But as they dug, the outline of a structure began to emerge. The sun dipped below the horizon as the team worked feverishly, their shovels striking stone instead of earth. By morning, they stood before what appeared to be a massive staircase, its steps worn but intact, leading downward into darkness. Anirudh's heart raced as he descended, each step echoing in the still air. The passageway was narrow, the walls lined with carvings so intricate they seemed alive. Faces stared back at him, faces of kings, priests, warriors, and something else. Something that didn't look human. He reached out to touch the carvings, his fingers brushing against cold stone. A chill ran through him, but he pressed on. The chamber at the bottom was enormous, its ceiling lost in shadow. In the center stood a pedestal, and on it, a single artifact, a copper tablet engraved with symbols unlike any Anirudh had ever seen. His breath caught in his throat. This was it. Proof that Mohenjo Daro was more than a legend. Proof that it had been real, that its people had been advanced beyond comprehension. But as he stepped closer, the air seemed to shift. The room grew colder, the shadows deeper. He could hear a faint sound, almost like whispering, though he couldn't make out the words. The students called out from above, their voices tinged with panic, but Anirudh ignored them. He reached for the tablet, his hand trembling. The moment his fingers closed around it, the whispering stopped. And then the ground began to shake. The walls groaned, dust raining down as the chamber seemed to come alive. The carvings on the walls glowed faintly, their lines pulsing like veins. Anirudh stumbled back, clutching the tablet to his chest. The staircase behind him began to collapse, chunks of stone falling away into the abyss. "Doctor! We have to go," one of the students shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar of the collapsing ruins. Anirudh hesitated, his gaze fixed on the glowing walls, on the faces etched into the stone. For a moment, he thought he saw one of them move, its eyes following him. A shiver ran down his spine. He turned and ran, the tablet clutched tightly in his arms. The team scrambled out of the ruins, sand and debris cascading around them. When they finally reached the surface, the entrance to the staircase was gone, buried once more beneath the desert. Anirudh sank to his knees, gasping for air. The tablet lay heavy in his lap, its symbols glowing faintly in the morning light. The students and guides stared at him, their faces pale. No one spoke. Back at the camp, Anirudh couldn't sleep. He sat by the fire, the tablet resting on a cloth before him. The carvings seemed to shift under the flickering light, their patterns forming shapes that defied logic. He tried to decipher them, but the more he looked, the more his head throbbed. That night, the dreams began. He saw the city as it once was, its streets bustling, its temples alive with chants, its people thriving. But there was something else, something dark. a shadow that loomed over the city, growing larger with each passing moment. He saw faces twisted in fear, heard screams that echoed endlessly. And then, always, the city was gone, swallowed by sand and silence. The tablet became an obsession. Anirudh spent days studying it, sketching its symbols, comparing them to every known script. The students left one by one, unnerved by his fixation. The guides refused to return, calling the ruins cursed. Even the cameraman packed up, muttering about bad omens. Alone in his tent, Anirudh pored over his notes, his hands shaking. The tablet seemed to hum faintly, a sound just at the edge of hearing. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching him, waiting for something. And then, one night, it stopped. The hum, the glow, the whispers, all gone. The tablet was cold and lifeless, as though whatever power it held had vanished. Anirudh stared at it, his heart sinking. He had risked everything for this, and now it was nothing more than a piece of metal. But as he packed up his camp, preparing to return to the university, he couldn't shake the feeling that the city wasn't done with him. The dreams continued, vivid and unrelenting. And though he tried to ignore them, a part of him knew he would go back. Mohenjo Daro had claimed him, just as it had claimed so many before. The air was electric, the sun casting long shadows over the vast excavation site. Dr. Meera Joshi stood at the edge of the trench, her heart racing as she watched the dig team work tirelessly. Dust clouded the air, clinging to her skin, but she didn't care. They were close, so close she could feel it. For months, her team had been chasing whispers in the earth, following faint traces of a story buried thousands of years ago. And now, the promise of something extraordinary seemed just within reach. The shout came just as the afternoon heat began to weigh heavy. A worker stood motionless, his shovel frozen mid-air. He called out in a voice tinged with awe, pointing to a glimmer of polished stone emerging from the soil. Mira's heart leaped. She scrambled down the slope, her boots skidding against the loose earth. As the dust was brushed away, the shape of a carved seal appeared, a tiny, intricate artifact that spoke volumes in its silence. Her hands trembled as she lifted the seal, its surface cool and smooth against her fingertips. The markings were unlike anything she had seen before, yet unmistakable in their precision. The ancient symbols hinted at trade, governance, and a society that had thrived long before recorded history could grasp its magnitude. Mohenjo Daro was speaking again. The discovery sent ripples through the archaeological community. Scientists, historians, and enthusiasts flocked to the site, their excitement palpable. The city, long thought to be a relic of the past, was revealing layers of itself that had remained hidden for centuries. Streets lined with baked brick, wells that once provided fresh water, and drainage systems so advanced they seemed out of place for their time. It was a city reborn, rising from the grip of time and dust to rewrite the narrative. Each artifact told a story, but it was the people who came alive in Mira's mind. She could almost see them walking these streets, hear the murmur of their voices, feel the rhythm of their lives. A child skipping over the neatly laid bricks, a merchant shouting his wares in the bustling marketplace, a priest lighting lamps in the cool shadow of a temple, each scene unfolded with vivid clarity. The skeletal remains they uncovered hinted at lives lived and lost. In one corner of the site, a family lay huddled together, their final moments preserved in the earth's embrace. Mira stood over them, her chest tight. They had no names, no recorded history, yet their presence was undeniable. These were the architects of Mohenjo Daro's grandeur, the dreamers who had carved a civilization from the unforgiving landscape. But there was something else, something unexpected. A series of tablets emerged, their inscriptions more complex than any previously found. The symbols seemed to hum with meaning, challenging scholars to decode their mysteries. Late into the nights, Mira and her team worked by lamplight, their eyes burning from strain but their spirits ignited by the possibilities. As the months turned to years, the discoveries mounted. They found evidence of a structured society, one that thrived on innovation and balance. Yet, traces of tragedy lingered, woven into the fabric of the city's ruins. Scorched stones suggested fire, scattered pottery spoke of abrupt abandonment, and layers of sediment hinted at floods that may have swept through with catastrophic force. Mohenjo Daro had not simply fallen, it had been consumed, its brilliance extinguished by forces both natural and human. And yet, its story did not end there. Modern technology brought the city back to life in ways its creators could never have imagined. Laser mapping revealed the full extent of its layout, showing a city meticulously planned with purpose and vision. Virtual reconstructions allowed people to walk its streets, to stand in its courtyards, to feel, if only for a moment, what it might have been like to live in a place that defied the limits of its time. The world watched as Mohenjo Daro stepped out of legend and into the realm of possibility. News broadcasts showed aerial views of the site, the sun glinting off the remnants of a once thriving metropolis. Schoolchildren learned about it in classrooms, their imaginations captivated by tales of an ancient people who had mastered the art of city building. Artists painted scenes of its grandeur, musicians composed symphonies inspired by its mystery, and poets wrote verses about its resilience. But for Mira, the rebirth of Mohenjo Daro was deeply personal. She walked the site at dawn, her footsteps the only sound in the cool stillness. The ruins whispered to her, their silence speaking volumes. She thought of the first time she had read about the city as a child, the way it had ignited something within her, a hunger to understand, to connect, to bring the past into the light. One evening, as the sun dipped low and the site was bathed in golden light, Mira sat with her team around a small fire. They shared stories, their laughter mingling with the crackle of flames. And in that moment, she realized that Mohenjo Daro was more than ruins, more than a collection of artifacts or a puzzle to solve. It was a reminder of the human spirit, of its ability to dream, to create, to endure. The work continued, each discovery adding another piece to the puzzle. A fragment of a song etched into a tablet, a child's toy carved from stone, the imprint of a sandal in the hardened earth, these were the threads that wove together a tapestry of life, vivid and fragile. Mohenjo Daro was no longer a city lost to time. It was a city reborn, its story unfolding once more under the open sky. The tablet lay in a glass case, small and unassuming, its surface etched with intricate symbols. To an untrained eye, it might have seemed like a mere artifact, but to those who gathered around it, it was a mystery that had defied the brightest minds for generations. The script was unlike any other, its meaning locked away in a language no one could speak. It was as if the dead themselves had carved their whispers into stone, leaving behind a message no living soul could understand. Dr. Arifson leaned closer to the tablet, his breath fogging the glass. His fingers itched to hold it, to trace the grooves with his fingertips, to feel the weight of its ancient silence. He had spent years chasing this puzzle, poring over every scrap of evidence, every inscription that bore the same enigmatic symbols. Some nights, he dreamed of the script, the symbols shifting and dancing in his mind, always just out of reach. The room buzzed with muted conversation as scholars and linguists from around the world debated theories. Some believed the script was an early form of writing, a precursor to the languages that shaped the world. Others argued it was purely symbolic, more art than language, its meaning lost with the people who had crafted it. Arif tuned them out. He focused on the tablet, on the patterns etched into its surface. There was logic there, a rhythm he could almost feel if he listened closely enough. The symbols were deceptively simple, circles, lines, and shapes arranged in sequences that seemed deliberate. Arif had cataloged them all, noting their repetition, their placement, their subtle variations. He had compared them to every known language, every cipher, every system of communication used by humankind. Nothing fit. Yet, he was certain it was a language, one as rich and complex as the civilization that had created it. He thought of the artisans who had carved these marks. Did they know they were crafting a code that would outlive them by millennia? Did they ever imagine a world where no one could read their words, where their voices would be reduced to fragments of curiosity? Arif closed his eyes, imagining their hands at work, the steady scrape of tools against clay, the careful precision of each stroke. One symbol caught his attention, a fish-like shape that appeared more frequently than most. It had been dubbed the fish by scholars, but no one could agree on its significance. Some thought it represented water or trade, a vital element of the Indus civilization. Others believed it was a phonetic symbol, part of a complex linguistic system. Arif felt its weight as he studied it, as though the symbol carried a secret too heavy to bear. Late at night, when the world outside the lab was quiet, Arif worked tirelessly. His desk was cluttered with notes, diagrams, and photographs of inscriptions from every corner of the Indus Valley. Strings of symbols stretched across his walls, connected by lines of reasoning that only he could decipher. He often spoke to the symbols, whispering questions into the stillness. "What are you trying to tell me? Who are you?" On one such night, he found himself staring at a seal depicting a bull, its back arched, its horns curved in defiance. Below the bull, a line of symbols ran like a forgotten chant. Arif's gaze shifted between the bull and the script, his mind racing. He remembered reading about how the Indus people revered animals, weaving them into their art and perhaps their language. Could the symbols be tied to their beliefs, their stories, their way of life? He pulled an old notebook from his shelf, one filled with translations of other ancient languages. Sanskrit, Sumerian, Egyptian hieroglyphs, they were all there, their secrets unlocked by scholars who had come before him. Arif felt a pang of envy. Those scripts had Rosetta Stones, keys that bridged the gap between the known and the unknown. The Indus script had no such key. It was a locked door without a handle, a cipher without a code. Yet, as Arif compared the bull's seal to other artifacts, he noticed something strange. The symbols on each seal seemed to follow a pattern, a structure that hinted at grammar. The repetition wasn't random. It was deliberate, systematic, like the rhythm of a poem or the cadence of a song. His heart pounded. Could this be it? Could he be standing at the threshold of understanding? The days that followed were a blur. Arif worked with an intensity that frightened even himself, skipping meals and ignoring calls from his family. He compiled every known inscription, searching for connections, for rules, for meaning. He tested theories against other scripts, seeking similarities in structure, syntax, and context. Every failure felt like a dagger to his chest, but every glimmer of progress reignited his hope. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Arif stumbled upon something that made his breath catch. A series of symbols appeared consistently in inscriptions related to trade goods, seals found near ports, markings on pottery that once carried grains and spices. Among them was the fish. Arif's mind raced. Could it be a marker of value, a word for commerce, or perhaps a representation of abundance? The possibilities thrilled him, but they also terrified him. He was treading on sacred ground, brushing against truths that had remained hidden for centuries. But even as Arif inched closer, he felt the weight of the challenge grow heavier. The script resisted him, its meaning slipping through his fingers like sand. He read accounts of other scholars who had tried and failed, their lives consumed by the same pursuit. Some had gone mad, convinced the script was a riddle meant to remain unsolved. Arif refused to let despair take hold, but the doubts whispered to him in the quiet hours of the night. One day, as Arif stood before his wall of symbols, he realized something profound. The Indus script wasn't just a code to be cracked or a puzzle to be solved. It was a bridge between worlds, a testament to the people who had carved their lives into history. Each symbol carried a weight, a story, a voice that refused to be silenced. And whether or not he deciphered its meaning, Arif knew the script had already spoken. It had spoken in the awe it inspired, in the questions it raised, and the way it connected those who studied it to a civilization that refused to be forgotten. And still, the symbols waited. The air was thick with the sound of rushing water, its roar echoing across the valley like the voice of an ancient god. The Indus River, wide and powerful, carried life and stories along its banks. To those who lived in its shadow, it was more than a river. It was a force, a being, something sacred that bound their lives to the eternal flow of time. They spoke to it, prayed to it, feared it, and trusted it to provide. On certain nights, when the moon hung low and full, the villagers would gather near the water's edge. Fires flickered in the dark, their light casting long shadows on the ground. Priests, their robes swaying in the evening breeze, chanted hymns that carried words older than memory itself. They spoke of the river god, a being with endless power who both nurtured and punished. The children listened with wide eyes as tales of the god's temper were whispered, how it could summon floods to cleanse the land or withhold its waters to remind them of their dependence. An elder would step forward, his voice trembling with age yet firm with conviction. He would tell the story of the great storm, of how the river god once awakened in fury. The rains fell for days without end, and the river swelled until its waters devoured the fields, the homes, the temples. Only when the people offered a sacred token, a golden statue of the god, cast into the current, did the river retreat, sparing what remained. But the Indus people were not the only ones to weave their lives into the myths of rivers. Far beyond their lands, other civilizations whispered similar stories. To the west, in Mesopotamia, the Tigris and Euphrates carried their own gods, deities who brought fertility and destruction. In the tales of the Sumerians, there was Enki, the god of water and wisdom, whose blessings shaped the land but whose wrath could not be ignored. To the east, the ancient Chinese spoke of the Yellow River, of how its unpredictable floods were both a curse and a blessing, a divine challenge for the people to tame. It was as if the rivers themselves spoke a language of connection, threading the myths of distant peoples into a single, unbroken story. R.F. Sen, a historian who had spent his life tracing these threads, often wondered if the rivers whispered to one another in the night, carrying the stories of one land to the shores of another. He sat by the Indus one evening, its current lapping gently at the rocks, and thought about how many prayers, cries, and songs it had carried. What secrets did the river hold? What messages had it shared with its distant kin? R.F. opened a worn journal filled with notes and sketches. He had spent months collecting myths from ancient texts, comparing the tales of different civilizations. One story in particular haunted him, a tale from Mesopotamia about a great flood sent by the gods to cleanse the world. In the legend, only one man, warned by the god Enki, survived by building a massive boat. It bore a striking resemblance to the story of Noah, but what caught R.F.'s attention was its parallel to the myths of the industry. The floods, the wrath of the gods, the need for sacrifice, these were not just stories of one land. They were the collective memories of humanity, shaped by the rivers that gave them life. He traced his finger along a map, following the winding course of the Indus as it snaked through the land. He imagined the people who had once lived here, their lives inseparable from the river. Farmers who tilled the soil by its banks, traders who carried goods along its waters, priests who sought its blessings. The river was their heartbeat, their god, their lifeline. It was their past, their present, and, in a way, their future. The wind picked up, rustling the trees, and R.F. felt a chill run down his spine. He thought of a tale he had read about the Nile, another great river that ruled the lives of those who depended on it. The ancient Egyptians believed it was the tears of the goddess Isis, flowing endlessly as she mourned her lost love. The idea of a river as something alive, something feeling, was not unique to Egypt. The Indus people, too, spoke of their river as a being with a will of its own, capable of joy and rage, mercy and vengeance. R.F. wondered if these myths were born from the same fear, the fear of losing control, of being at the mercy of a force greater than oneself. The rivers were unpredictable, their floods sudden and devastating. Perhaps the gods were a way of explaining the inexplicable, of finding meaning in chaos. Or perhaps, he thought with a shiver, the gods were real, their presence felt in the surging waters and the fertile plains. One night, R.F. visited an excavation site near the river, where ancient seals had been unearthed. Each seal bore images of animals, gods, and symbols that seemed to speak of a connection to the river. One seal in particular caught his eye. It depicted a figure with flowing hair, surrounded by waves. It was unlike anything he had seen before, and he felt an almost electric pull toward it. Could this be the river god? Was this the face that had inspired awe and fear in the hearts of the Indus people? The workers at the site spoke in hushed tones about the seal, saying it was found in a temple that had been submerged for centuries. They believed it was an offering to the god, a plea for protection or forgiveness. R.F. held the seal in his hands, its surface smooth and cool. He felt a strange connection to the people who had placed it there, as if their voices were echoing through time, carried by the river's current. That night, as Arif sat by the water, he thought of the countless stories that had been born from its depths. Stories of gods and men, of love and loss, of survival and sacrifice. The river had shaped them all, its presence flowing through their lives like blood through veins. He closed his eyes and listened to the current, to the voice of the river. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a hum, a whisper, a song that had been sung since the beginning of time. The air inside the great hall was thick with incense, its sweet and smoky tendrils curling upward like prayers made visible. A single torch flickered on the wall, casting shadows that danced across the intricately carved stone. Figures of gods and beasts loomed large, their faces etched with expressions of power, mystery, and wisdom. The silence was broken only by the soft murmur of devotees, their heads bowed in reverence, as they approached the altar with offerings of grain, flowers, and clay figurines. The people of Mohenjo Daro believed in gods who walked among them, unseen but ever present. These deities were not distant beings in far-off heavens, they were woven into the very fabric of daily life. In the fields where crops swayed gently in the breeze, in the steady flow of the river, in the crackle of fire and the rustle of wind, the gods spoke. Each element, each force of nature, had a face, a name, a story. One of the most revered figures was a god with a horned crown, sitting cross-legged in eternal meditation. His gaze was calm, yet there was a fierce energy in his posture, as if he could summon the wildness of the world with a mere thought. The people called him the Lord of Beasts. Farmers whispered his name as they tilled their fields, hoping for his blessing on their harvest. Hunters left offerings at the edge of the forest, asking for success in their pursuits and safety from the creatures that roamed the night. Children, hearing the tales of his power, imagined him as the protector of all living things, from the smallest bird to the mightiest buffalo. In another corner of the city, a temple stood dedicated to the goddess of fertility and renewal. Her image, a voluptuous figure adorned with jewelry, symbolized life's abundance. Women would gather at her shrine, their hands cupping clay lamps, and pray for healthy children, for love to bloom, for life to flourish. Her name was spoken in hushed tones during planting seasons, as seeds were pressed into the earth, her blessing sought to bring life to the land. But there were darker tales too, of a god whose wrath could not be appeased. The storm bringer, they called him, a deity of rain and thunder. He was not worshipped in grand temples but in hurried rituals conducted under the open sky, often during the monsoon's violent outbursts. His was a temper feared, for his power could drown the city or withhold the rains and turn the earth to dust. Priests, trembling in his presence, would offer sacrifices to calm his fury. Some swore they had seen him in their dreams, a shadow cloaked in lightning, his voice like the roar of 1,000 storms. Arifson stood before one of the ancient seals unearthed in the ruins, its surface marked with symbols and depictions of these gods. He traced the outline of a figure carved into the clay, a female form surrounded by trees and animals. This, he thought, might be the Earth Mother, a deity whose origins predated the city itself. Her roots ran deep, like the rivers that sustained them, connecting the people to a past they could not remember but felt in their bones. Arif imagined the ceremonies held in her honor, the chants that echoed through the streets, the sense of unity her worship brought to the people. The gods of Mohenjo Daro were not confined to their statues and seals. They lived in the art, the architecture, the very design of the city. The great baths, used for ritual purification, were said to be touched by the water spirits, their cleansing properties blessed by the divine. Even the grid-like streets, so meticulously planned, reflected a harmony the people believed was a gift from their gods. To walk these streets, to live in this city, was to be part of something sacred, something eternal. The origins of these gods were as mysterious as the city itself. Arif pondered the stories passed down through generations, wondering if they had traveled with the people who built this place or if they had been born here, shaped by the land and the river. He thought of the seals depicting animals, bulls, tigers, elephants, and more, and wondered if the gods had once been these creatures, their spirits rising to divine status as the people revered them. Were these deities the guardians of the wild, protectors of the fragile balance between man and nature? As Arif gazed at the artifacts, he couldn't help but think of other ancient pantheons, the gods of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Greece. There were similarities that whispered of shared human longings. The fertility goddesses, the storm gods, the protectors of animals and crops, these themes seemed universal. Yet, the gods of Mohenjo Daro felt unique in their intimacy. They were not figures of unreachable grandeur, but companions in life's struggles, partners in survival. Late at night, when the excavation site was quiet, Arif imagined the city as it must have been. He saw the flicker of lamps in the temples, the murmurs of prayers carried on the wind. He heard the chants of priests, the cries of babies born under the goddess's gaze, the hum of life centered around the gods. It was a city alive with faith, its pulse beating in rhythm with the divine. The gods of Mohenjo Daro were not immortal in the way they had been imagined. Time, relentless and indifferent, had claimed their city, their temples, their followers. Yet, in the fragments left behind, in the seals, the statues, the stories, they lived on. Arif felt their presence as he walked the ruins, as if the air itself carried their voices, whispering of a time when gods and mortals shared the same space, the same dreams, the same fears. The wind whispered across the ruins, carrying with it the faint scent of dust and the echoes of a civilization long vanished. Mohenjo Daro lay silent under the sun's harsh gaze, its once bustling streets now empty, its grandeur reduced to remnants. And yet, in its quiet stillness, there was something that felt hauntingly familiar, as though its story was not unique but part of a greater pattern, a thread woven into the fabric of human history. Across the seas, tales of another city lost to time stirred the imagination. Atlantis, the city of legend, spoke of unmatched splendor and hubris punished by divine wrath. Both cities, though separated by distance and myth, shared an eerie resonance. Their fates, like whispers from the past, seemed to mirror one another, as if they were two reflections on the same endless ocean. The people of Atlantis, according to ancient texts, were said to be masters of advanced technologies and architecture. They thrived in a utopia of their own creation, a land of towering temples and shimmering canals. It was a city that rivaled the gods themselves, and perhaps it was this ambition that sealed their fate. The waters rose, swallowing their achievements in a single, vengeful stroke. Mohenjo Daro, too, stood as a marvel of human ingenuity, a city planned with mathematical precision, its streets aligned to perfection, its drains a testament to practicality and vision. But as the Indus River shifted course, the heartbeat of the city faltered, the lifeblood drained. There is a chilling beauty in the symmetry of these stories, and the idea that the grandeur of humanity's creation can be matched only by the devastation of its undoing. The people of Mohenjo Daro lived with a reverence for the river that sustained them, but perhaps even they underestimated its power. Atlantis, too, was a society built in harmony with water, and yet it became its undoing. These cities remind us of the fine line between nature's bounty and its wrath, a line that civilizations tread with hope and hubris. Archaeologists who walked the streets of Mohenjo Daro were struck by its uncanny sense of order. The wide roads, the uniform brickwork, the thoughtful placement of wells and baths, everything spoke of a city that had risen beyond mere survival to embrace a philosophy of balance and purpose. Was this not the same spirit attributed to Atlantis? A society so advanced that it bordered on mythical, so focused on perfection that it felt otherworldly? In the quiet corners of the ruins, some have wondered, did the people of Mohenjo Daro know their end was near? Were there signs, whispered warnings from the land and water? The same questions linger around Atlantis. Did its people see the waves on the horizon, or were they blinded by their achievements, unable to hear the rumble of the earth beneath them? The parallels between these lost civilizations create a tension that is impossible to ignore, a feeling that history does not merely repeat but rhymes with haunting precision. Arifson stood at the edge of a crumbling wall, staring out at the desolate landscape beyond. He thought of Plato's words describing Atlantis, a great city swallowed by the sea, its brilliance extinguished in a single cataclysmic moment. The scholars who sought Atlantis searched for more than ruins, they searched for proof that such greatness could exist, that humanity was capable of reaching such heights. Standing there, Arv realized that Mohenjo Daro, in its quiet dignity, answered that question. It was a monument not only to what was lost, but to what was possible. He touched the smooth surface of an ancient brick, imagining the hands that had placed it there thousands of years ago. Did those builders dream of their city enduring forever, or were they aware of its fragility? Perhaps they understood, as those of Atlantis might have, that eternity is not measured in years, but in the stories left behind. And Mohenjo-Daro's story, like Atlantis's, was one of resilience, of brilliance, of tragedy. Some tales of Atlantis speak of survivors, people who fled before the waters claimed their home. They carried with them knowledge, culture, and the memory of what once was, planting the seeds of new civilizations. Mohenjo-Daro, too, had its wanderers. Tribes who left before the city fell spoke of its wonders and its gods, passing down fragments of a forgotten world. In their songs and myths, the spirit of the city endured, much like the echoes of Atlantis that linger in the collective imagination. As Arv wandered the site, he thought of how these parallels stretched beyond just two cities. Other civilizations, Egypt's pyramids, Mesopotamia's ziggurats, the temples of the Maya, all shared the same rise and fall. Each reached for the heavens, only to be humbled by the forces of earth, water, and time. Mohenjo-Daro and Atlantis were not anomalies, they were part of a tapestry of human ambition, bound by the same eternal rhythm. A sudden gust of wind swept through the ruins, stirring up dust that swirled like ghosts dancing in the sunlight. Arv closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the past press against him. He wondered if the people of Mohenjo-Daro, like those of Atlantis, had believed in their invincibility. Perhaps their gods had warned them, perhaps they had ignored the signs. Or perhaps their downfall was simply the way of all great things, to rise, to shine, and to fade, leaving only stories behind. The ruins seemed to whisper as the wind died down, their voices mingling with those of other lost cities. Mohenjo-Daro, Atlantis, and countless others, they were not just places on a map, but symbols of humanity's eternal struggle against time. And in that struggle, there was a kind of beauty, a kind of hope. For even in their silence, these cities still spoke, reminding us of what was, what is, and what could be. The hymn began as a low murmur, a rhythm that rose and fell like a heartbeat. The words, ancient and powerful, were passed from one generation to the next, their meanings veiled in mystery yet steeped in reverence. Among the verses of the Vedas, some whispered of cities that shimmered like jewels in the sunlight, places where gods walked among mortals, and rivers carried both blessings and curses. In those verses, some believe, lay echoes of a forgotten world, perhaps even Mohenjo-Daro. The Rigveda, the oldest of the texts, sang of battles fought along mighty rivers, where warriors and priests vied for favor from the divine. One hymn spoke of a city so grand it seemed to defy nature itself, its towers scraping the sky, its streets bustling with life. This city, unnamed but unforgettable, was said to rest on the banks of a great river. Was it a memory of Mohenjo-Daro, buried in the sands of time, disguised as allegory or divine tale? Arif sat cross-legged on the floor of a dimly lit library, ancient manuscripts spread before him. The scent of aged paper mingled with the faint aroma of incense, filling the air with a sense of something sacred. He traced the script with trembling fingers, his heart racing as he read a verse that spoke of a city of 1,000 hearths, where the gods were invoked in rituals of water and fire. The words felt like a key, unlocking something vast and unspoken. Could these 1,000 hearths be the countless homes of Mohenjo-Daro, each with its own story, its own silent witness to history? The hymns often described rivers as living beings, deities that shaped the fates of men and kingdoms. The Sarasvati, a river mentioned frequently in the Vedas, was said to have been the cradle of ancient civilization. It flowed pure and mighty, its waters nourishing the land and the spirit. But there was a tragedy buried in its praise, a story of disappearance, of a river that once was and then was no more. Could the Sarasvati's vanishing echo the same fate that befell Mohenjo-Daro, abandoned as the Indus shifted its course? As Arif pieced together fragments of the texts, he imagined the lives described within. A priest standing on the banks of a river, arms raised in prayer, calling for rains to bless his people. A craftsman shaping clay into delicate pots, his creations destined to survive millennia. A woman lighting a lamp in her home, the glow of the flame casting shadows on the walls, her silent prayer carried into the night. These moments felt vivid, alive, as though the voices of Mohenjo Daro's people were preserved within the ancient verses. But there were darker passages too, ones that spoke of wrath and destruction. A storm unleashed by angry gods, its winds tearing through fields and homes, rivers overflowing their banks, consuming everything in their path. The verses described a city swallowed by chaos, its people scattering like leaves in a gale. Arv read these words and felt a chill run down his spine. Could this destruction be the end of Mohenjo Daro, immortalized in poetry and prayer? In the flickering light of an oil lamp, Arv turned to the Samaveda, its chants rich with devotion and mystery. One hymn described a sacred bath, a ritual meant to purify the soul and invoke blessings. The description was strikingly familiar: water channels, a central pool, a gathering of people united in worship. He thought of the great bath of Mohenjo Daro, its still waters reflecting the sky. Had the Vedic poets glimpsed this place, their words preserving it when memory faded? The Atharva Veda, with its spells and incantations, spoke of cities protected by walls of stone, their gates guarded by forces unseen. It described the blessings of urban life, but warned of its fragility. Arv read of a city where the balance between man and nature was precarious, where rivers that gave life could also take it away. It felt like a warning, a reminder that even the greatest civilizations could fall if they forgot their dependence on the earth. Outside the library, the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the courtyard. Arv stepped out, the cool evening breeze a welcome relief after hours spent immersed in ancient texts. He looked at the horizon, where the modern world met the remnants of the past. The thought lingered in his mind: if the Vedas did carry echoes of Mohenjo Daro, what did it mean for the people who lived there? Were they remembered as more than a name, more than ruins? Did their essence survive in the hymns sung by their descendants? The stars appeared one by one, their light piercing the darkness. Arv thought of the people who once looked at those same stars from the streets of Mohenjo Daro, their prayers rising with the smoke of burning incense. The Vedas, written in the language of gods and men, seemed to hold a mirror to those moments, reflecting a past that was both distant and immediate. As the night deepened, Arv returned to the texts, his eyes scanning the lines with renewed fervor. He read of cities blessed by the divine, where every stone held a story, every river a secret. The hymns sang not just of places but of people, their hopes and fears, their triumphs and tragedies. In those words, Arv felt the presence of Mohenjo Daro, not just as a city, but as a symbol of humanity's eternal dance with creation and destruction. The sky over Mohenjo Daro was painted in hues of twilight, a breathtaking blend of gold and crimson that shimmered against the still waters of the great bath. The air was alive with the hum of life, the soft chatter of merchants, the laughter of children, and the rhythmic pounding of artisans shaping their wares. Yet amidst the bustling vibrancy, there was a stillness that seemed almost otherworldly, a quiet hum that no one could hear, but everyone felt. In the heart of the city, where streets aligned with a precision that defied imagination, the structures stood like silent sentinels. Their smooth, baked bricks fit together so perfectly that not even a blade of grass could slip between them. Drainage systems snaked beneath the ground, intricate and efficient, whispering tales of an intelligence far beyond its time. How did they do it? How could a civilization that predated modern machinery achieve such perfection? Some whispered of gods, others dared to speak of beings not of this earth. An elderly farmer, his hands calloused from years of toil, sat by a fire on the outskirts of the city. His grandson, wide-eyed and curious, asked the question that lingered in the minds of many. Who built the city, grandfather? Who taught them to make such wonders? The old man's gaze shifted to the horizon, where the sky met the earth in a blur of mystery. He spoke in a voice heavy with both wisdom and uncertainty. They say the architects were not like us. They came from the stars, their knowledge vast, their purpose unknown. Centuries later, as archaeologists unearthed the ruins of Mohenjo Daro, they too were struck by its brilliance. They marveled at the precision of the city's layout, the complexity of its water systems, and the uniformity of its bricks, all of which seemed to defy the era in which they were created. Theories abounded, some grounded in logic, others in the fantastical. Among these, the idea of extraterrestrial involvement took root, fueled by the whispers of ancient texts and the unexplainable wonders of the site. The night sky over the ruins was vast and endless, its darkness speckled with stars that twinkled like distant beacons. It was under this celestial canopy that an enigmatic archaeologist named Raghav stood, his mind a storm of questions. Holding a fragment of pottery in his hand, he stared at the heavens as though seeking answers. The patterns on the artifact resembled constellations, their arrangement too deliberate to be dismissed as mere decoration. Could it be a map? A message? A connection to something beyond the confines of Earth? Stories began to emerge, pieced together from folklore and archaeological findings. They spoke of figures descending from the sky, their forms glowing with an otherworldly light. They brought knowledge, teaching the people how to harness the power of the rivers, how to build with precision, how to organize their lives around the rhythms of the stars. These beings, the stories claimed, were the architects of Mohenjo Daro, their influence etched into every brick and stone. There was an undeniable allure to these tales, a thrill that sent shivers down the spine. Skeptics scoffed, dismissing them as fanciful myths, but even they couldn't ignore the anomalies. The city's advanced engineering, its apparent understanding of geometry and astronomy, and the absence of tools that could explain such achievements, all of it pointed to something extraordinary. In one corner of the city, a researcher named Priya worked tirelessly, her desk cluttered with sketches and notes. Among her findings was a peculiar artifact, a seal bearing the image of a humanoid figure with elongated limbs and an enigmatic expression. Surrounding the figure were symbols that bore no resemblance to the known script of the Indus Valley. Priya's heart raced as she examined it, a mix of awe and unease washing over her. Could this be a representation of the so-called star people? Was it a clue left behind, a fragment of a story that transcended human history? The more Priya delved into the artifact, the more questions arose. She began to notice parallels in other ancient civilizations, the pyramids of Egypt, the monoliths of Stonehenge, the Nazca lines of Peru. Each bore signs of knowledge that seemed to come from a shared source, an intelligence that defied the limitations of their respective times. Could Mohenjo Daro be another chapter in this cosmic narrative, a testament to a link between humanity and the stars? The night Priya presented her findings to her peers, the room was charged with anticipation. She spoke of the seal, the strange patterns, and the uncanny similarities across civilizations. Her voice trembled as she posed the question that had haunted her for months. What if they weren't myths? What if the architects of Mohenjo Daro truly came from beyond our world? The response was mixed. Some dismissed her theories as speculative fantasy, while others couldn't help but feel a flicker of possibility. Among the latter was an astrophysicist who offered an intriguing perspective. If intelligent life exists elsewhere in the universe, he mused, would it not be drawn to our planet, with its abundant resources and curious inhabitants? Perhaps they saw potential in our ancestors and chose to guide them. Outside the conference hall, the wind carried the scent of rain, the first droplets falling like whispers from the sky. Priya stood alone, gazing upward, her mind a whirl of thoughts. Whether the architects were gods, aliens, or something else entirely, one truth remained: Mohenjo Daro was a place of wonder, its mysteries defying the boundaries of time and imagination. The city, with its perfect symmetry and unyielding resilience, seemed to hold a message, one that echoed across centuries, across the stars. The wind carried a strange stillness as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the crumbling ruins of Mohenjo Daro. In the fading light, the once bustling streets seemed to hold their breath, as if waiting for something. There was an energy here, unseen, unspoken, but palpable. It wasn't the kind that could be explained by science or history books. No, this was something ancient, something alive. A rumor had persisted among the locals for centuries. They whispered about a vault buried deep within the heart of the city. The stories varied. Some said it was protected by curses, others claimed it was guarded by spirits, but they all agreed on one thing: the vault contained a device, a creation so powerful and enigmatic that it defied explanation. They called it the Timekeeper's Vault. The tale of the vault was no mere bedtime story. Travelers and treasure seekers had braved the desert in search of it, lured by promises of untold knowledge and riches. None had returned. Some said they were lost to the sands, others believed they had been consumed by the device itself, a machine that held the essence of Mohenjo Daro and its people, frozen in time. The legend spoke of a group known as the Timekeepers, enigmatic figures who had once walked the streets of Mohenjo Daro. They were said to be neither gods nor mortals, but something in between, custodians of knowledge so advanced it bordered on magic. The device, their crowning achievement, was not a weapon or a tool of war, but a vessel of preservation. It captured the city's life, its essence, its very soul, locking it away so that it might endure beyond the fall of stone and brick. Late one evening, a young archaeologist named Arif stood alone in the ruins, a flashlight in hand and determination etched on his face. He had spent years piecing together fragments of the legend, chasing whispers and deciphering cryptic texts. His research had led him to an underground chamber, its entrance obscured by centuries of sand and debris. With each shovelful of earth, his heart raced faster. He wasn't sure what he was expecting to find, but something told him he was closer than anyone had ever been. When Arif finally uncovered the doorway, he hesitated. The stone slab was adorned with carvings, intricate spirals, and symbols that seemed to shift and dance in the dim light. He traced his fingers over them, feeling a strange warmth emanating from the surface. It was as if the stone itself was alive, pulsing with a heartbeat that matched his own. The chamber beyond was unlike anything Arif had ever seen. The walls were smooth and reflective, glinting faintly as though they had been polished by unseen hands. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and upon it rested a sphere of shimmering material that seemed to defy the laws of physics. It wasn't solid, nor was it liquid. It was something in between, a shifting, glowing entity that seemed to hold the universe within its confines. As Arif approached, he felt an overwhelming sense of connection. The sphere pulsed with light, responding to his presence, and in that moment, he understood. This was the Timekeeper's device, the artifact that had haunted legends and dreams for centuries. It wasn't just a machine, it was a living memory, a repository of everything Mohenjo Daro had been. He reached out, his hand trembling, and the sphere reacted. Images flooded his mind, vivid, breathtaking visions of the city in its prime. He saw bustling marketplaces, the shimmering waters of the Great Bath, children laughing and playing in the streets. He heard the hum of life, the music of a civilization that had once thrived in perfect harmony. It was as if the device had awakened, sharing its secrets with him, inviting him to become part of its story. But then came the voices. They weren't menacing, but they carried a weight that was impossible to ignore. They spoke in a language Arif didn't understand, yet somehow he grasped their meaning. They were the voices of the Timekeepers, warning him, pleading with him. The device was not meant to be disturbed. It was a gift and a burden, a testament to the brilliance and hubris of a civilization that had reached too far, too fast. Arif stumbled back, the connection severed. His mind reeled from the intensity of what he had experienced. The device, he realized, wasn't just preserving the essence of the city, it was protecting it. The people of Mohenjo Daro had poured their knowledge, their culture, their very souls into the sphere, ensuring that their legacy would endure even as their civilization crumbled. He understood now why the vault had been hidden, why the legend spoke of curses and guardians. The Timekeepers had not created the device for glory or power. They had created it out of desperation, a final act of defiance against the ravages of time and decay. As Arif exited the chamber, the desert night greeted him with its cool embrace. The stars above seemed brighter, sharper, as if they too had witnessed what lay beneath the sands. He stood there for a long time, the weight of his discoveries settling over him. The Timekeeper's vault was no longer a myth, it was a reality, a testament to a civilization that had refused to be forgotten. He knew he could never tell the world what he had found. The device was too precious, too fragile to be subjected to the greed and curiosity of mankind. It was better left undisturbed, a silent guardian of Mohenjo Daro's legacy, waiting for a time when the world was ready to understand its true significance. The air was thick with the weight of silence, broken only by the soft rustling of dry leaves carried by the desert wind. Under the unyielding gaze of the sun, the ruins of Mohenjo Daro lay still, as they had for millennia. Yet, beneath this silence, there was a hum, almost imperceptible, yet undeniably present. Something that had endured time, war, and decay. Something that had been whispered about for centuries. The eternal flame. No one knew exactly where it burned, but the stories had been passed down from generation to generation, a fire that never went out, hidden somewhere deep within the heart of the ruins. Its light was said to shine as brightly as the sun itself, and its warmth could be felt in the coldest of nights. But what the flame truly represented, no one could say for certain. Isha had heard the tales since childhood. Her grandmother's voice would drop to a hushed whisper whenever the topic came up, her eyes wide with a mix of reverence and fear. The eternal flame is a gift from the gods, she would say, a fire that holds the city's soul, untouched by time. Isha had always dismissed it as nothing more than a myth, a story meant to keep children in line or to fuel the fascination of wandering travelers. But something about the stories had always clung to her, as if they were meant for her to uncover. Now, standing at the threshold of the ruins, the weight of the stories pressed heavily on her chest. She could almost feel the presence of something, just beyond her sight. The flame, she thought, was more than a simple fire. It was a symbol, a key to understanding everything that had happened here, everything that had been lost. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the broken walls and empty streets. Isha took a deep breath and stepped forward, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and fear. The wind seemed to hold its breath as well, and for a moment she could almost hear the echoes of a distant past, the laughter of children, the chatter of merchants, the rhythm of life that once filled these streets. As she moved deeper into the ruins, the temperature dropped. The heat of the day slowly faded, and a strange chill settled in. It wasn't the typical desert nightfall. This felt different, as if the land itself was holding its breath. Isha's footsteps slowed as she approached what remained of the Great Bath. The massive structure, once a symbol of the city's grandeur, now lay in ruins. Broken tiles and cracked stones littered the ground, but there was a peculiar stillness in the air, as though something hidden lay just beneath the surface. Her eyes scanned the area, searching for any sign of the flame. She had been told it would be here, somewhere near the center of the city. A soft glow flickered in the distance, barely visible at first. Isha's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Was this the eternal flame she had heard so much about? She hurried towards it, the glow growing stronger with each step. The air around her seemed to shimmer with heat, even though the night was growing colder. Her pulse quickened as she came closer, and then, there it was, a flame, impossibly bright, dancing in the center of a ruined courtyard. The fire was contained within a stone basin, surrounded by ancient carvings that had long since eroded, but the flame itself, unchanged, unwavering, burned steadily, as though it had always been there. Isha stood still, awestruck. The flame was unlike any she had ever seen. It wasn't the typical orange or yellow of a normal fire, but rather a pale, almost silvery blue. It cast strange, shifting shadows on the broken stones around it, and the air around it hummed with an energy that seemed to transcend the physical. It was as though the fire wasn't just burning, it was alive, aware of her presence, and watching her. As Isha approached the flame, the temperature rose, but not in a way that felt harmful. It was as though the heat wrapped around her, drawing her closer. She extended her hand, feeling the warmth, but when her fingers hovered near the fire, something unexpected happened. A surge of energy coursed through her, and in that brief moment, the world around her shifted. She saw flashes, images of the past, of people who had walked these streets long before her time. There were women in flowing robes, men in intricate headdresses, children playing in the fountains. The city was alive again, bustling with life, the air filled with the sounds of conversation and laughter. She saw priests and priestesses, their hands raised toward the flame, offering their prayers. And then, just as quickly, it all disappeared, leaving only the faint echo of a song carried by the wind. The flame flickered, as though in response to her vision, and Isha stumbled back, breathless. Her heart raced as she tried to make sense of what she had just experienced. The fire, it wasn't just a flame. It was a link, a bridge to the past, a vessel that held the memories of the city and its people. It was more than a symbol of their civilization, it was their soul, burning brightly, unyielding in the face of time and decay. As the last traces of the vision faded, Isha felt a deep, almost overwhelming connection to the city. She wasn't just a visitor anymore. She was a part of it, tied to its history, its people, and its eternal flame. The fire burned as fiercely as ever, and for the first time, she understood why the legends had endured. The eternal flame was more than a myth. It was a living testament to the resilience of Mohenjo Daro, to the belief that even after all these years, the heart of the city still beat. The flame's light seemed to reach out to her, as though inviting her to stay, to become part of something far greater than herself. But she knew, deep down, that the flame was not meant to be kept. It was a gift, a reminder that even the greatest of civilizations could fall, but their essence, their spirit, could endure, carried on by those who remembered. With one last, lingering glance at the flame, Isha turned away, knowing that the fire would burn long after she had gone. It was not just the fire that would remain, but the memory of Mohenjo Daro, the city, its people, and the flame that would never die. The wind whispered across the ruins, carrying with it a chill that seemed to cut deeper than the cold night air. For a moment, there was nothing but silence, an empty, haunting quiet that settled over the vastness of the city's crumbling walls. And then, almost imperceptibly, it began, a sound, faint at first, like the hum of a distant chant or the murmur of a forgotten melody. It was as though the very stones of Mohenjo Daro were alive, breathing, speaking to those who dared to listen. Tariq stood motionless, his feet pressed firmly into the dust of the ancient streets. His heart was racing, not from fear, but from a sense of awe that surged through him, as though the city itself had reached out to him, calling him in a language older than time. The sound was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, woven into the very air, vibrating through the stones beneath his feet. At first, he thought it was the wind playing tricks, just a whisper through the ruins, a shifting of air in the hollowed-out walls. But as he moved closer to the walls of a collapsed structure, the vibrations grew stronger, almost as if the stone itself was pulsing. Tariq placed a hand gently on the weathered surface, feeling the soft tremors beneath his fingers. The air seemed to thrum with energy, as though the walls were alive with a song only the heart could hear. The vibrations were subtle, yet powerful, a deep hum that seemed to speak of something ancient, something that had been waiting for millennia. The walls, cracked and broken, seemed to respond to his touch, their song growing louder, more distinct. Tariq closed his eyes, listening with his entire being. It was as though the stones themselves were telling him a story, an echo of the past, a melody woven through the very fabric of the city. The rhythm was slow, steady, like the beating of a heart, reverberating through the ground and into his bones. He stepped back, his pulse quickening. The walls no longer seemed like mere remnants of a forgotten city. They were living, breathing entities, imbued with a life force that had endured centuries of neglect and decay. The song that emanated from them was not just sound, it was emotion, it was memory, it was history. It was a reminder of a time long past, when this city had been full of life and spirit, when its streets had been vibrant with movement and laughter. Tariq had heard the legends, whispers of a mystical energy that lay within the ruins, of vibrations that could be felt in the walls, of a song that could be heard by those who were sensitive enough to listen. But he had always thought it was just another tale, another myth to add to the growing list of mysteries surrounding Mohenjo Daro. But standing here now, feeling the vibrations under his fingertips, he knew something was different. This was no myth. This was real. The song seemed to grow louder, more insistent, as if the walls were begging to be heard. It was no longer just a hum, it was a full, resonant melody, full of richness and depth, as though the very earth beneath the city was singing. Tarek's eyes widened as he felt a strange sensation take hold of him, a pull, a connection to the city that he couldn't explain. It was as if he was not just hearing the song, but becoming part of it, a note in the eternal composition of Mohenjo Daro itself. As the vibrations intensified, Tarek's breath caught in his chest. The ground beneath him seemed to shift, and for a brief moment, he had the unsettling feeling that the city was alive beneath his feet, that the stones were waking, stretching, remembering. The hum of the walls seemed to wrap around him, filling the air with a strange, almost hypnotic energy. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the song faded. The hum softened, the vibrations dissipated into the night air, leaving nothing but the stillness of the ruins. Tarek stood frozen, his hand still resting against the wall, as if afraid that moving would break the delicate spell that had been cast over him. He pulled his hand away, his fingers tingling from the sensation. The silence that followed felt deafening in its intensity. For a moment, Tarek wondered if he had imagined the whole thing, if it had just been the wind, or perhaps his own mind playing tricks on him. But deep down, he knew better. He had felt it. He had felt the song, the vibrations that lived in the stones. The city, it seemed, was not as abandoned as he had once thought. Mohenjo Daro was not simply a forgotten ruin, left to the sands of time. It was a place of deep, untold power, a place where the very earth hummed with the memories of its past, where the stones sang the stories of those who had walked these streets long before him. Tarek turned away from the wall, his mind racing with thoughts of what he had just experienced. He knew he couldn't ignore this, he couldn't simply walk away and forget what he had felt. The Song of the Stones was a call, a message, and it was clear now that Mohenjo Daro still had secrets to reveal, if only one was willing to listen. As he walked deeper into the ruins, the hum of the stones seemed to linger in his mind, like an echo that refused to fade. It wasn't just a physical sensation, it was a memory, a presence that lingered in the air, in the very ground beneath his feet. The song had left an imprint on him, one that he knew would never fully fade. Mohenjo Daro had spoken to him, and its voice was etched into his soul. The ruins were no longer just a place of stone and dust. They were a living entity, a city that still breathed, still sang, still held the echoes of its past. The Song of the Stones was a reminder that even in the face of decay and destruction, something could remain. Something could endure. As Tarek moved forward, he couldn't help but wonder what other songs lay hidden in the ruins, waiting for the right person to listen, to understand. The walls had sung to him, and perhaps, just perhaps, there was more to the city's story than anyone had ever imagined. The sun was setting, casting long shadows over the ruined city of Mohenjo Daro. The last light of day filtered through the broken walls, illuminating the dust that rose in the air, swirling like ghosts of the past. Tarek stood in the heart of the ancient city, his eyes scanning the remnants of what had once been a thriving civilization. The silence of the ruins was overwhelming. There were no voices, no laughter, no bustling crowds, just the wind whispering through the crumbling stone. As the day faded into night, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss that ran deeper than just the destruction of a city. There was something more profound about these ruins, something that seemed to speak of a time long past, a lesson waiting to be understood. Mohenjo Daro had been one of the greatest cities of its time, yet here it stood, empty and forgotten, its streets silent. What had caused its fall? What had it once known that was now lost? Tarek's thoughts turned inward as he walked deeper into the ancient streets, passing the remains of homes and public buildings. The stone foundations, though weathered, still held the shape of a city designed with care and foresight. The careful planning, the sophisticated drainage systems, the standardization of bricks, everything pointed to a society that had once understood balance. Yet that balance had crumbled, leaving only ruins behind. The question lingered in his mind: what had gone wrong? He stopped near the edge of a well, the water long gone, the stone walls cracked and dry. His hand rested on the stone, feeling its cold surface. This was a city that had once known the value of water, how to store it, how to manage it. The drainage systems that ran beneath the streets had been marvels of engineering. And yet, as the years passed, the rivers that once nourished the land had dried up, or perhaps the people had overused them. The climate had shifted, the once constant flow of water had diminished, and with it, the lifeblood of the city. There was a deep, aching sorrow in that thought, a reminder that even the most advanced civilizations could falter when they lost sight of the delicate balance with the world around them. Tarek stood still, the weight of that realization settling over him like a heavy cloak. What had they missed? What had they failed to see before it was too late? The question echoed in his mind as he moved toward the ruins of a public building, its walls standing taller than the rest. He couldn't help but imagine what it must have been like when this city was alive with activity, markets bustling, people going about their daily lives, children playing in the streets. But all of that had vanished, leaving only the bones of a once great civilization. It wasn't just the buildings that were gone. It was the knowledge, the wisdom, the connection to the land that had been lost with it. The lesson of Mohenjo Daro was a harsh one. It was a reminder that no matter how great a civilization becomes, it is not invincible. A city built on unsustainable practices can easily crumble, no matter how advanced its technologies or how rich its culture. The people of Mohenjo Daro had reached great heights, but in the end, they had been brought low by forces beyond their control, and perhaps by forces they had failed to control. Tarek knelt on the ground, his fingers brushing against the dust that clung to the stone. What if the people of Mohenjo Daro had been too focused on their own success, too absorbed in their own innovations, to notice the slow changes around them? What if they had pushed too hard against the earth, drained too much from the rivers, taken too much from the land without understanding the cost? He stood and walked to the edge of the city, looking out over the horizon. The sun was almost gone now, leaving behind a sky painted in shades of purple and orange. The wind had picked up, and the ruins seemed to come alive in the fading light. There was a sense of something ancient stirring in the air, something that was neither past nor future, but something that stretched across time. Mohenjo Daro was a city that had lived and died, but its story wasn't over. It had a lesson to teach, a truth to impart to those who would listen. As Tarek stood there, looking out at the ruins, he realized that the lesson of Mohenjo Daro was not just about the past. It was about the present, too. The mistakes made by the people of Mohenjo Daro were mistakes that could easily be made again, mistakes that were still being made today. Cities grew, populations soared, resources were used up, and the delicate balance between people and the land began to tilt. The rise and fall of civilizations was a cycle, one that had played out before and was still playing out today. It was a sobering thought. The ruins of Mohenjo Daro were not just a relic of a forgotten time, they were a mirror. A mirror that reflected the challenges and choices of the world today. In the face of growing populations, climate change, and the depletion of natural resources, humanity stood at a crossroads. Could we learn from the mistakes of the past? Could we avoid the same fate as the people of Mohenjo Daro? The wind howled now, tugging at Tarek's clothes as he stood alone in the heart of the city. The sound was deafening, but it also carried with it a sense of urgency, a warning. He could hear the city's ancient song again, faint but persistent, vibrating in the air like the echoes of a forgotten past. It was as if Mohenjo Daro itself was speaking, reminding him that time was not infinite, that resources were not endless, that civilizations were fragile. And yet, despite everything, the collapse, the decay, the silence, there was something resilient about the ruins. They had stood the test of time, surviving centuries of neglect, surviving the ravages of nature and man alike. The city had fallen, but it had not been entirely forgotten. Its lesson had not been lost. Tarek took one last look at the ruins, a sense of reverence swelling in his chest. The sun was gone now, and the stars had begun to emerge, their light washing over the earth like ancient witnesses to a story that was still being written. Mohenjo Daro had been a city that knew the value of balance, of living in harmony with the land. And though it had fallen, its lesson was one that could still be heard, still be felt, in the winds that swept through the ruins, in the hearts of those who dared to listen. There was a quiet hum in the air as the sun began its slow descent over the sprawling city. Far below, the noise of traffic, voices, and life continued, but in the solitude of a small apartment on the city's outskirts, Arjun stood by his window, staring out into the distance. The scene before him was one of modernity, concrete, glass, and steel, yet his mind drifted far back in time, to an ancient city long buried beneath the earth. Mohenjo Daro. The name had haunted him for years, ever since his childhood, when his grandmother would tell stories of an ancient civilization, rich in culture and knowledge, a civilization that had shaped so much of the world that was now long forgotten. Arjun had heard these stories countless times, but the more he learned about the Indus Valley, the more he realized that its fingerprints were everywhere, in the architecture, in the urban planning, in the very rhythms of life around him. The world seemed to have moved on, yet a deeper connection lingered, hidden beneath the surface. He could almost feel the pull of the past, like a thread woven into the fabric of the present. How was it, he wondered, that the world had forgotten so much of what the people of Mohenjo Daro had known? How had their inventions, their way of life, their understanding of the world, slipped through the cracks of history? Standing there, gazing out at the modern world, Arjun couldn't help but see the link between the present and the distant past. There were echoes of Mohenjo Daro in the bustling streets below him, in the way cities today were planned, in the structure of neighborhoods, and even in the way people interacted with the world around them. It was like a faint whisper that refused to be ignored. The foundations of today's urban life had their roots in the streets of Mohenjo Daro. The city's layout, the grid system, the careful planning of its drainage and sanitation had been marvels of engineering. These same principles, though refined over thousands of years, had influenced modern cities. Arjun's thoughts lingered on the well-planned streets, the public baths, and the advanced plumbing systems that had once flowed through the city like veins in a living organism. The people of Mohenjo Daro had known something fundamental, that a city could not thrive without an understanding of its environment, without harmony between its people and the land that sustained them. Even the art of crafting and trade had left an imprint on today's world. The Indus Valley people had been master artisans, their seals and pottery finely detailed, their beads meticulously crafted from materials that were traded across vast distances. As Arjun thought about it, he could see traces of their legacy in modern craftsmanship, both in the high-end jewelry of today and the goods traded across global markets. Their skill, their artistry, their ingenuity had been passed down through generations, like a river flowing toward the present. But it was not just in the physical, tangible aspects of modern life that Arjun saw the influence of the Indus Valley. There was something deeper, something more subtle that lingered in the way people lived. It was in the shared understanding of community, in the quiet reverence for the land, in the belief that there was more to life than the hustle of survival. The people of Mohenjo Daro had valued harmony, and though the world had changed, that fundamental truth had persisted. As Arjun walked through the busy streets of the city, the sounds of the modern world enveloped him. Yet, for a brief moment, he felt like he was walking in the footsteps of those ancient people, sensing their presence in the rhythm of life around him. The way families came together, the way markets hummed with activity, the way people depended on one another for survival, it was as if the past was not so far removed after all. It was a quiet, almost spiritual connection that bound the old world to the new. The bustling markets reminded him of the trade routes that once spanned the length of the Indus Valley. He could almost hear the clinking of goods, the shuffling of feet, the exchange of ideas between people from distant lands. Today, global trade had taken on a new form, but the essence remained the same, the movement of goods, of ideas, of culture. The same principles that governed the thriving cities of Mohenjo Daro guided the world today. The ancient people of the Indus had been the first to set the foundations of international trade, to create networks that stretched far beyond their borders. They understood that the flow of goods could bind distant lands together, just as it had bound their city to the greater world. Arjun stopped in front of a small temple, its walls covered in symbols and carvings that seemed to echo with a sense of mystery. As he traced the lines of the ancient designs, he couldn't help but think of how the Indus Valley Civilization had left behind not just physical artifacts, but a spiritual legacy. The people of Mohenjo Daro had worshipped the forces of nature, revering the river, the earth, the sky. There was a quiet reverence in their practices, a respect for the natural world that still resonated today. Even in the most modern corners of the world, there was a longing for that connection to something greater. People still looked to the heavens, still sought meaning in the world around them, still understood that there was more to life than what could be seen and touched. The spirit of Mohenjo Daro lived on in the hearts of those who sought balance in a world that often seemed out of sync. And then there was the language, the script of the Indus Valley, still a mystery, still unbroken. Arjun had often wondered about the messages that might have been left behind, the stories that could still be told if the script were ever deciphered. But even in its silence, the script spoke. It was a reminder that language was not just a means of communication, but a bridge between past and present. Even when words were lost, the idea of communication, of connection, remained. The legacy of the Indus Valley was written not just in symbols, but in the way people today continue to seek understanding, to connect with one another, to share their stories. As night fell, Arjun returned to his apartment, but his mind stayed with the ancient city. He looked out over the modern skyline, the lights flickering like stars in the night sky. The city had changed, but the essence remained the same. The lessons of Mohenjo Daro, of balance, of community, of respect for the land, had seeped into the present in ways that were both seen and unseen. The past was not something that could be left behind. It was alive, echoing through the streets, through the hearts of the people, through the cultures that continued to evolve. The Indus Valley had not simply vanished. It had transformed, adapted, and woven itself into the very fabric of today's world. In the flickering light of a small clay lamp, an old man sat cross-legged on a woven mat, his voice steady and rich, weaving stories that seemed to hover in the air. Around him, children sat wide-eyed, their breaths held as if they feared the words might slip away if they exhaled too loudly. The elders spoke of a city that once pulsed with life, of streets that carried the whispers of traders and the laughter of children. It was a city built on the banks of a mighty river, a city now known only by its silence, Mohenjo Daro. His voice rose and fell like the tide, drawing the listeners deeper into the tale. He described a place where the earth had been tamed, where brick by brick, people had crafted not just buildings but a way of life. They were not like us, he said, his eyes gleaming, and yet, they were us. Their hands shaped the clay, their hearts beat with dreams, and their voices filled the air with songs. They lived, just as we do, and they left behind stories. Stories. The word lingered in the room, heavy with meaning. For centuries, long before archaeologists had unearthed the city, the stories of Mohenjo Daro had lived on in whispers, carried through generations like sacred relics. They were not etched in stone or inscribed on metal, they lived in the breath of storytellers, and the rhythm of their words, passed down from parents to children, elders to youth. It was through these stories that Mohenjo Daro refused to be forgotten. In another time, in another place, a young girl sat by her grandmother's side as the old woman spun a tale of a city that had thrived long ago. The girl could almost see the bustling markets, smell the spices, and feel the heat of the sun on the baked bricks. Her grandmother's voice trembled with age, but carried a strength that seemed timeless. "They say the river was their lifeblood," she murmured. "When the river thrived, so did they. But when it turned against them, they disappeared, leaving only their ghosts behind." The girl shivered, not out of fear but awe. How could a city so grand be reduced to ruins? And yet, as her grandmother spoke, it was as if the city was alive again, its walls echoing with the voices of its people. The stories painted pictures brighter than any artist could, images that danced in the girl's mind long after her grandmother's voice had fallen silent. These stories were not just entertainment, they were guardians. In their words, the essence of Mohenjo Daro was preserved. They carried memories of a people who had lived in harmony with their land, who had built systems to channel water, to share resources, to create beauty even in the mundane. They carried warnings, too, of what could be lost when balance was broken, when the river that gave life was no longer respected. The storytellers did not always know where truth ended and myth began. Some said the people of Mohenjo Daro had harnessed the power of the stars, that their city had been blessed by gods who walked among them. Others spoke of a great fire or a devastating flood that had swept the city away. The stories shifted with each teller, each adding their own rhythm, their own emphasis, their own heart. But no matter how they changed, one thing remained: the memory of the city endured. In small villages, where time seemed to move slower, the tales of Mohenjo Daro became woven into the fabric of everyday life. A potter, shaping clay on his wheel, would hum an old melody said to have been sung in the city streets. A farmer, working the soil, would mutter prayers to the same river gods believed to have watched over the city. These acts were quiet, almost unconscious, yet they were a form of remembrance, a way of keeping the past alive without even realizing it. Even in the chaos of modern cities, the stories found their way. A teacher, standing before a classroom of restless students, recounted the tale of a city where every brick had been measured and every street carefully planned. The students listened, half distracted, until the teacher's voice softened. "Do you know what they called Mohenjo Daro?" she asked. "The mound of the dead. But to me, it's the city that never truly died." In her words, something stirred in the students, a spark of curiosity, a quiet respect for the past. They began to see the city not as a ruin but as a legacy, a reminder of what people could achieve and what they could lose. There were moments, too, when the stories seemed almost magical. In the quiet of the night, under a sky brimming with stars, a traveler recounted a tale to his companions about a hidden chamber deep within the ruins of Mohenjo Daro, said to hold the city's most precious secrets. "They say if you listen closely to the wind," he whispered, "you can still hear the voices of the people, carried across the ages." His companions laughed nervously, but later, as they lay in their tents, they listened to the wind with a new kind of attentiveness, half expecting to hear the echoes of an ancient song. The stories of Mohenjo Daro were more than history; they were a bridge, connecting the present to the past. They reminded people of their roots, of the resilience and creativity that had defined their ancestors. They were a way of making sense of the world, of finding meaning in the ebb and flow of life. Through these stories, the city lived on, not as a relic, but as a heartbeat, steady and unbroken. Generations came and went, but the storytellers remained, their voices carrying the weight of time. They knew that without the stories, Mohenjo Daro would fade into oblivion, its legacy lost to the dust. And so, they spoke, weaving tales that brought tears to the eyes and fire to the hearts of their listeners. Through them, Mohenjo Daro was not just a city buried beneath the earth. It was a song, a prayer, a promise. It was a reminder that even in the face of loss, memory could endure. And as long as the stories were told, the city would never truly be forgotten. In the stillness of a museum hall, a single artifact rested under the protective glass, a clay tablet marked with symbols that seemed to hum with meaning just out of reach. People gathered around it, their voices low, their eyes wide. There was something about the way those markings twisted and curved, something ancient yet startlingly familiar. It wasn't just the mystery of what the symbols meant, it was the feeling that they spoke to something universal, something buried deep within humanity's shared memory. Far away, under the blistering sun of what was once the Indus Valley, an archaeologist stood motionless, holding a shard of pottery etched with similar symbols. The weight of history pressed down on her chest. How was it possible that a civilization so advanced, so intricately designed, could have risen and fallen with such little trace in the annals of time? And yet, here it was, a piece of Mohenjo Daro's story, uncovered by her own hands. She wondered not just what had happened to the city but how it connected to the broader story of humanity. Surely, Mohenjo Daro was more than just an isolated marvel, it felt like a thread in the grand tapestry of civilization itself. Thousands of years ago, as the people of Mohenjo Daro carried on with their lives, crafting their tools, building their homes, and trading their goods, did they know they were part of something larger? Did they realize that their city, with its carefully planned streets and ingenious water systems, would one day echo across time and space, becoming a riddle for future generations to solve? Perhaps they didn't, or perhaps they did. Perhaps that's why they left behind symbols and artifacts, clues that seemed to call out to those who would come after them. Elsewhere in the world, other civilizations were rising, each carving out its own place in history. The pyramids of Egypt stood tall against the horizon, the temples of Mesopotamia whispered to the heavens, and the palaces of the Minoans shimmered under the Mediterranean sun. And yet, something tied them all together, an unspoken connection that scholars and storytellers alike have spent centuries trying to understand. Was it trade? Shared technology? Or something more profound, an exchange of ideas, beliefs, and dreams that transcended distance and time? In the quiet of a university library, a researcher flipped through fragile pages filled with maps and theories. Mohenjo Daro, she read, was a city of unmatched sophistication, its influence rippling outward in ways not yet fully understood. She imagined ships laden with goods crossing seas, their sails filled with the same winds that had carried traders from the Indus to distant shores. She saw the faces of merchants as they bartered, exchanged stories, and carried news of a city whose streets were said to be cleaner than any they had ever seen, whose people had mastered the art of balance between innovation and harmony, growth and sustainability. But the most haunting connection wasn't in the goods they traded or the stories they shared, it was in the echoes of their cultures, echoes that seemed to whisper the same truths in different tongues. A goddess figure, seated in meditative stillness, bore a striking resemblance to deities worshipped halfway across the world. Patterns on pottery, tools of daily life, and even the shapes of their homes spoke a common language, one that suggested humanity's roots were not as divided as modern borders might imply. The stories passed down from the ruins of Mohenjo Daro spoke of resilience, of a people who had weathered floods and droughts, who had built a city designed not just for survival but for thriving. It was a story mirrored in countless other civilizations, from the Nile to the Yellow River, from the Andes to the Tigris. And yet, as the centuries passed, something happened. The people disappeared, their voices lost, leaving behind only the bones of their city and the faintest trace of their legacy. Even now, as the world grows ever more connected, Mohenjo Daro remains a mystery, its role in humanity's history both tantalizing and incomplete. Could it be that the city was more than just a marvel of its time? Could it have been a bridge, a point of contact where ideas flowed like the rivers that sustained it? Or was it a warning, a reminder of how fragile even the greatest of civilizations can be? On the shores of the Indus, where the ruins of Mohenjo Daro stand silent under the watchful eye of the sun, the air seems to buzz with unanswered questions. Who were these people, and what did they leave behind? And more importantly, what does their story mean for us? As scientists piece together the fragments of the city, as historians connect its innovations to those of other cultures, a picture begins to emerge, one not of separation, but of connection. Mohenjo Daro wasn't just a city, it was part of something far greater, a reminder that humanity's story has always been one of interwoven paths and shared dreams. The children who sit by fires, listening to tales of a city that once thrived, may not know the full truth of Mohenjo Daro, but they feel its resonance. The scholars who pore over its ruins may not yet uncover all its secrets, but they sense its importance. And those who walk through the ruins themselves, who feel the ancient stones beneath their feet, know they are standing on sacred ground, not just because of what was, but because of what still is. The city may be silent, but it speaks through the echoes it left behind. It speaks of unity, of innovation, of the strength and fragility of human ambition. It reminds us that, no matter how far apart we may seem, we are all part of the same story, all tied to the same thread that begins in places like Mohenjo Daro and stretches into the infinite. And as long as that thread remains unbroken, the city will never truly be lost. Beneath a canopy of stars, a young poet sat by her window, staring at the scattered pages of her notebook. Her pen trembled over the blank sheet before her, the words refusing to come. Then, in the stillness of the night, an image emerged in her mind, a city rising from the dust, its streets aglow with the soft light of 1,000 lamps, its people moving with a grace that felt both ancient and eternal. Mohenjo Daro. The name echoed in her thoughts, carrying a weight that pulled her out of her chair and into a dreamscape she could barely comprehend. She began to write, her hand moving faster than her mind could follow. Each word seemed to pull her deeper into the vision, a city whose symmetry felt like poetry carved into stone, where the hum of water through its canals played like a melody. This wasn't just a place lost to history, it was alive in her imagination, urging her to give it a voice. In another corner of the world, a painter worked feverishly in his studio, his canvas drenched in deep ochres and blues. His brushstrokes told a story of a city that whispered to him in the quiet hours before dawn. He hadn't seen it in books or photographs. It had come to him in fragments, a glimpse of its towering granaries, the soft curves of its seals, the haunting faces of its inhabitants. Every time he closed his eyes, the city called to him, begging to be reborn in the colors and textures of his art. There was a novelist who had once wandered through the ruins of Mohenjo Daro, her feet stirring up the dust of 1,000 forgotten stories. She had walked its streets, her heart heavy with questions she couldn't answer. Yet, as she stood in the shadow of the great bath, she felt something stir, a presence, an energy. Years later, sitting at her typewriter, that memory returned. The ruins transformed in her mind into a living city, bustling with characters whose lives intertwined like the bricks of its walls. She wove their stories into her novel, her words breathing life into the ghosts of the past. Mohenjo Daro isn't just an archaeological wonder, it's a muse, a place that speaks to the hearts of those who create. Its silence is its greatest strength, for in that silence, artists and writers find infinite possibilities. They see not just what was, but what could have been, and what still might be. The city's unspoken stories inspire them to imagine, to dream, to craft new worlds. A filmmaker once described his first encounter with the city as a revelation. He hadn't visited its ruins, but he had seen them in his dreams. The precision of its streets, the harmony of its architecture, it was as though it had been designed for the screen. His film, inspired by those fleeting images, became a tapestry of light and shadow, capturing the elegance and mystery of a civilization that refused to be forgotten. And then there were the musicians. To them, Mohenjo Daro was not just a city, it was a symphony. The rhythm of its daily life, the flow of its water, the murmur of its marketplace, all these sounds came together in a melody that echoed through time. They composed pieces that resonated with the city's essence, their music carrying its spirit to audiences who might never have heard its name. Even architects found themselves drawn to Mohenjo Daro. Its grid-like streets, its ingenious drainage systems, these were not just relics of the past, but blueprints for the future. They studied its designs, marveling at the foresight of its builders. Inspired, they incorporated its principles into their own work, crafting cities that honored the balance between progress and preservation. A dancer, wrapped in silk the color of terracotta, moved with the fluidity of water and the strength of stone. Her choreography was a tribute to the city she had never seen but had always felt. Each step, each gesture, told the story of Mohenjo Daro, a story of creation, endurance, and silent resilience. Mohenjo Daro lives on not just in textbooks or museums, but in the hearts of those who dare to dream. It is a beacon for creators, a reminder that even in ruins, there is beauty, meaning, and a spark of life waiting to be reignited. Through their work, artists and writers bring the city into the present, ensuring that its legacy is not just remembered but celebrated. In their hands, the city becomes more than stone and dust. It becomes a symbol of humanity's capacity to create, to imagine, and to connect across time. Mohenjo Daro may have fallen, but through the dreams it inspires, it continues to rise, its story unfinished, its voice eternal. In a room glowing with the cool blue of computer screens, a team of researchers sat in silence. The air hummed with anticipation as the lead scientist pressed a key, bringing the ancient city of Mohenjo Daro to life. On the massive monitor, streets stretched out in perfect grids, homes stood proud with their courtyards intact, and the great bath shimmered with virtual water. For a moment, no one spoke. It was as if the ruins, buried for millennia, had shrugged off the weight of time and breathed once more. This wasn't imagination, it was technology. Layer upon layer of digital rendering had been woven together with precision, using every fragment of evidence archaeologists had ever uncovered. The stones, the seals, the wells, they were all there, but not as crumbled relics. They stood in their prime, as they must have looked to the people who had once called this place home. The lead architect leaned closer to the screen, her voice a whisper. "It feels alive." It was alive. This wasn't just a recreation, it was a portal into the past. Every detail had been considered: the grain of the bricks, the shine of terracotta vessels, the faint breeze that seemed to drift through the virtual alleys. And as the camera moved, it didn't feel like watching a model. It felt like walking through history. In a small house at the edge of the city's simulation, a woman knelt by a grinding stone. Her hands moved with practiced ease, and though her figure was a mere rendering, there was something haunting about her presence. She wasn't based on any specific person, she was a composite of possibilities. Yet, as the virtual sun cast shadows across her face, she felt real enough to greet. The simulation was more than a visual marvel. It was immersive. With the help of virtual reality, people could walk these streets, climb the steps of the granaries, or stand at the edge of the Great Bath, listening to the distant murmur of a marketplace. The city wasn't just being rebuilt, it was being reimagined in a way that allowed people to feel its pulse. Engineers worked tirelessly to ensure the accuracy of every movement. The sway of palm trees in the wind, the glint of sunlight on the river's surface, nothing was too small to perfect. Even the sounds had been painstakingly recreated. The faint trickle of water through the drainage systems, the chatter of traders exchanging goods, the occasional bark of a dog, all these details wove together to make Mohenjo Daro more than just an image on a screen. For historians, it was a chance to step into their research. They could walk through theories, test assumptions, and debate as they stood inside a building that had only existed as lines on paper. What if this wasn't just a warehouse, one historian asked, standing in the middle of a structure in the simulation? What if it was a gathering space? Look at the airflow, the light. And just like that, centuries-old mysteries felt one step closer to being solved. But it wasn't only academics who felt the power of the city's revival. For children, the virtual streets became playgrounds of curiosity. A young boy, hesitant at first to wear the virtual reality headset, gasped as he found himself standing in a bustling marketplace. "Can I touch that?" he asked, reaching out for a clay jar. He couldn't touch it, of course, but the experience lit a spark of wonder that would stay with him long after he returned to his classroom. Artists and storytellers, too, found themselves enchanted. One poet described walking through the simulation as hearing an old song for the first time. "You don't just see it," she said. "You feel it. The weight of its history, the echoes of its people, it's all there." There were moments of awe and moments of reflection. When the virtual rain began to fall, pattering softly against the clay rooftops, it was impossible not to feel a pang of sadness for what had been lost. Yet, at the same time, there was a profound sense of hope. If technology could breathe life into this ancient world, what else might it achieve? Could it help preserve other threatened heritage sites? Could it help us better understand ourselves? The most breathtaking moment came when the team introduced the night cycle. As the virtual sun dipped below the horizon, the city transformed. Lamps flickered to life, casting a warm glow over the streets. The Great Bath reflected the light of 1,000 stars, and the soundscape shifted to the gentle hum of nighttime. People watching the simulation fell silent, many moved to tears. In that moment, Mohenjo Daro wasn't just a memory, it was a living, breathing wonder. But the project wasn't without its challenges. The creators wrestled with gaps in knowledge, using technology to fill in what history couldn't provide. They debated endlessly over the colors of the walls, the materials of the roofs, the layout of the courtyards. Each decision felt monumental, as though the spirits of the past were watching, waiting for them to get it right. As the simulation grew more detailed, whispers began to spread. Could this technology bring Mohenjo Daro closer to being understood by the world? Could it change how people thought about their shared history? One of the developers, a quiet man who rarely spoke during meetings, finally broke his silence. "We're not just building a city," he said. "We're giving people a chance to meet their ancestors." That thought lingered, even as the team pressed forward. Every late night spent perfecting the algorithms, every glitch fixed, every small victory, they all felt like offerings to the city that had inspired it all. Mohenjo Daro wasn't just a project. It was a calling. And as the simulation neared completion, the creators allowed themselves a moment to dream. What would it be like for someone from the distant future to step into this virtual world? Would they feel the weight of the city's story, its triumphs, and its heartbreaks? Would they walk its streets and feel connected to those who had walked them long before? For now, it was enough to stand back and watch as the city came alive again, its walls humming with the promise of stories yet to be told. The first light of dawn touched the horizon, and the city stirred to life. From above, its streets gleamed like veins of gold, stretching in perfect harmony with the landscape. The walls were a blend of ancient design and cutting-edge materials, shimmering with an otherworldly iridescence. It was a place of wonder and whispers, a reborn Mohenjo Daro, built not just from stone and brick but from dreams and courage. The wind carried a low hum, a melody rising from beneath the ground where the city's power core pulsed with energy. This was no ordinary power source. Scientists had unlocked secrets buried for centuries, fusing ancient wisdom with technology so advanced it seemed almost magical. The city ran on the same principles that its ancestors had pioneered: sustainability, balance, and respect for the environment, but now, those ideas had been magnified 1,000-fold. In the heart of the city stood a structure they called the sanctuary. It wasn't a temple in the traditional sense, but something far more profound. Its walls were lined with panels that seemed alive, shifting between historical depictions of the original Mohenjo Daro and projections of what it could become. A single inscription ran around the room in glowing script: "The past is the blueprint, the future is the dream." A boy ran through the streets, his bare feet tapping against the smooth, solar-heated tiles. He wasn't supposed to be out this early, but curiosity had gotten the better of him. His grandfather had told him stories, tales of a lost city where rivers once danced and the sky was thick with the aroma of jasmine and clay. He had laughed then, unable to imagine such a world. But now, as he gazed at the glowing rooftops and listened to the distant hum of life, he wondered if his grandfather had known all along this place would rise again. By mid-morning, the streets were bustling. Traders showcased their wares, some physical, some holographic. A woman demonstrated a device that could grow an entire crop of wheat in a day, while another sold handcrafted pottery that mirrored the designs of ancient seals found in the ruins. Everywhere, there was movement, yet none of it felt rushed. Time here didn't seem to race forward, it ebbed and flowed, as though the city itself was breathing. The scent of spices wafted through the air as a group of children gathered by the great pavilion. This was where ideas were born, an open forum where anyone could share their vision for the city's future. Today, a young engineer presented her plan for a floating garden that could purify the air. "We must think not just of ourselves," she said, her voice steady and bold, "but of those who will walk these streets long after we are gone." Beneath the city, a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers held the true marvels of the new Mohenjo Daro. Here, the elders, the keepers of knowledge, worked tirelessly to ensure the city's survival. They were not politicians or rulers, but guardians, entrusted with the balance between progress and tradition. One of them, a woman with silver hair and piercing eyes, held a fragment of an ancient seal in her hand. "They knew," she murmured to herself. "Our ancestors knew things we're only beginning to rediscover." Above ground, the day continued, filled with moments of quiet awe. A man knelt by the city's central fountain, tracing the patterns on its base. The designs weren't random, they told stories, of floods and festivals, of people who had loved and lost, of a civilization that had vanished but never truly disappeared. The man touched his chest, as though trying to feel the heartbeat of the city beneath his skin. As the sun began to set, the city transformed. Lights flickered on, not in blinding bursts, but in soft, inviting glows. They followed the contours of the streets, highlighting the seamless blend of old and new. The boy from earlier climbed a nearby tower to watch the spectacle. Below him, the river shimmered, its surface reflecting the city's light in rippling waves. He imagined what it must have been like to see this place thousands of years ago, and wondered if the people then had dreamed of a future like this. At night, the sanctuary became the city's soul. People gathered in silence, sitting in circles under the soft glow of its walls. Stories were shared, not just of the past, but of the present and what lay ahead. An old man spoke of the floods that had once swallowed the ancient city, his voice trembling with both sorrow and hope. "We cannot control the rivers," he said, "but we can listen to them, respect them, and learn." A young woman followed, her hands shaking slightly as she began. "This city is more than a place. It's a promise that no matter how much we lose, we can always rebuild. Not to what was, but to what should be." As she spoke, the lights in the sanctuary shifted, revealing a map of the ancient Indus Valley Civilization. It spread across the walls, glowing faintly, as if the land itself were watching. The boy who had climbed the tower stood in the doorway, his breath caught in his chest. He felt something stir deep within him, a connection he couldn't explain. It was as though the city were speaking directly to him, calling him to become part of its story. In the early hours of the morning, when most of the city slept, a small group of engineers worked on a project unlike any other. They called it the Memory Core, a device that could store not just data but emotions, dreams, and visions. It was meant to ensure that the essence of the new Mohenjo Daro would never be lost, even if the city itself were to fade again. One of the engineers paused, staring at the screen before her. "What if this is what they wanted all along?" she asked softly. "Not to preserve the past, but to inspire the future." By sunrise, the city hummed to life once more, its streets alive with the promise of another day. But something lingered in the air, a sense that this place, so full of light and hope, was more than it seemed. It wasn't just a city reborn. It was a testament to humanity's resilience, a reminder that even in the face of destruction, we carry within us the power to rebuild, not just bricks and walls, but the very essence of who we are. The sound of the wind carried a strange, hollow melody as it swept across the deserted ruins. It was a song of silence, a tune only the stones could hear, whispering of an era long gone. A lone traveler stood still, tracing the outline of a shattered wall with trembling fingers. The stone was cold, unyielding, but it seemed to pulse faintly, as if it held within it the echoes of laughter, cries, and the voices of a civilization that once thrived here. He closed his eyes, and suddenly, the world shifted. The streets that had lain in stillness for centuries filled with movement. Vendors called out, offering spices, silks, and clay pots. Children ran past, their laughter bouncing off the walls. The air smelled of fresh bread and burning wood, alive with the energy of a city that had mastered the art of living. Yet even in this vision of vibrancy, there was a weight, a subtle reminder that nothing lasts forever. He opened his eyes, and the ruins greeted him once again. The silence was deafening now, but the questions it carried were louder still. Why do civilizations rise, only to fall? Are they doomed to crumble, or is there something deeper, a lesson buried beneath the rubble? Far from this forgotten city, others told similar stories. The grand pyramids of Egypt stood as lonely sentinels over a land that had once commanded the respect of the ancient world. The Mayan temples, shrouded in dense jungle, whispered of astronomical brilliance and bloodied rituals. In the far reaches of the Mediterranean, the columns of Greece and Rome stood fractured, shadows of their former majesty. Each had soared to unimaginable heights, only to come crashing down, leaving behind mysteries and myths. The traveler moved further into the ruins, his steps crunching against the debris. As he walked, he imagined the people who had once lived here. Did they see it coming? The end? Or had it crept upon them like an unseen predator, silent until the moment it struck? He thought of the builders, those who had laid the foundations of this city with hope in their hearts. They had believed, surely, that their work would endure, that their descendants would walk these streets and carry forward their dreams. And yet, here it was, reduced to rubble, the dreams scattered like the dust on the wind. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the ruins. It was in these shadows that the traveler felt the weight of time pressing against his chest. Civilization was not a straight line, he realized, but a wheel. And the wheel always turned. For every rise, there was a fall. For every golden age, there came a reckoning. He thought of nature, the quiet overseer of humanity's ambitions. Rivers that gave life to cities could just as easily take it away. The soil that nourished crops could turn barren. The winds, once gentle, could roar with fury. And yet, nature wasn't cruel, it was indifferent. It simply existed, while humanity's creations strained against its relentless tides. The traveler knelt and picked up a fragment of pottery. It was simple, unadorned, but it carried the weight of its maker's hands. A sudden ache pierced his heart as he wondered about the person who had shaped it. Did they laugh as they worked? Did they hum a tune? Did they believe they were creating something that would last? As the sky darkened, the stars began to appear, one by one. Their cold, distant light reminded him of how small humanity was in the vast expanse of the universe. And yet, for all their insignificance, people had built wonders, cities that pierced the heavens, machines that defied gravity, stories that outlived their tellers. It was in these acts, fleeting though they might be, that humanity's defiance shone brightest. He leaned against a broken pillar and gazed upward. The constellations were the same ones the people of this city had seen thousands of years ago. They had charted these stars, perhaps drawing comfort from their permanence. But the stars, too, were not eternal. They were caught in their own cycle, born of fire, destined to collapse into darkness. The wind picked up again, carrying with it the scent of the earth and the faint rustle of leaves. The traveler thought of the cities alive today, skyscrapers gleaming against the horizon, streets teeming with life, and monuments to modern ingenuity. Would they, too, one day fall silent? Would their brilliance be reduced to forgotten echoes? And yet, there was something unbreakable in the human spirit, something that refused to be silenced by time. Even as civilizations crumbled, their stories endured. They were carried forward, woven into the fabric of humanity's shared memory. The ruins around him were proof of that. They were more than stone and dust, they were voices, calling across the ages, reminding those who came after that they were not alone. He stood and began to walk again, his steps lighter now. He no longer felt the despair of loss, but the quiet awe of connection. The cycle of civilizations wasn't a tragedy, it was a testament. It spoke of humanity's ability to build, to create, and to dream, even in the face of impermanence. The traveler stopped at the edge of the ruins and turned back for one last look. The shadows had deepened, and the city seemed to dissolve into the night. But in his mind's eye, it remained alive, a flicker of light in the vast darkness of time. And as he stepped away, he felt a sense of peace, knowing that the wheel would keep turning, and the story would never truly end. Beneath the scorching sun, a small mound of sand shifted. The wind carried a quiet, eerie hum, almost like a whisper from the depths of the earth. A young archaeologist crouched low, brushing away the grains with trembling hands. She had heard the stories, the rumors of what lay buried here, but this was no storybook. This was real, and she could feel it in the weight of the silence around her. Her heart raced as the edge of something solid emerged, pale and time-worn. She paused, her breath catching, and glanced at her team. They were busy with their own excavations, heads bent in concentration. She was alone with this discovery, at least for now, and the air seemed to thicken with an unspoken tension. As she continued to uncover the artifact, her mind wandered to the legends. They spoke of entire worlds lost beneath the sands, cities swallowed by time, waiting to be awakened. Mohenjo Daro was only the beginning, they said, a fragment of a much greater whole. Could this be part of it? Was she brushing away the veil between now and a forgotten chapter of humanity? The sun dipped lower, casting golden light over the site. The object became clearer, a piece of pottery, but unlike any she had seen. Its surface was etched with symbols that seemed to pulse faintly, as though alive with energy. Her fingers traced the grooves, and a shiver ran through her. These marks were deliberate, purposeful. Someone, thousands of years ago, had carved them with meaning, with intent. What had they been trying to say? The thought lingered as she carefully lifted the piece, cradling it like something sacred. She felt the weight of history in her hands, but also its mystery. This was more than pottery, it was a message from the past. But who had written it, and why? And how many more messages lay hidden beneath the sands, waiting for someone brave or foolish enough to seek them out? A sudden gust of wind sent sand swirling around her feet, and she squinted against it, shielding the artifact. The landscape seemed to shift in the twilight, the dunes taking on shapes that almost looked deliberate, like walls, streets, and towers crumbled into obscurity. Her imagination raced. What if the sands weren't just covering ruins, but entire civilizations? What if the desert was a graveyard of forgotten worlds, each more wondrous than the last? She stood, brushing the sand from her knees, and looked out over the horizon. The desert stretched endlessly, its vastness both awe-inspiring and oppressive. Somewhere out there, she knew, were answers. But they would not come easily. The sands did not give up their secrets willingly. They clung to them, guarding them jealously, as though knowing that humanity wasn't ready to understand. She thought of the elders in her village, who spoke of ancient treasures hidden beneath the earth. They claimed these treasures weren't gold or jewels, but knowledge, truths that could change everything. The stories had always sounded like myths, tales to entertain restless children. But standing here, holding this artifact, she wondered if the elders had known more than they let on. The stars began to emerge, one by one, their cold light illuminating the dunes. She felt small beneath them, a mere speck in the vastness of time and space. Yet there was a strange comfort in that smallness. It connected her to everyone who had ever lived, everyone who had ever looked up at these same stars and wondered about their place in the universe. A rustling sound broke her reverie, and she turned sharply. It was only one of her colleagues, waving her over with excitement. She hurried to where he stood, and her breath caught again. He was brushing sand away from what appeared to be a stone slab, etched with more of the strange symbols. The slab was enormous, its edges disappearing into the ground. Whatever it was only partially revealed. They worked together in silence, their movements careful and deliberate. As the hours passed, the slab gave way to another, and then another, forming what looked like the foundation of a massive structure. Her mind reeled. Was this a temple? A palace? Or something else entirely, something beyond her understanding? The night deepened, and the desert grew colder. The stars seemed to press closer, as if watching their work. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were intruding, trespassing on something ancient and sacred. But she couldn't stop. The pull of discovery was too strong, and the questions burned too brightly. By dawn, the outline of the structure was visible, a vast, intricate design that seemed to defy logic. It was both simple and complex, geometric yet organic, as though it had grown from the earth itself. She stared at it, her exhaustion forgotten. This wasn't just a building, it was a story, a testament to a civilization that had thrived long before hers. And it was only the beginning. She knew there were more mysteries buried here, deeper and more profound. The sands held them tightly, but she felt their presence, humming beneath her feet like a heartbeat. They called to her, urging her to dig further, to uncover the truths that had been hidden for millennia. But with that call came a warning, unspoken but undeniable. Some secrets were not meant to be uncovered. Some truths could shatter the world. She thought of the elders again, their words echoing in her mind. Knowledge is power, they had said, but it is also a burden. Be careful what you seek. She knelt again, brushing the sand away from another fragment, her heart pounding. The desert was alive, she realized, not with life as she knew it, but with the memories of those who had come before. And as she worked, she couldn't help but wonder how much of humanity's story was still waiting to be told. And how much was meant to remain a mystery forever. The sound of footsteps echoed across the barren ruins as the setting sun painted the ancient bricks in hues of gold and crimson. An elderly storyteller stood near a crumbled wall, his voice carrying across the desert air, weaving tales that felt more alive than the ruins themselves. A small crowd had gathered, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the lanterns they carried, their eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and reverence. The city was alive, the man began, his words soft yet weighty. It wasn't just the buildings, the streets, or the people. It was the spirit that flowed through it, binding everyone and everything together. A spirit so strong that even the sands couldn't bury it, nor time erase it. The crowd leaned closer, captivated, as if the very stones around them were listening too. Generations had come and gone since Mohenjo Daro's time, yet its essence refused to fade. There was something eternal about it, something no one could quite explain. Archaeologists had unearthed remnants of its existence, pieces of its story, but the heart of the city, the pulse that once beat within its walls, remained elusive. It was more than bricks and clay. It was a feeling, a presence that lingered like a whisper just out of reach. A child in the crowd tugged at his mother's sleeve, his voice barely a whisper. "What made it so special?" he asked, his gaze fixed on the storyteller. The old man's eyes softened as he looked at the boy. "They say it was a city of harmony," he said, his voice steady and warm. "A place where people lived not just for themselves, but for each other. Its walls were not just built of stone, but of trust, its streets paved not just with clay, but with shared dreams." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the ruins, as if trying to summon the city back to life with his words. But it wasn't just what the people built. It was how they lived. They respected the land, the water, the air. They understood that they were part of something greater, something timeless. And that understanding, it still lingers here, waiting for someone to hear it. A chill ran through the crowd despite the warmth of the evening. It wasn't just the story that sent shivers down their spines, it was the sense that the city itself was listening, watching, perhaps even waiting. One of the older listeners stepped forward, her voice tinged with curiosity and awe. "If the city was so perfect," she asked, "why did it fall? Why is it only ruins now?" The storyteller's expression grew somber. He glanced at the horizon, where the last light of the sun was fading. "Perhaps it didn't fall," he said softly. "Perhaps it chose to sleep, to let itself fade into legend so that its lessons would be remembered, not just its buildings. Because sometimes, what survives isn't what you can see or touch. It's what you feel, what you carry in your heart." The crowd was silent, the weight of his words sinking in. The ruins around them seemed to hum with quiet agreement, the echoes of an eternal truth that defied explanation. Nearby, a young artist sat with her sketchbook, her pencil moving furiously across the page. She wasn't drawing the ruins as they were, but as she imagined them to be, a bustling city full of life, its streets alive with laughter, its towers reaching for the sky. Her hand shook slightly as she worked, as if the spirit of the city itself was guiding her pencil, showing her glimpses of what once was. Not far from her, a poet scribbled lines in a worn notebook, his verses trying to capture the feeling that words alone could never quite express. And a musician hummed a tune, his fingers tapping out a rhythm on his knee, a melody that felt both ancient and new, like it had been carried on the wind from a time long past. The ruins inspired them, not because they were broken, but because they were alive in a way that defied reason. They weren't just reminders of what had been lost, they were symbols of what could be found. Hope, resilience, connection. The belief that even in the face of time's relentless march, some things endure. As the moon rose high, its silver light bathing the ruins, the crowd began to disperse. But the storyteller remained, his gaze fixed on the crumbling walls. He could almost see it, the city as it once was, vibrant and alive, its people moving through the streets with purpose and joy. He could almost hear their voices, their laughter, their songs. He closed his eyes, letting the memories, real or imagined, wash over him. He knew, deep in his heart, that Mohenjo Daro wasn't gone. Not really. It lived on in every story told, every song sung, every dream inspired by its legend. It lived on in the hearts of those who believed in its spirit, who carried its lessons forward. And as the night grew quiet, the wind carried a soft, almost imperceptible sound through the ruins, a hum, a whisper, a melody. It was as if the city itself was singing, its voice weaving through the air, reminding the world that it was still here, still eternal. The Indus River glistened under the morning sun, its waters flowing with a steady rhythm that felt as ancient as time itself. Along its banks, where reeds swayed gently in the breeze, stories whispered through the air. They weren't spoken aloud but seemed to emanate from the land, the water, the very stones that had borne witness to countless generations. Here, in the heart of the Indus, myth and history blurred into one, and humanity's oldest truths seemed to linger just beyond the reach of understanding. A fisherman cast his net into the shimmering water, his movements deliberate, almost ceremonial. He paused for a moment, looking out at the river as if expecting it to speak. "They say the river remembers," he murmured to himself. "Everything that's ever happened, every life that's ever touched its shores, it's all still here, flowing in its veins." Not far away, a group of travelers stood near an ancient stone carved with symbols no one could read. The markings were faint, worn down by time and the river's gentle caress. Yet, even in their silence, they spoke volumes. One traveler reached out, tracing the grooves with her fingers, as if hoping to absorb the meaning through touch. Her breath caught as a sudden, unexplainable warmth filled her chest. It was as though the stone had shared a secret with her, one too vast for words. The river had always been more than a source of life. It was a thread binding together countless lives, a silent witness to the rise and fall of civilizations. Somewhere along its banks, Mohenjo Daro had thrived, its people building a city that echoed with both ingenuity and harmony. But the Indus held more than the remnants of that lost world. It carried stories of gods and mortals, of creation and destruction, of love and loss. In the quiet of the evening, an elder sat by the river, her voice steady as she told a tale to the children gathered around her. "They say the river was born from the tears of the first mother," she began, her eyes reflecting the golden light of dusk. She wept for her children, scattered across the earth, unable to find their way back to one another. Her tears became the Indus, a path to bring them together, a reminder that no matter how far we wander, we are always connected. The children listened, wide-eyed, as the elder wove her story. She spoke of a time when the gods walked the earth, their laughter ringing out over the waters. She told of a fisherman who had pulled a golden statue from the depths of the river, only for it to dissolve into light the moment he touched it. "The river gives and takes," she said. "It shows us what we need to see, but only if we are willing to look." A young boy, his face alight with curiosity, asked, "What does it want us to see?" The elder smiled, her gaze turning to the horizon. "It wants us to see ourselves," she said softly. "Our past, our dreams, our truths. It wants us to remember who we are." As night fell, the river seemed to glow, its surface catching the light of the moon and stars. A poet sat on the bank, his pen hovering over a blank page. He had come seeking inspiration, but the words wouldn't come. Frustrated, he dipped his fingers into the cool water, hoping to feel something, anything. And then it happened, a rush of images filled his mind. He saw ancient processions along the river, their torches flickering in the night. He heard the chants of priests, the laughter of children, the soft hum of life unfolding in harmony. And in that moment, he understood. The Indus wasn't just a river, it was a mirror, reflecting the essence of humanity itself. Further downstream, an archaeologist worked late into the night, brushing away layers of earth to reveal a fragment of pottery. Her heart raced as she uncovered intricate patterns, each line and curve a testament to the artistry of a people long gone. She held the shard in her hand, feeling its weight, its history. She couldn't help but wonder about the person who had crafted it, what their life had been like, what they had dreamed of, what they had loved. For a brief moment, the gap between past and present seemed to vanish, and she felt a connection so profound it brought tears to her eyes. The river flowed on, indifferent to the lives it touched yet inseparable from them. It had seen empires rise and fall, had borne witness to both triumph and tragedy. And yet, it remained constant, a lifeline and a storyteller, a reminder that history isn't just something we study, it's something we live. A traveler from a faraway land stood at the edge of the river, his camera hanging forgotten around his neck. He had come seeking the past, hoping to capture it in images, but what he found was something far more elusive. As he watched the river flow, he realized it wasn't just the past that mattered, it was the connection. The way the river linked everything and everyone, weaving a tapestry that stretched across time and space. He felt a sense of belonging he couldn't explain, as if the river had welcomed him into its story. The Indus continued its endless journey, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of those who had come before, as well as those yet to come. Its waters whispered secrets to those who listened, inviting them to see not just the river, but themselves. And in its depths, where the light barely reached, the myths and memories of humanity rested, waiting for the right moment to rise to the surface. Beneath the pale glow of a silver moon, the land where Mohenjo Daro once stood hummed with an energy that defied time. It wasn't the noise of a bustling city, nor the clamor of human voices. It was something deeper, something that seemed to come from the very earth itself. The whisper of ancient walls, the echo of countless footsteps, and the breath of lives lived long ago. Though the city lay silent, its spirit was far from gone. It lingered, weaving itself into the fabric of the present, a presence that could be felt if one paused long enough to listen. A soft wind stirred the dust, lifting it into the air like a fleeting memory. Somewhere in the distance, the faint cry of a bird broke the stillness. It wasn't hard to imagine the streets of Mohenjo Daro alive again. The sounds of potters at work, the laughter of children playing by the river, the gentle murmur of a marketplace, all seemed to hang just beyond reach, as if hidden in the folds of time. A young girl stood near the ruins, her eyes wide with wonder. Her father had brought her here, saying it was a place where the past still breathed. She couldn't quite understand what he meant, but she felt something, an unexplainable warmth, a connection that sent shivers down her spine. She crouched by a piece of broken pottery half buried in the dirt, her small fingers brushing against its surface. For a moment, she imagined the hands that had shaped it, the family that might have used it, the meals it had held. The fragments seemed alive, a whisper from a world she would never fully know but would carry with her forever. Nearby, an elder sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He didn't need to see the ruins to feel their presence. To him, Mohenjo Daro was not just a place, it was a part of who he was. He began to hum a tune, an old melody passed down through generations. It wasn't written anywhere, it lived only in memory, carried by those who refused to let the city's spirit fade. The song rose and fell with the rhythm of the wind, and for those who heard it, it was as though the city itself was singing, calling out from the shadows of history. In a quiet corner of the ruins, an artist sketched furiously, her hands moving as though guided by something beyond her. The lines she drew seemed to flow on their own, rooftops, courtyards, a grand bath glistening in the sun. But what caught her breath wasn't the structures, it was the people she found herself sketching. A woman drawing water from a well, a child clutching a clay toy, a group of men gathered in deep discussion. They weren't ghosts, they were alive on the paper, their faces full of expression, their stories spilling out in silence. She paused, overwhelmed by the weight of it. How could a city long lost feel so present, so close? A group of travelers gathered around a guide who spoke with a voice that carried reverence and pride. This was not just a city, he said. It was a way of life. Harmony, balance, innovation, Mohenjo Daro was a testament to what humanity can achieve. It may have fallen, but its soul remains. Look around you. It's in the air you breathe, the ground you walk on. It's in every dream of a better world. The travelers listened intently, their eyes drifting to the ruins that surrounded them. Crumbled walls and broken artifacts, yes, but also something enduring, something untouchable. One of them, a poet, felt his heart stir. He would later write of this moment, describing Mohenjo Daro not as a relic of the past, but as a living idea, a spark that refused to die. His words would touch many, carrying the city's spirit to those who might never see its remains, but would feel its presence in their hearts. The night deepened, and the ruins seemed to glow under the starlight. A historian knelt by an ancient brick, running her hand along its rough surface. She had spent years studying the city, piecing together its mysteries. Yet, standing here, all her research felt secondary to the sheer emotion of the place. She closed her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, she felt as though she was there, not in the ruins, but in the city as it had been. She could hear the river's gentle rush, smell the spices in the marketplace, feel the warmth of the sun on her skin. It was overwhelming, and when she opened her eyes, tears streamed down her face. She realized then that Mohenjo Daro was not truly lost, It lived on in the connections it forged, the inspiration it sparked, the lives it continued to touch. Somewhere in a distant land, a child sat at a desk, flipping through the pages of a book about ancient civilizations. Her finger stopped on an image of Mohenjo Daro, its towering structures now reduced to ruins. She stared at it for a long time, feeling a strange pull. It was as if the city was speaking to her, urging her to remember, to dream, to imagine a world where humanity could rise above its flaws. She didn't know it yet, but that moment would shape her life. One day, she would grow up to become an architect, designing spaces that reflected the harmony and ingenuity of that ancient city. The ruins of Mohenjo Daro may crumble, but the city itself refuses to vanish. It lives in the stories passed down through generations, and the art it inspires, and the lessons it teaches. It is in the laughter of children, the resilience of communities, the dreams of those who look to the past not to mourn but to learn. It is in the hearts of those who refuse to let its light fade, who carry its essence forward, ensuring that the city, though lost to time, will never be forgotten.